kidding.
He didn't have a touchdown. Like, where's this energy come from? And at the bottom is how
Good to see you too. Busy, but busy's good.
The following is an exclusive sports presentation of Metro Sports Communications. This is Prestonwood Christian Academy Football. Lions football is brought to you by Andrews Institute at Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, Aquaterra Outdoors, Chick-fil-A at Park Boulevard and Plano Parkway, Global Strategic, Cowboys Fit, Fast Signs Carrollton, C3auto.com, Comfort Maker Air Conditioning and Heating, Incentive Brands, Levi's Locker, Milestone Electric, Sky Ranch, and Vista Physical Therapy. Now, it's time for kickoff on PCA Lions football. Welcome to PCA Lions Halftime Report, brought to you by Aquaterra Outdoors, Texas's premier outdoor living, landscape, and pool design experts. Now back to the stadium for the Lions Halftime Report. Welcome to PCA Lions Halftime Report, brought to you by Aquaterra Outdoors, Texas's premier outdoor living, landscape, and pool design experts. Welcome to Prestonwood Christian Academy Football. It's 1 hour until kickoff, and this is PCA Lions Countdown to Kickoff. Presented by Andrews Institute at Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. See them in Plano, Frisco, Prosper, and Allen, or visit online at childrens.com/Andrews. Now, let's go to the stadium for today's pregame show. Welcome to Prestonwood Christian Academy Football. It's 1 hour until kickoff, and this is PCA Lions Countdown to Kickoff. Presented by Andrews Institute at Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. See them in Plano, Frisco, Prosper, and Allen, or visit online at childrens.com/Andrews. Now, let's go to the stadium for today's pregame show.
It's late into October, and the weather is starting to change. Cooler temperatures coming up next week, and that means big football is ahead. It is getting late in the season, and the stakes are rising as today we bring you a very important TAPS Division I game between the Prestonwood Christian Academy Lions and the Parish Episcopal Panthers. Well, it is indeed almost late fall as we get into today's game and get into the broadcast, and we will have more to get you ready for what should be an absolute barn burner tonight between two teams that have fared against each other time and time again so well over the years, and we will have plenty to talk about to get you ready for this with interviews coming up. Chuck Kelly along with David Stoltzman and Donovan Lewis, happy to have you with us here at the stadium, and it's the teams getting ready to come out on the field and get warmed up. And David, after what we've seen the last 2 weeks, a very intense game played over in Argyle against Liberty. The Lions came up a little bit short, and then in this game, getting ready for that, of course, the win last week against Legacy. Now the possible share of the district championship on the line. Stakes are going up.
Stakes are going up. I feel like this is a game, too, where if PCA plays like they did last week, takes away the turnovers and takes away the penalties, they might really like the result that they end up getting. And with a Parish squad that has already one little blemish on their record, albeit it was the first game against All Saints, I feel like they're really PCA is trying to turn the tide against this Parish team. It's always been, it feels like it goes the other way, that, save the one win last year, 52-49, that was a track meet, and then the 61-55 loss, another track meet. Those sound like basketball scores. So are we in for that tonight? Not sure. We had to bump the game up to Thursday, short week for everybody, and that came out of nowhere. So anything's possible. I know that these young men are prepared. Coach Yantis is prepared, and man, this is as good as it gets in TAPS.
5 state championships for the Prestonwood Lions, 5 consecutive state championships for Parish Episcopal. Now, last year that streak came to an end when Liberty Christian took them down in the state championship game. But this is a team that is steeped in tradition, much like Prestonwood is, so it truly is a battle of heavyweights.
It is, and it's one of those things where the lineage is a little bit longer for PCA, but if you win 5 state championships, it doesn't matter what the league is, all the way up to the NFL. Anything that where you win just one is huge, but then the precedent's set in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it goes on and on. Although the Parish hadn't been around as long, I think that they're well solidified as the gold standard here. Not just in this district, but also in TAPS. Everyone's chasing them, and I think that this is, like I said, it's about as good as it gets in terms of TAPS.
Thursday night football here at Gloria Snyder Stadium. It is the home of the Parish Panthers, and if you're checking out the video feed right now, you notice something very unique. We're playing on Smurf turf tonight. We're not in Boise, Idaho. We are in Farmers Branch, but hey, it looks almost like you're watching Boise State play.
It does. I'm not sure. I've never played on a blue field. When I played at TCU, we played Boise. I didn't travel yet at that point, so I don't know how different it is as a player from that perspective. Usually it's been green. I know there's a black field floating around out there somewhere. There's a red one up in eastern Washington, but no, this is so unique. This is so fun, and man, this is going to be one heck of a night. I think that we're going to have some fireworks tonight, and I'm excited to see who shoots first.
Well, the Prestonwood Lions coming in with a record of 3-3, 3-1 in district play. For the Panthers of Parish, ranked number 3 in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They're 7-1 and 4-0, and there's plenty of talent out on the field. And we'll tell you about some of those guys and talk about some of the matchups coming up as we get ready for this one. You are tuned in to Countdown to Kickoff. It's brought to you by the Andrews Institute, Children's Health, the proud sponsor of Prestonwood football. And, of course, stick around a bit later. We'll have player interviews coming up. We'll hear from head coach Donnie Yantis as well. Take an opening timeout and have more right after this. You're listening to Prestonwood Lions football.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
Continue on Countdown countdown to kickoff from Farmers Branch here at Snyder Stadium on the campus of Parish Episcopal as the Prestonwood Lions get set to take on the Panthers tonight on what is a beautiful evening. It's about to get a little bit chillier as we head into next week and the rest of the season, but for now, it is an absolutely picturesque night for football. Well, David, let's dive into some of the numbers of this one for Prestonwood. We mentioned the record coming in at 3-3 with the asterisk on it. We've talked about that plenty. Don't need to go over it anymore. But for the game tonight, there's a little bit of a twist to it because with Parish having defeated Liberty Christian having defeated Prestonwood. If Prestonwood can defeat Parish, then you have the old three-way tie, and you have to sort that out somewhere, and that somewhere is by points. Anyway, you can't worry about that, but if Prestonwood's winning late, sometimes you do have to think about it because you have that plus-minus in the points to be a concern.
A plus-minus that's interesting. So if somehow PCA finds themselves up and, even if they're up by 6, score an opening touchdown, they go for 2, you're going to go, that's a little odd. Well, those points stack up at the end of the season, and it's the points against each other. So from what we understand, there's a deficit of 18 points. So if PCA wins, that's awesome. They're going to have bragging rights until the next visit. But how much did you win by? Now, that's the real question. So that doesn't only influence how defenses play. That influences how Coach Yantis and this offense is going to call the game tonight. And not only that, you're kind of fighting a war on two different fronts. You've got the front of district play. You've got the front of just winning this game. And, everyone wants to win by 1 point, but not in this case. So what does that do? That puts a ton of pressure, already unneeded pressure, on this PCA defense. They have been playing lights out. Whenever the Lions have needed them, they've shown up. They've been the glue that's held this rocket ship together. Meanwhile, the offense last week, they were the one with the struggles. So I think that if they can just the offense cleans up what they did last week, special teams shows up as they have been, and defense plays lights out, which again, I mentioned it before, this is not a shot at Parish, but this is not the best Parish team I think that they've ever had, and some may agree with me. They've ran through teams before, but in this case, they've gotten better each week, but they are a beatable team. Now, how beatable are they? I'm not sure, because the Parish Panthers are a team that capitalizes on people's mistakes. They don't make it very many. The games that they have made mistakes, it's cost them. So if you can kind of give them a taste of their own medicine, this turns into a game that might fall in your favor.
Well, just doing a little comparison between the two, Parish defeated Liberty Christian 56-28. Of course, that was the same Liberty team that Prestonwood fell to 38-24. The big X factor in that is Junior Cooper Witten injured in that game. We heard it was an ankle that kept him out for much of the contest. He tried to go, just couldn't do so. So take him out. That has a little bit difference in the game. And by the way, cleaning up the note about the tiebreaker. Now, what it could affect is who finishes in the right order of second and third. And what that means is in the second round, you would get to host. So we'll get into all that later. It's not time to start sorting out tiebreakers, but we will do that. What we will jump into is this offense of Prestonwood, which is rolling up 474 yards a game behind senior quarterback Luke Glass, who enters this contest with 1,790 yards on the year, 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions on the season. Last week, he had a good game going 20 of 28 for 359 yards and 4 touchdowns. He did throw 1 pick six. So for Glass, he's the guy that's got to get this started. He's got the great running game behind him, but I think a lot of pressure on his shoulders coming into this one.
Glass certainly does, especially because the strength of this Parish defense are the corners. And if you're picking a whole unit, it's the secondary. And what we've seen, it's been slow going, but it's been headed in the right direction, is that timing with receivers, especially timing downfield. Glass, he's a airplane control tower. He can see everything out there. So if he can just survey the field and look and see, there's not much going crazy in the back end for Parish. Cover 3, which is exactly what we saw against Legacy last week. They would roll. They would roll a ball snap. They roll a safety down, roll a safety back to play center field. And they were able to capitalize on that with certain route combinations. Same exact thing here. Same defense that you saw last week, a little bit different. There's not a Sam Jones running around on that one, or there was on that one. There's not on this one. So thank your lucky stars there. However, I think that having seen a similar defense last week is only going to help Luke Glass. But, Chuck, I got to say, as important as that's going to be to keep them on their heels, it's going to come down to the mountain range, and it's going to come down to those two running backs, William Taylor, which, by the way, how magnificent was he post-game last week? I just love that kid. And then Braden Bixler, the young man that was playing a lot of safety and a lot of running back. He's that spark plug. He's the one that comes in, and he jumped the battery 2 straight weeks. So that is really what it's going to come down to. It's going to be if this offensive line can lean on that Parish 3 down front, and also if Junior Niffen, he's also rolling around. 10 catches, 169 yards, 3 touchdowns. Come on. If he's able to do that again tonight, this game's going to be Lions' advantage.
So the big guy that they're looking at the quarterback of Parish is a gentleman by the name of Logan Lucero, and he is a 9th grader. That's right, a freshman.
Unbelievable.
6 foot, 6'2", depending on which way you want to list. About 205 pounds. He has thrown for 1,523 yards this year, 18 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and he is, as this offense goes, because he's been the spark plug all year long.
Indeed he has. And, that they even had high hopes for Jonathan Phillips, who you'll see a lot at slot receiver tonight. The transfer from South Lake Carroll, but Logan Lucero ends up just being the better pure passer, more of a pocket kid. He's not going to really pull it down and run very often unless he has to. You'll see him roll the pocket a little bit and get out in space. He feels like he's got a little more control of the football if he can kind of get out there, and run some 2-man route combinations. But again, still a freshman. It's wild to think about. It doesn't matter if you're 1A, 2A, TAPS, if you're 6A. A freshman on varsity is already a very unique thing. A starter, even crazier. Starting quarterback with the kind of stats that this young man has put up speaks for itself. I mean, to be that poised and to be going through all just what it's like to be a young man at 14 years old, and now you're having to lead other guys who are older than you. It's very unique. It's such a testament to what's going on over there at Parish. He's on the leadership council. Like just could go on and on about how wonderful this young man is as far as a player and a person. But it's going to be. I'm just curious to see. I mean, being a defensive guy, there's a lot of tendencies that you see on film that still a freshman. So how can you take advantage of that? There's in the passing game and also whenever he again is in certain formations, he'll be able to tip some hands. So are you paying attention if you're the Lions defense, which, like I said, Chuck, I can't shower enough praise on them. The last 2 games they've been outstanding, and can they make it a three-peat?
Well, you talked about that Prestonwood mountain range that they have. Parish has, if one's the Rockies, one's the Appalachians, right? Because they go just under 290 pounds across the front, and they've got some heft as well. So, again, it is going to be heavy offensive lines, and we'll see how much that they can make a move. For the Lion defense, we have seen great performances so far, and it has moved around. We've seen Kyler Pettijohn. We've seen Ty Gilday. We've seen talent up front. Eddie Brownstein was our star of the game last week, was just a house of fire. And Gabe Tyree, who you're going to hear in just a few minutes here on the countdown to kickoff. Everybody in this Lion defense has been pitching in, and they've been doing, for the most part, a really good job.
They have. If your last name is Pettijohn, you're basically having a game of the week every week. I feel like you could always be the player of the week. The linebacking core has been just solid. The front seven, frankly, Chuck, has just been the shining star on this entire 2025 squad. Now, where I get a little bit anxious is in that back end. You got some shifting around. You got, like I said, Cam Avery was out last week. Not sure when exactly he went out, but, it might have been something upper body. Braden Bixler comes in, plays lights out. I mean, seriously, the super sophomore comes out and has a case for player of the week on defense. Landon Hollins, he's been great, but I feel like on the corners, that's where that's going to be the tail of the tape tonight, because the Parish receivers, they don't rotate very often. There's only 3 of them that they really use. Sometimes they'll go empty. They'll move the running back out into a slot. But, man, when you're talking Jalen Pyle, 3-star Michigan commit, who can get up and go, he'll be on the outside. You've got Beckham Smith, 6'3". He is a basketball player. He can literally jump out of the gym. And then Jonathan Phillips, mentioned him earlier. He's kind of that Eric Crouch type quarterback for all you 80s and 90s babies out there. So they'll work him in at quarterback too, just to kind of change it up a little bit, run some RPO. But those corners have got to have the best game of the year. They've got to communicate. You got to play soft when you're supposed to play soft. You got to bait when you're supposed to bait. You have to really lock in, because you have not only seasoned 3-year starters, guys that are getting offers from powerhouse blue chip schools. You also have a quarterback that can get them the ball. And if you're not on your P's and Q's, oh boy, you're going to have a very, very long night and long discussions with Gabe Osario on the bus ride home.
For the fans of him, we are not ignoring our colleague, Donovan Lewis. We have a little bit of an issue here that we're working through. We'll get to Donnie before kickoff, so don't worry about that. If you're waiting for his pregame hit, it is coming. But first, we're going to get the player interviews coming next. And a new feature, we're going to have it not only the voices, we're going to see them too. It's coming, and it's a cool thing. Yeah. So stick around for that. You're listening and viewing, as a matter of fact, the countdown to kickoff that is brought to you by the Andrews Institute Children's Health from Farmers Branch, as it is Prestonwood and Parish coming up tonight. Happy to have you with us. We'll have more after this timeout.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 or visit our website aquaterraoutdoors.com and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
From the long-lasting and reliable heating and cooling systems we send out the door, to the friendly and knowledgeable dealers who go the extra mile. With a no-hassle replacement limited warranty, you can trust Comfort Maker to deliver outstanding service and performance, keeping you a step ahead with advanced technology and exceptional comfort. To find a Comfort Maker dealer, visit comfortmaker.com.
More on Lion Countdown to Kickoff as Prestonwood tonight on the road against Parish as we get the big one as far as district play and potential district championship implications on the line. It's time now for the player interviews as we continue on the Andrews Institute Children's Health Countdown to Kickoff. These pregame interviews are brought to you by Chick-fil-A at Park and Parker. If you're getting ready for that huge weekend coming up of college football, what a big slate that's coming on Saturday. Pro games on Sunday with the Cowboys. And, of course, anytime is a great time for Chick-fil-A. Go by and get you one of those party platters, and you'll be all set. Thanks to Chick-fil-A for being a part of this one. Well, we always start with our player interviews, and that's what we're going to do right now on the offensive side of the football and talk to guard Caleb Kozlowski, who had a big week last week, as did this entire large offensive line. You guys got it going in that win against Legacy. So did it feel like you're kind of hitting on all cylinders last week?
Yes, sir. It felt great, having that run established. To dominate just football in general, you got to dominate the run because that opens up the pass a lot. And, us being up at front and having the ability to run the ball and just knowing that we can whenever we want is just a great feeling.
Now, it didn't seem to be quite in sync the week before at Liberty as it was last week. What was the difference between the two?
Just a lot more outside zone compared to, we have a lot more bigger guys in the middle. We like to run a lot more inside, but we were running outside. We got it worked through. We're going to do great against Parish, though.
Now, with the way football has transitioned in recent years to where it's pass, and you're one of those big, brutish offensive linemen, what are you, about 6'4", 330 or so? So do you prefer having the opportunity to mash people? Do you like the running game? Is that what you prefer when those plays are called?
Oh, yeah. I love the run. Or when we're running out the other way, and then I just get to hit someone, a free play or like power. Oh, just the ability to hit someone, I just love it.
When did you get involved in football? What brought you to the game? Because I bet you were a big fella all the way back to when you got it started. Was it just a natural that you knew you were going to be a football player from the start?
It was actually my older brother, Kane, that really brought it. Just looking up to him and being able to look at, he's bigger than me, but being able to look at him, and he's been playing football longer than me, but looking up and seeing how good he was doing, I was like, man, I I want to do what he's doing.
Now, you guys basically Irish twins. You're born 13 months apart. Now that had to be a lot of good and probably a little bit rough for the younger brother growing up with another big fellow working you over. What was that like with you two?
Oh, it definitely made me the guy I am right now. I had to be bigger and stronger because he was always taller, and he was bigger, and I had to work so hard to get bigger and stronger than him. It was hard.
You were on the same flag football team, right? And you were the center. He was the quarterback. And then ironically, later on, y'all were both on the same team, and he's playing at one guard, you're playing at the other. That was kind of neat, huh?
That was awesome. It was a great feeling. I really would have hoped to play the year before that, and he would have been a tackle and me at guard. Oh, that would have been amazing.
So go back to that first state championship you were a part of at the age of 8 with the North Texas Knights. And that was a few years ago, testing your memory a bit. But do you remember a little bit about that?
Yeah, I know the feeling, just the altitude going into that game was really, really loud because, the other team had a lot of hype against them.
So what was the thing that, again, coming here to Prestonwood and being a part of this, what was that most excited you at this particular part of getting into this game, to this level? What was it that you liked the most?
Just the ability to love Christ, to not only just play football here, that is amazing, just the ability to, go into, our team chaplain or just, any of our coaches and then just talk to the gospel or just hey, I'm struggling here, could you help me? And then being able to say yes, and then being able not only to be there as a father figure, but also a godly image to be yeah, we can do here, and then the Bible says to do this as well.
Well, you're using that platform, you have that image, and talking to Coach Yantis before the year as we were getting to know him, it kind of sounds like that if anybody is doing the same thing as mentoring you, it's him. And so it's like you're mirroring each other, and he's a great influence as well.
Yes, sir. It's great to have a head coach like that, just a guy that comes through a lot of struggle, and then just a great guy in general to be there, and hugely godly guy. If you're struggling with something, you can definitely ask him.
We're going to get to a little bit more of your church participation here in a second, but let's go back to sports, because I want to ask you, about some things that you can do in basketball that I'm told you're not the best shot, but you're a heck of a rebounder. You're not Michael Jordan, but maybe Charles Barkley.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting that rebound. If you're in the paint, you better watch out. Might not even get the rebound. I'm just taking you out. I know I can't do much, so I'm going to take at least you out.
So you can dunk a basketball?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you dunked one?
Ooh, a couple weeks ago. I can get up there.
You also throw the shot and discus on the track team. Is that something fun that you enjoy doing?
Oh, it's just so fun to be out there with other teammates on the football team or just other people in the school and just get out there, have fun, go to meets, meet other people from other schools, talk to them. It's a little more relaxed than football, so you have a little more civilized conversation.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of relaxing, things that probably help you do that, something you love, fishing, hunting, just being outdoors. You like to go to Broken Bow, Angel Fire. I'm told that basically if there's a lake involved, you're in.
Yes, sir. I love fishing. My grandfather was very big on it, and he taught me at such a young age, and we were fishing at a pond right by our house. It was nice just to get out and have fun. Relaxing.
Do you have a favorite place you go to now to go fishing?
Same pond by my house.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, it's I walk there for maybe 2 minutes.
Outstanding. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit more about your leadership on this team and this offensive line. You're ranked the number 2 offensive lineman in the state in taps, number 18 overall, and of course you've got several Division I offers. So when you're that guy, does it put a little bit of target on your back where people know that you have a college football future and that you're a guy that can do some damage?
Yes, sir. It probably does, but all of us have great potential. All of us on the line, we all just work hard. And we just try and get after it. If one player, isn't doing as well, we try and help them. And, we're all just so work hard. Especially Kanan, if I'm getting down, I just look over, I see him, I'm like, oh, yeah, I got to get up.
Linemen are a fraternity. Do you guys hang out and go eat after the game, do everything? So many times you hear that that's the case with linemen.
Yes, we have this Wednesday thing at our right guard, Kanan Smith's house, that every Wednesday we meet at his house and just have a great time, eat some good food, and just have a good time.
I was talking about your older brother earlier. Now, y'all were the first 2 out of 5 kids, and one that's on the way up, your little brother Austin, who's 6th grade. I'm told that he absolutely adores you. What's your relationship like? It's amazing. You know, he truly just tries to do everything that I can. He's not there yet, but I think eventually he will. It's just nice to, like I fully see that, like, he truly does everything that I do, and I'm like, oh. But that's also, like, if I'm doing something wrong, I'm like, oh, he's still watching. I got to do this. Well, he's an offensive lineman, too. He's a ball boy, I guess. You get to see him a lot on the field. I see him all at the game, and then he plays left tackle. I play left guard. It's cool. All right, let's go back because you mentioned earlier the things that you're doing to serve the Lord, and something that just jumped off the page at me. You partnered with the church to provide free Bibles to all the new football players coming in. Some of them, you know, might not have been as much into church as others, and it's just a way to help. Quite a ministry. Tell us about that. Yes, sir. I'm just trying to help out the most I can. You know, and the first step is always to have a Bible. And not only that, it was the beginner's Bible. So it has notes and everything ready for them. I don't want them to go to the school and be like, oh, it's just football this, or just like, oh, I just want to be part of something small. I'm like, I want to get them as included as possible, especially with the Lord, because the Lord will take you in so many places. Absolutely. Will he ever? Okay, speaking of traveling, going to places, Bahamas coming up on your mini-master trip. Are you looking forward to that? Yes, sir, extremely, because a lot of football players on the trip. Excited. I went there last year, hoping to see a couple of the same families, because there was this little kid that, oh my, I just adored it. You know, it's amazing just being out there and helping families and just spending time with kids. All right. Speaking of kids, we're going to roll back in your calendar to get you out on this. Something that your family always laughed about. When you were a kiddo and you were going to be going somewhere, you'd always stuff things in your pockets, a lot of your favorite toys. They'd be overflowing. I just picture they open the car door and all these toys come out. But I'm told things haven't changed. Your room is still full of memorabilia that you've collected over the years. Yeah, a lot of just like things from like colleges. I'll get it. I'll be like, oh, I want to keep this. Or like even when I'm younger, I'm like, oh, I want to keep this. I hold a lot of stuff to like my heart and a lot of memories. A lot of like if I see something and I like it, I'm gonna take it and then just keep it as a memory. It's like a junkyard in your house. Yeah, I have a whole like shelf full. I was like, oh. Caleb, thanks for the time, man. So much fun watching you and the offensive line play. Keep up the great work. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. That is left guard Caleb Kozlowski here on the Countdown to Kickoff. And again, that pregame visit brought to you by Chick-fil-A. We will continue with more on the Andrews Institute Children's Health Countdown to Kickoff when we return. More as we talk to a player from the defensive side of the ball coming next. Find out who that is. You are tuned in to Prestonwood Football. More after this timeout.
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
More on Lions Countdown to Kickoff brought to you by Andrews Institute Children's Health as the Lions get set to take on Parish tonight. We continue with our player interviews brought to you by Chick-fil-A, and now we're going to talk the defensive side of the football and Gabe Tyree. Well, a linebacker last year, now you're on the line here in 25. What was that transition like? How difficult was it to make that shift?
I had great coaches this year, last year, Coach Chili and all those guys, and now Coach Gabe with this new defensive coaching regiment. I mean, we practice every day, individual, good reps, going against a great offensive line, as I'm sure everybody in Texas knows. So it's just every day getting those reps, going against great guys, as we like to say here, iron sharpens iron, really just preparing us for Friday nights, tonight being a Thursday. But, I mean, we're still ready. Jaden, Eddie, and myself, we just love playing D-line. We get after it in practice every week.
So that transition from being a linebacker and being able to move as opposed to down low where, the ball snapped and you're in it right there. What was that like?
Last year I kind of played it fast already anyway. I know Coach Chile used to get on to me about that. But I don't get to move around as much, but I like to use my speed that I developed last year and in the off seasons on the D-line, try not to let those big guys get their hands on me.
What were the differences as far as the methodology? What did you have to learn to do or maybe not do between the two?
I had to get a lot better with my hands this year, a lot better striking, a lot better get off. I couldn't be lazy off the ball as I was sometimes last year. I had to get off and punch and make an actual impact on that O-lineman to make a play.
Your beginning with football, like all your teammates, started a long, long time ago, and you can go back to your early beginnings. You were actually born in Chicago and played up in that part of the country. I saw a note that you were actually on Coach Mike Ditka's. You got to play with his grandson, was what it was, and also Coach Pat Fitzgerald, who people know from Northwestern. You got to play with his son. Now, that was a long time ago. Do you remember anything about that?
Barely. I remember maybe the post-game meals, and that was about it. And the practices, I remember not liking to run. And that was really about it. But I know I had a lot of fun playing in Chicago. I know we got to meet Northwestern guys, Coach Fitz. So that was really cool experiences. I remember all that stuff. But it was really just like the foundation set, for my future.
Now, you tried a lot of sports, t-ball, flag football, soccer, swimming, golf lessons. It seems like you were sampling everything. Which ones appealed to you, and how did you wind up with football?
I always liked basketball and football the most. I did a lot of things, but I just ended up doing football because that's just what I was really, coming to Texas, obviously, football started to take the main stage for me. And I was never, the tallest guy, so basketball started to fall out of the way. Wish Coach Clarkson could have used me this year. But, football just started to take it had more of an impact on me as I started getting in the weight room, get stronger. And I just loved the game. So it was something I loved to do.
We always like to talk about family. Your dad, Gabriel, was an active duty Navy man back in the day, back when, when you were born. Of course, your mom, Erica, was going to come into the picture, and they were together in California there. So you had that upbringing. Then you went to Chicago. Then you came here. You wound up at PCA. What was that like, the transition and getting into this environment?
Well, I moved all around, dad in the Navy, being deployed here, living with my grandparents for a little bit in Jacksonville. So I moved like 5 times before I got here. And I came here in elementary school.
They were perfect last week.
And I'd never been to a Christian school before or anything like that.
Dallas, United States.
Bedford's crew.
And then I got here, and it was every day.
Refs introductions, 3, 2, 1.
5 days a week.
Jeff Wasserman, referee, Dallas.
It really helped me develop my faith, and I really appreciated everything that happened for me.
Jeff
I used to be quite a bad kid, but, straightened itself out a bit.
Was that something?
Brandon Addis, umpire Melissa.
Clay Sharp, headline judge, Plano.
Mac Tiggs, line judge, Cedar Hill.
Marcus Ingalls. And help other people.
It came as kind of a shock to me because it was it was a wake up call. I was like, I can't do the things I used to do. I can't act the way I used to act. I need to see a difference in myself, which is obviously hard as a 10-year-old or whatever when I came to Texas and to Prestonwood. But over time, it gradually shifted me.
Now, you and your sister, Cobia, have gone to PCA now for a while. You started, I guess, in 2016. You were in 3rd grade, and she was in pre-K. Now, what was it like, again, getting a little bit deeper into the PCA family, making friends, things like that?
It was really – it wasn't too hard of a transition. I consider myself a pretty outgoing guy, and the people here are obviously very welcoming. Which is a great thing about PCA. You could ask any of the new guys; they feel like they fit in right away because we try to make it like a family type of thing here. But I mean, the shift, it wasn't too bad for me. It just grew on me quickly. Yeah, I just learned I needed to, make friends and get in where I fit in. So.
How about you and Kid Sis? What's that relationship been like over the years? You get along well?
It used to be, we used to fight like cats and dogs, but now we're getting older. She's realizing I'm not going to be here anymore. I'm about to go to college. So she seemed to be a little nicer to me lately. I love her, so I make sure I, take her to eat, take her to have fun, do things with her, to spend these last couple months with her well.
Be a good big brother.
Yeah.
All right, you got a lot of factoids to hit on here. I just gave you these quick notes, and you tell me about them. Okay, you were in the Boy Scouts, active in military youth programs. Tell us about that.
That was a long time ago. That was when I lived in Chicago. I don't remember too much. I remember meeting at my school. It was like once a week or once every couple weeks for that. That was a long time ago. That was a while ago.
Okay, well, let me bring you into the here and now then. You're part of the NHS, you're future problem solvers, STEM, big part of that, and the speech and debate team. Now, you enjoy teaching younger students at PCA about STEM. Talk about how important that is and what they get out of it.
I love to teach them because it's a good way for me to be able to pour back into the community that helped me come up, obviously here at the school. And I think it's really important for like kids to get in to figure out what they like early, because if you can figure out something that you like, you can start pouring into it more and more, and you're way more prepared for it when you're older. And if I had like the access to stuff like that when I was their age, I think that would have helped me tremendously.
And the ACE mentorship program, very important.
Yes, it was an engineering mentorship program that I was a part of last year. Met once a week for about 2 hours on every Thursday night. And that's back when I really thought I wanted to be an engineer or an architect. But it was really informative to me because it helped me realize maybe this isn't exactly what I want to do. Now it's shifted my focus more to being a surgeon.
Yep, I was just about to say, you took me to that question. Now you're studying pre-med and you do want to be an orthopedic surgeon. Now that's a lot of work, a lot of payoff. So tell me about your decision to do that.
Well, I've always worked out, always loved taking care of my body, always been an athlete, obviously. And I know injuries as an athlete are terrible. It's like one of the worst feelings ever. And but one thing that can make it better is knowing you have a good doctor there to help you, and knowing you have a good surgeon who's going to help you get back on the field and play the game you love as soon as you can. And I've always loved science, math, all these different things, and I'm really excited to pursue that career.
All right, get you out on this. You've got your mini-master trip coming up. You're going to be going to Kenya. Now, that's a heck of a trip. That should be a lot of fun, very worthwhile. What are your thoughts on that?
I look forward to the trip. I think I love hanging out with kids, and so we're going to this thing called Project Lucas, which is like a school for the kids in the area who don't have as much as say we would, obviously. And we get to pour into them and help them out and have fun with them, and then teach them the gospel and really just let them know they're loved, and that and teach them about Jesus and show them what it feels to have the love of God.
That's outstanding. Now, does it help a little bit, because you were part of the homecoming court, does it help a bit that your girlfriend, Miss Family, is going to be going on the trip with you? Does that make it a little better?
Maybe a little bit. Might have swayed my decision a bit, Yeah, but, it's still going to be fun either way. So, but I'm glad she's coming with me.
Gabe, thanks so much for the
Yes,
time.
sir.
It was a pleasure. Certainly enjoyed that.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Had a good one.
That's Gabe Tyree on the defensive line. We appreciate him spending some time with us here on the countdown to kickoff. And again, it is brought to you by Andrews Institute Children's Health. We'll have more coming up shortly as David Stoltzman will rejoin us in the booth. And of course, we've got the Donnie Yantis show coming up in just a bit. It's the Lions and Parish tonight. And we'll have more after this timeout. You're listening to Lion Football.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 or visit our website aquaterraoutdoors.com and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
Lions taking on the Parish Panthers. I'm getting my cats mixed up. Chuck Kelly back in the booth alongside David Stoltzman as we're getting closer to our 7:30 kickoff. And again, if you're looking at your calendar saying, wait, it's a Friday night game. Well, they moved it because of the potential for severe weather tomorrow night. We'll worry about that later on. Fact is, we are playing football tonight for sure. Well, if you've tuned in the last couple of weeks, you know this is the part of the pregame show where we visit with the opposing head coach, kind of get inside enemy lines, get some facts and figures on the team, get some of the neat stories there. However, through the course of this week, and we just have to be candid, we got absolutely nothing, and I'm talking about zero, from Parish. No roster, no lineup, no nothing. We had to do everything on our own, and so therefore we don't get to hear from Coach Dan Novikov, who, again, is a very successful, very well-known head coach. I would love to hear from him, but instead, we're going to have to do it ourselves. And David, who did yeoman's work preparing for this Parish team, can probably tell you a little bit about him. Not sure if he can do it as well as Coach can, but he can do a little bit. So take it away, my friend.
A little bit of a secondary source, I guess, not a primary. So, yeah, Coach Novikov, great place to start, by the way. You know, his background was he was born and raised in Dallas and played at St. Mark's, walked on at Notre Dame. You may have heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it,
yeah. So where his dad was actually an All-American center. So he ends up getting on the staff here at Parish, and he coached under Scott Natty, who literally built this Parish program from scratch back in 2007. And in 2010, they win their first state championship. A few more years go by, 2014, they win their second. Well, in 2016, Coach Novikov succeeds Natty. Coach Natty goes on to SMU, where he still is, and enjoying himself there up on the hill. But the thing with that is 2016, Coach Novikov takes over. 2019 state championship. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and so on.
5.
Yes, 5 straight state championships. You think the man might have figured something out? I think he figured out, you know, where the gold's buried. But 2024 last year could have made it 6 in a row. Lost to
Liberty Christian.
They did, didn't they? So
Jason Witten.
Yeah, he did. May have heard of him too. But the thing with Coach Novikov, huge on leadership, avoids complacency, super humble, and humility for days. He's actually, in fact, he's paranoid. He inherited this program. It's kind of like you tell the kid, hey, don't drive the Ferrari through the back of the garage, please. Here's the keys. But in that case, he souped his Ferrari up, and now it's the best Ferrari in town, effectively. So a lot going there. And now, like I said earlier in the broadcast, Chuck, this is the bar. So the program, the administration here is so far behind this program. They kind of figured out, hey, this is something huge. Football is obviously big. High school football in Texas is gigantic. So let's put that at the forefront. So they've been nothing but helpful for Coach Novikov. And since then, they've played the likes of Alito, who they beat in 2022. Huge win, not just for Parish, but for all of TAPS. Going to beat a 5A powerhouse. Then they've played Sauk. They lost in 2022, lost by 3. They beat China Spring, who wins at the 3A and 4A level. And now they're playing Austin LBJ, who went to state back in 2001. So they've of course dominated TAPS. They've been the gold standard now. This 2025 season started out 0-1, and quite frankly, if you click the film on All Saints, kind of pushed them around, and that's not like them. So started out 0-1, but since then they've gone on a 7-game winning streak and really hit their stride. I said earlier, the defense has gotten better each week with this Parish defense. They've been battling key injuries to big-time players, some All-State cats. But, they've really become more of a resilient team. Now, this game in particular, PCA versus Parish, well, it's been all Parish. 2019, 2020, 2021. I mean, really, the last time that PCA won was last year, 52-49, and I guess sunk a three-pointer to win by 3. But, it's really been all Parish, and I know that Coach Yantis is this is one of the few games that's circled on the calendar every year. Now, the offense that Parish runs, really simple. A lot of trips. So out of shotgun, they have trips to one side. Heavy 12, that's a running back and 2 tight ends. Then the second tight end is going to be an offensive lineman, number 55, their big puller. And that's going to be Hunter Caudill. They'll do a lot of quick passes. Lucero, he's kind of limited on arm strength. He's only a freshman, though. A little limited on accuracy if he's on the move and on the deep ball. But, Marcus Hanish, that running back, has just quietly rushed for, about almost 1,200 yards in 8 games. So that running game is sneaky good. They'll also bring in Jonathan Phillips. They'll run him with a little bit of RPO, a throwback to the Sooners of old, back the triple option days. You'll see a little bit of that. The defense, however, DBs are their strength. That's all you got to know about this Parish defense. Their DBs are where it's at. Their corners especially are phenomenal. They'll roll to cover 3, so a lot of zone. They'll do cover 1. They'll do quarters, which is cover 4. Limited on blitz. They'll just line up and play. But if you're a defense, you line up and you are simple. You play fast. Guys don't have to think as much, and you get into your groove. And as you've seen the last 5 games, this defense has been climbing and climbing and climbing. Now, key players tonight to keep an eye on. Jalen Pyle, 3-star recruit headed to Michigan, the South Lake Carroll transfer. If he's 6 catches, 148 yards, 2 touchdowns against Liberty last week. The man went off. And if Lions aren't careful, he could do it again. The potential's there. He gets loose, it's going to be a long night for the Lions. Then on defense, Trip Brown. He's going to be that low safety nickel. He wears the number 6. Kid flies around. I mean, he's all of 5'11", 170 pounds, but it looks like Cam Chancellor out there. He really does. He with no wasted steps, no wasted movements. Hits, like I said, extremely hard. Brings a hat, really good in coverage, and he's the guy that kind of roams around and they put their best guy on. So him and A.J. Morrell, that's going to be probably your biggest matchup of the evening. So that pretty much sums it up, Chuck. There's your Parish Panthers.
Okay, I knew you could do it because you did your homework. You know everything about it. Now fans are saying, well, we know them. And again, folks, we're not calling attention. We're just saying we wish we could tell you so much more. We want the inside stories. We just don't have them.
I did the deep dive, but nothing's the same as speaking to the opposing coach.
Nothing.
And it's really a moment for that coach to highlight his players and his guys. And again, it's the stories that we get to talk about. Yep. This is we say it privately, we'll say it publicly. It's a 51-49 broadcast. We don't want to sound like it's all Lions. We want this to be a really good experience, and a key piece of that is when we get the opposing coach. So we'll continue maybe next time. I know a shortened week might have had something to do with it, but, man, Coach Novikov, you got to tip your hat to him. The guy's class, all class, and his team shows up on the field.
Coming next, it's the Donnie Yantis Show as we continue on Lion Countdown to Kickoff. It's brought to you by Andrews Institute and the Children's Health. Of course, we'll have the kickoff coming up 7:30 tonight. Set back a final pregame timeout. We'll get Coach Yantis coming next. You're listening to Prestonwood Lion Football.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
More on Lion Countdown to Kickoff as we near the start of this one tonight against Parish. Big game with district implications. Now time for the Donnie Yantis Show, brought to you by Paris Baguette. Now remember, they're a brand new partner on Lion football broadcasts. You can get 10% off just by going in and saying Prestonwood. Simple as that. Enjoy Paris Baguette. Well, Coach, a big win last week against Legacy. It was one where your offense got going, kind of leaned on them a little bit late, and then put them away. So how did you feel that one went from the offensive and defensive perspective?
Offensively did some great things, but we had to clean up some things. We turned over the ball 5 times, which is so uncharacteristic of a Prestonwood team. So we worked on that this week. Fixed the quarterback and some things, and obviously owning the ball. But the offensive line played great. Receivers did a great job. So I think we had almost 600 yards offense and with 5 turnovers and scored 51 points. So how good could we really be if you don't turn over the ball? So for that was great. Defensively, we just did a great job of stopping the run. I think the guys up front did a great job, and they threw the ball a little bit, but I was really pleased with how our kids played. We threw a pick 6, so when you look at the points we gave, we really didn't give up as many as it showed. So really encouraged about the progress of our defense, but this game this week presents some problems with us. They got some really talented players on both sides of the ball we have to defend.
As we talked to Caleb a few minutes ago, we mentioned the fact the offensive linemen getting to lay that hammer down and do what they like to do. As much as they enjoyed it, how much do you as the head coach enjoy that?
When you can impose your will running the football against anybody, when you look at the best teams in the country, NFL, college, you look at the Eagles last year, they just imposed their will running the football with Saquon and all those guys. But, when you can do that up front, when I feel like we have a really talented group of young men up front, it's really – as a coach, it's rewarding, and to be able to see you're going to be able to move people. So big challenge this week. I'm looking forward to seeing how our guys do up front, because if we're going to be successful this week, we've got to be able to run the rock.
With William getting the yardage that he did last week, and we had him on the Player of the Game interview, and he seemed like he was really energized with his performance. What did he do differently last week than he did the week before at Liberty?
I think that, we got kind of a two-headed monster with him and Bixler. Those kids are working really hard. Coach Harbert's doing a great job of coaching those guys and straining them every single day. They watch a lot of film and just correcting the mistakes and, understanding the blocking scheme and stuff. But, we want to be a downhill running team. And so I think the mentality is what we want to continue to embrace and encourage and demand. And so those kids understand that we're going to run behind our pads. We're going to be going downhill. And just understanding the blocking scheme is important. Those guys have done a great job. So looking forward to how they play tonight. So
since you brought up the young pup, are you surprised at all by what he's doing and the volume that he is helping this offense?
It's awesome, because you need a two-back. You need a two-head monster in this offense. One guy just can't do it because we go high tempo. So he's been awesome. He's really embraced his role playing offense and defense, and he's a selfless kid that every time he gets an opportunity just goes out and gives his best. So yeah, it's awesome seeing a young pup be able to do that and growing into a dog.
So with this offense, as you said, cranking out almost 600 yards, where does Luke factor in this? How did you feel his game was? And again, you can do a little comparison to the week before, but were you really pleased with the way, except for maybe the turnover, but that he engineered the offense and kept them moving?
Yeah, Luke had a really good game, but made a couple of mental critical errors. And the great thing about Luke is he owns it. And so he knows he makes mistakes, and his goal is to try and fix those. So I certainly think that Luke will come back this week and be better. And he was really good last week when he was on. He made some really good throws, threw for almost 400 yards. The kid, 4 touchdowns. He had 2 critical interceptions, and he knows it. And that's what I love about him. He's a young man that I can strain, I can teach. He'll learn from his mistakes, and that's the key. When you talk about mistakes and character in kids, it's not the mistake that determines their character; it's what they do from it. And so Luke's one of those guys that always backs back when he makes a mistake.
What were you most pleased about with your defense?
The effort, stopping the run. If you want to be a great defense, you got to be able to eliminate the run. And if we can do that with Parish is very talented up front, and they got a very talented running back, and they do have a quarterback that comes in and also runs some zone read, power read stuff. So we got to be able to stop the run, and then they're very talented throwing the ball. Number 11 can sling it, and they got some receivers that can catch it. So we have our work cut out for us, but our kids have been working extremely hard this week, and all I know is Prestonwood kids are going to give everything they have, and that's all I can ask for. The scoreboard is going to take care of itself. We're going to give them everything we have. Our coach is going to coach as hard as they can, and their players are going to play the same. So we'll let the chips fall where they may.
Well, I was going to say you're inching, but you're more like a horse just chomping at the bit. You want to talk about this game with Parish. Yeah. So what is, it's a standard question, what are the keys? I'm not going to ask that, but what are the one or two things that you have to do if you're going to win this game?
Offensively, we got to control the line of scrimmage. I think that's critical. Being able to impose our will offensively, be able to control their front, and then defensively, it's not giving up explosive. We got to limit their explosives. So that's what Parish. I've coached against them for 4 years, and they do it. Coach Novikov does a great job with it. They live on their explosives, and they have big play capabilities. And we played them twice last year, and that's just who they are. They do a really good job, and the quarterback can sling it, they can protect it, and they can run it. So very talented, well-coached team. You mentioned those games last year. You glanced at the scores, it's like defense was optional. Now, is it going to be a different kind of game tonight? Well, I sure hope so. But they're explosive. This could be one of those shootouts, and it could be. I'd hope it to be a down, a lower scoring game. But who knows? In this type of game, in rivalry games, you just never know. But I know that both schools are going to give everything they have. We both have a lot of respect for each other. There's no bad blood. It's all love and respect, and we get on the field, we're going to compete. And then, Coach Novikov and I've known him since I recruited at Arizona State. He's a good man, great football coach. I always look forward to these games. This is one of the reasons you coach when you talk about when you're competing. You want to impact kids for Jesus, and we're doing those things. But as a competitive man, and the men we have in this building, and the kids that are working with us, games like this is what you play for. You want to play when the chips are on the line, and so that's what's exciting about the game. Playing on the Smurf turf, playing in a hostile environment, what does that do for your team? Is it just another game? Is it business as usual, or do they ramp up a little bit for this one? Oh, I would think internally those kids understand what this game means. It's a rivalry game. They know that they've won 5 of the last 6 state titles. So when we had the taste of beating them last year, and then at the end you had the taste of defeat, what it felt like, and those kids that were here last year and felt that. They know. The seniors just talked to the kids tonight after practice, and I was walking out, the captains were, and they were talking about what Parish means. And so I think there's a healthy respect, but I do think they'll ramp it up. But as for the smart turf, the Smurf turf and all that, like, to me, I'll just be honest with you, it's almost less pressure. You're going over there in their place and just go play ball. So it's right down the street from us. So I don't really notice anything different. Kind of a light way to head to the finish line here. You blink the eye, and the season's almost over. You've got 2 regular season games left after this. Didn't it seem like you were just starting yesterday? Yeah, it does. Seems like we were just starting fall camp at our retreat, and it feels like that was yesterday. So that's what happens when things are going well with your team and stuff. Like, we got great kids, and we have a lot of fun at practice. We work hard. I strain them. I get after them. I love them. Sometimes they like me, sometimes they don't, and so it's that, tough love. They want to make sure that, we're showing the light of Jesus. We talk about our pillars every day. So, I want these kids to grow, and I talk about what their life's going to be like down the road, trust in the Lord with all your heart and soul, and don't lean on your own understanding, so, that God has great plans for you. And so we were just talking about that today. And so leaning on that with our pillars, and then having them be better sons to their families, love and respect their parents, academically train them to be the best they can be in the classroom. This just isn't a bunch of football players or student athletes, and we want to strain them. We hold them accountable. And then from a football perspective, just have fun and give them our best, and teach them what it is to persevere, demonstrate character and integrity, doing the right things off the field. And they are kids. They're going to make mistakes, and we understand that it's not the mistake that determines your character. What you do from it does, and, that Jesus has forgiven us for our sins, and the goal is not to plan to sin. And so, we understand that, ask for forgiveness and do the things that we're supposed to be doing right. And our kids, just trying to instill that in the kids. And they're just 16 and 17-year-old kids. So you're just wanting to plant that seed, right? That small mustard seed, right? That grows. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm proud of these guys. I love these kids. And it's not over yet. So we got a few weeks left.
Amen to that. Okay, one more question to get you out, because this is a Thursday night game. Wasn't supposed to be Thursday, but you don't want to mess around, potential weather on Friday, of course. So does it make a difference?
No. They get the same amount of practice time we do, same amount of preparation. We know each other. We practiced a little longer today, got the kids ready. No, I don't think so. And I think the kids are excited to play on Thursday night. And the one thing they're really excited about is getting Saturday off. So they don't have to come in on film on Saturday. We'll do that on Friday. So, and I think our coaches are excited too. I'm like, dudes, you're going to get off on Saturday, win or lose. We'll prepare for the next game on Friday. So I think our kids are really amped up to play on Thursday.
Coach, thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much. God bless. Go Lions.
That is head coach Donnie Yantis here on the Countdown to Kickoff. That visit, again, brought to you by Paris Baguette, a brand new sponsor on our Prestonwood broadcast. Go in, say Prestonwood. That's the magic word that will get you 10% off your order. Well, a short time out here, and we will have the starting lineup some more to get you ready for this one. It's a big one. The Lions and Parish Episcopal coming up in just a moment. We'll have more after this timeout. You are viewing and enjoying the Prestonwood Countdown to Kickoff.
The following is an exclusive.
And we are
sports
underway as the
presentation
kickoff comes down to the
Metro
15-yard
Sports
line, and Jalen Powell brings it up the left sideline, and he
is
may go the
Prestonwood
distance at the
Christian-
30, to the 20, to the 10. Touchdown, Parish. 90 yards on the opening kickoff return by Jalen Powell. And again, we apologize for the jump right into the ball game, but the kickoff taken by Powell at the 10-yard line, and he returns it up the left sideline, 90 yards. That we are underway. Chuck Kelly along with David Stoltzman, Donovan Lewis on the sidelines. We'll get to Dottie after the PAT, but man, what an electrified start to this one as the kicker, Preston Gall, on to try to tack on the PAT, and the kick is up, and it is good. So we will hold it here, only 9 seconds into the ball game, and just like that, Parish with a 7-0 lead. Donnie on the field, a great look at that one, and that's a heck of a way to start a football game.
Oh, it really is, and you want to talk about being blocked up perfectly. You know how David, especially they're going to say, hey, we're going to try and get it to one side or the other side, and man, PCA just could not get off those blocks, and when he hit the sideline, man, it was full speed ahead. What an electric play to start the game.
Yeah, Jalen Powell, the 3-star receiver going to Michigan. I think that's what the Wolverines had in mind whenever they took the trip down to Dallas to see him play and put a scholarship in his hands. And we talked about it in the pregame, fellas. What you couldn't do, it was penalties, it was big plays. That's a huge play. That's worth 3 big plays. Opening kickoff for a touchdown, spotting the Panthers 7-0. That's not how you want to start the game if you're the Lions.
But the good thing about it is only 9 seconds into the game. 9 seconds, that's it. You have plenty of time to make up for that.
Yeah, the thing, I guess you look at it just like the opening possession. Let's say they kicked it off to him, they drove down the field, and they scored a touchdown. No different than returning the opening kickoff, except for the fact that it just took 9 seconds.
But you're bringing logic to the emotional party.
True that. You're right about that. That is logical.
The thing with emotion is it drives the boat. And what did you just tell the PCA Lions? We're here to play, and welcome to our house.
So now, Gall to kick off to the deep man, Junior Niffen. Repay tit for tat as it's taken down at the 3-yard line and brought back up the boundary to the 15, 20, 25. Now out to the 30-yard line and all the way out to the 35. The return goes, and Prestonwood is going to start with great field position as Gall, the kicker, was the one that made the tackle on the return man.
Return man was, in fact, Niffen.
So he'll come out offensively. Will Niffen, along with the rest of the offense, led by Luke Glass, the quarterback, as they'll have William Taylor in the backfield. One receiver wide to the right, or wide to the left, I should say, 2 short side right, as we get our early bearings beneath us as the handoff on first down gets to the 36-yard line. So a short gain of 1.5 yards as Brooks Lloyd, defensive end, made the tackle for Parish. So again, if you're just tuning in, we've just started the football game, and there's 11 minutes and 23 seconds in the first quarter, and already the Panthers with a 7-0 lead. But this explosive Prestonwood offense out on the field with Glass, the quarterback, who came in having passed for 1,790 yards. And Taylor in the backfield as they set up a bunch set, 3 receivers out to the right side. As now Glass looks to the sideline for the play call. Might be changing it at the line of scrimmage. Takes the snap, fires it out in the flat. It's caught by Nippon. Looking for a block. Gets out to the 40, 45, and he's got the first down all the way out to the 47-yard line as Drew Burton, the strong safety, makes the tackle for Parish. It's a gain of 11 yards.
Drew Burton flies around. He's going to be the guy in the – oh, here we go. First down means hurry up for the Lions.
Yep. I have to step on the gas here. Handoff Taylor gets from the 47 to the 48-yard line, you were saying?
That's number 0. That Drew Burton, you're going to hear his name a whole lot tonight. He plays free safety. He's the guy that's going to go center field quite a bit. So this secondary for Parish is going to be their crown jewel. Let's see if the Lions can poke holes in it.
Benjamin Rich on that last tackle as they're going to fake the handoff, and Glass with the keeper goes around the left side, gets beyond the 45 and gets hit hard right at the boundary. And here comes the flag as that's going to be a hit out of bounds by Kingston Thornton, the quarterback who got Glass right on the boundary and tattooed him into the Panther bench, and that's going to give the Lions a free 15 yards.
When's the last time you saw Lou Glass hold the ball, Donnie?
I was just about to say that. I was about to say, man, what a beautiful play call that was, because everyone expects him to hand it off to Taylor, which you should, because he's a really good running back. But Glass taking it around the corner, that's a great call for the Lions.
10 yards on the run, and then tack 15 more on top of it as Glass fakes the handoff. Now going to go downfield toward the end zone, and the pass is caught. That's a touchdown by Gio Darasaw, the junior transfer from Plano, holds that one in, 26 yards, and now the Lions are a point away from tying this one up.
David, happened right in front of me. Darasaw had a great route off the line of scrimmage and got a step. Ball was a little bit underthrown, but what an adjustment by him to jump over almost through the defender to get that touchdown. That was a great catch.
Darasaw's outstanding in terms of his athletic ability, and you might see him play a couple sides of the ball tonight, but that time playing receiver one-on-one, climbs the ladder and sits on that corner's head. And what did we say? Taylor Pettit, Kingston Thornton, that's the strength of this defense, and right there they got to poke holes in it. That's a big message after that kickoff return for a touchdown.
No doubt.
Trent Clarkson's PAT is good out of the hold of Luke Glass. Throws that touchdown pass, and now we are even Steven, 7-7. We'll catch our breath, 10-10 to go, opening quarter. More after this. You're listening and viewing Prestonwood Lion football.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Well, a quick timeout after the touchdown as the catch was fair caught. So starting from the 26-yard line, Parish will have the football, 1st and 10 in a 7-7 game. So offense already as quarterback Logan Lucero, the freshman, goes from under center, brings a man in motion from right to left, and takes the shotgun snap actually behind the line of scrimmage. Hands off, big running room near side, and up to the 50-yard line goes the running back. That was Marcus Hanisch, who gets knocked down by Luke Lineberger after a gain of 24 yards and a first down. And I apologize, folks. We have a low vantage point here. And Lucero, of course, was lined up in the shotgun formation, but one of those blockers in the backfield taken my view away, but it was a handoff and a good run.
It was, and I don't know why Hanish decided he wanted to cut it back and go up the field. He had the sideline if he wanted it because, my goodness, is he fast.
So out of the gun from the 50-yard line, Samuel Lucero handoff again, and it's Hanish who will get knocked down after a gain of about a yard and a half, as it was Tyler Pettijohn who made the tackle for the Prestonwood Lions. The offensive line, Brett DePona, Hunter Cottle, Andrew Lockey, his younger brother Aiden Lockey, and Gavin Lavelle across the front. They averaged 288 pounds when they use a tight end and stick Ian Rigg, who we also see on defense. The receiving crew, Jalen Pyle, Jonathan Phillips, and Beckham Smith, ones who normally go, but they do alternate in a lot. Second down and 8. They empty the backfield, and snap to Lucero. Here comes the pressure. Quick pass over the right side is caught down around the 42-yard line, as it was hauled in at that point by Hanish, and it was Tyler Shaw who made the tackle for Prestonwood.
That was great communication in the defensive backfield by Prestonwood when they lined the wide receiver out as the running back out as a wide receiver. They switched, even moved up the press, and that play could have been a little more dangerous. Got to gain more yards than what it did. They had great communication.
Tyler Shaw, the young man that's a sub 10-500 guy. They're trying him out on defense tonight. That time they line him up exactly where he's supposed to go. When Parish goes empty, it's quick game. They know that, so they pressed everybody, and I think that might be something they come back to.
Third and short from the 42. Samuel Lucero puts in the belly of the running back. That's Jackson McKinney, and he gets hit behind the line of scrimmage and dropped for a loss. It was Cam Pettijohn who came up for his Mike linebacker slot. That's a loss of 3 on the play, and now brings up a 4th down from the Prestonwood 45.
Jackson McKinney, he's the younger of the two backs. He's the sophomore. He usually comes in garbage time, but boy, does he clean up. He ends up going for about 100 yards every time he enters the game. He doesn't touch the ball very often. In 20 personnel, that's 2 running backs. That time he takes the ball, but my goodness gracious, Cam Pettijohn, welcome to Parish, baby.
Well, they're going to go. You would expect that from the 45, needing 5. Heavy pressure, trying to dump it off, and it's caught at the 45. There's Hanish, gets down to the 40, and he'll have the first down before he's ushered out of bounds down around the 35-yard line. Ty Gilday over on the tackle for the Lions. It's a gain of 8 and a first down.
Parish on that last play had a late substitution. And I think if the Lions would have noticed that, you could have subbed out, because you have to if they sub out on the other side. And the play clock was at 14 seconds. And maybe you could have thrown that play off a bit if you would have just ran one guy out and ran another guy on.
I think so, but as of right now, defense is holding pretty strong. These are all scripted plays. A lot of these things I haven't even seen on film yet.
First and 10 from the 37-yard line. Prestonwood side of the field, tied 7-7 early. Play clock getting down close to 0 as they change the play, and we either get a timeout called or a delay. Let's see, they got the timeout called first, so that will stop play with 6:47 to go here in quarter number 1 and a 7-7 game. Even though we've hit nearly the midway point of the quarter, Dave, I still feel like we all need to kind of catch our breath after that early opening kickoff return of 90 yards.
It's a dizzying start, Chuck.
I feel like my head's a balloon.
Been a lot of things, but you expect when these teams play, and I mentioned it, for fans that listen to the Donnie Yantis show, Coach Yantis, I said, hey, last year the 2 games defense was optional.
Effectively, and I think in a game like tonight, though, this is what you strap up your chin strap for, and this is why you do this. This is why you do the summer workouts. Everything it's for these type of games, and it's the 3 hours you have here tonight with your boys playing for a district championship effectively. And keep in mind, we mentioned it earlier, points matter in this game, and not necessarily points that you score, but points that your opponent doesn't. Especially if you're the PCA Lions.
So fresh set of downs now, first and 10 at the Prestonwood 37-yard line. Lucero takes the snap, going to be a straight keep as he runs right into a wall at the 35-yard line, making twisted down again by Cam Pettijohn, who's been possessed early, and he's been a stalwart on this Lion defense, so really a gain of only about 1.5 yards on the play.
And you don't really see Logan Lucero run much. Whenever they want to run, they bring Jonathan Phillips in, the receiver, number 3. They'll bring him in and run the RPO. It's usually not Lucero, not necessarily known for his running, but here's what you see now. They're going to leave Lucero in, flex him out as a receiver. He's leaving the pocket right now, and he's an outside receiver. They're putting Jonathan Phillips. He's the RPO back. He's back there with Marcus Hanisch. Watch them start to run a little bit of pull that counter. Here it comes.
Second down and 8. That's exactly the play they run as they bring Hanisch near side, and he gets slammed down to the turf at the 35-yard line. That was Ty Gilda again, who came up and got him for no gain on the play. So this Prestonwood defense answering the call early.
Oh, Ty Gilda, the way to get off that block and just don't get pushed back and make that tackle. He stood strong because it looked like he had a little room around the outside if he could have gotten out of his grasp, and he just didn't let it happen.
Well, really good job by this front 7, and I love Ty Gilda showing up, but really it's been this front 7. You know when number 3 is a quarterback, it's over 95% run. And when they do run with number 3, it's RPO, and that's exactly what showed up that time.
Well, they've got Hanisch in the backfield alongside of Lucero. Takes the snap, going to load, fire down the left side, and the pass is incomplete down inside the 5-yard line. The intended receiver was Beckham Smith, but pretty good coverage back there for the Lions as the defensive back, who was very careful not to get pass interference. He raised his hands, but didn't make contact. It was Luke Lineberger. Nice play by the junior.
Here's something that's interesting about Lucero is if the formation is trips at all and you're on a hash, he likes to go to the single receiver side. He has more comfortability throwing when there's a shorter field. And anytime he throws to Beckham Smith, it's a jump ball, it's a go ball. So that's exactly what Lineberger knew. He just knew, hey, I can't let him behind me, and I got to make sure that I keep everything in front of me.
Preston Gall is going to forgo a field goal attempt. It's Lucero who gets the snap on 4th down, and he's dropped at the 30-yard line. The defense steps up again. That's a gain of 4 on the play, but turning it over on downs because Jaden Morris, the nose tackle, made the stop for Prestonwood.
Any momentum you have from that opening kickoff, David, I know you said that it's not necessarily just a regular play. It's something big when you return to opening kickoff. The defense of the Lions just got that momentum back, and now they're feeling really good about themselves after that stop.
And haven't they been the glue, especially the last 2-3 games? Every time the defense needs to be called upon, they deliver, they answer.
So it's going to be first down on the second offensive possession for the Prestonwood Lions in a 7-7 ball game as Luke Glass, the quarterback, retreats back in the gun to take the snap, and he's going to hand it to Taylor, and he will follow his blocking straight ahead across the 35 and out to the 36-yard line. Going to have a gain of about 6 yards on first down.
I love how Taylor runs. It stays in front of his pads. I like to see A.J. Morrell get involved in this passing game. That's going to be something huge with matchups. Oop, looks like we got a Panther down. Maybe Rocco Bingham.
Well, this will be a good chance to meet our officials, which we had that quick start to the ball game and had to hurry and get the kickoff, which wound up being taken back 90 yards for the score by Parish. So they are out of the Dallas chapter. Let's meet our officials for tonight's game.
Jeff Wasserman, referee, Dallas.
Brandon Addis, umpire, Melissa.
Clay Sharp, headline judge, Plano.
Mac Tiggs, line judge, Cedar Hill.
Marcus Ingram, side judge, Waxahachie.
Travis Sinclair, field judge, Dallas.
Edward Carr, back judge, Prosper.
And this is one of the top crews in Dallas. You say, well, how do you know that? Well, they draft for these crews, and so you get a big game, you get a big crew. I mean, not that there's anything that's lesser for other games, but they do have those top crews for big games like this. And, of course, everyone knows the implications coming into this one. And
absolutely.
So a big game for both of these teams. Big-time officiating crew, Jeff Wasserman and his group, as we go back to play from the 35-yard line. Handoff again, coming right side with room at the 40, turning the boundary. It is Taylor who will cross the 50-yard line, and he will get up to the 46 in Parish territory. It's a gain of 18 if the play stands, but there's a marker down.
In the neighborhood of holding, I'm almost positive it is. I saw it happen. It was one of those go either ways, and one of those Parish Panthers is going to be a successful thespian, because that was one heck of an acting job, but pulled it off because that's going to back him up 10.
Yeah, and we've talked about that, David, before the game. All right, what can you do to go out and win this game? And it's not have those self-inflicted wounds.
No.
And you have a really big run to get a first down, and now you are in a bigger hole right now, 2nd and 14, to see if you can convert.
Ball marked back at the 25-yard line. Snap it to Glass. Fake the handoff. Throw the slant. It's deflected in the air and incomplete. Boy, that was dangerous as it popped out of the hands of Darisaw. It was being covered by Thornton. Fortunately, there was no trailing defensive back because that one went straight up. Could have been picked off.
One of the few times, too, where Parish played just straight man cover one. And if they played their typical zone, that ball might have been up for grabs and coming down into Red Jersey's arms.
So the clock is resting here in the first quarter in a 7-7 ball game, 4 minutes, 21 seconds. As the Lions back to the line of scrimmage, and Glass waiting on the shotgun snap. Has it, takes the handoff, now going to throw deep, down the left side, has a man behind the defense, it drops into the hands of an incomplete, looking for Tyler Shaw down around the 25-yard line. Taylor Pettit had the coverage for the Panthers. But that's one of those deep shots they take, and almost worked out because Shaw had separated.
It was close, and that was a perfect pass from Luke Glass. It fell right into the bucket. A little bit of pawn from the defensive back. Not enough of a pass interference, but Tyler Shaw will tell you over and over again, I need to catch that. It was right there in his catch radius, and he just couldn't haul it in.
And Luke Glass, nice job getting the timing down on that. His balls have gotten better, as the last few games have gone on. His deep ball especially, those have got to be hauled in.
Well, the punter is on, and that is Clarkson. Puts the foot into it, and it's going to roll down inside the 30, gets down to the 25-yard line, and it will be killed at the 23. So a nice kick there by Trent Carlson, 51 yards on the punt, as it was touched down by Trot O'Neill, and that'll give the ball back to Parish with exactly 4 minutes to go in the first quarter, and a tie ball game, 7-7. So after each of the offenses, kicking game, and then the Prestonwood offense, each registered touchdowns. First time they touched the football, the defenses answer on the next possession, and we are at a standstill right now as Parish back out for technically its second offensive possession, although they did have the opening kickoff return for the score. From the 24-yard line, managed to the backfield. Lucero takes the snap, throws quickly over on the right side. Pass is caught beyond the 30, and that is Beckham Smith, who was run out of bounds by Shaw across the way. So a nice first down pickup, as they're going to give him about 8.5 yards on the play.
It is hard to imagine, David, that Lucero is a true freshman. I was watching him in warm-ups, and his arm is pretty electric, and it feels like he has command of this Parish offense.
He certainly does. I know he's been working, really closely with Coach Novikov. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the Notre Dame walk-on quarterback, one of 2 walk-on quarterbacks ever to play in a football game for Notre Dame. That's pretty neat.
Second down and short. Here's the snap, but there's a false start before the play, so a mark-off likely coming against Parish. And again, just to kind of point out the obvious here, as you're looking at the screen, you can tell we are on the visitor side. Our film crew, of course, up above on the visitor side as well. But the referee, Jeff Wasserman, is going to be reporting to the home side. So we'll see his back, and we'll try to determine if we can, because we don't have any of the facility advancement that we have at Prestonwood, so we don't have the refs mic.
Oh, this is right up my alley, Chuck. I got you.
Donnie can tell us what's going on. Oh, boy. Second down, caught about 7 from the 26-yard line. It's going to be a quick play fake, pass over on the sideline, and it's out of bounds, incomplete, up around the 40-yard line. Again, looking for Smith. Again, Shaw in the coverage.
Notice that they're picking on Tyler Shaw. They know that he's a receiver, right? And he really does look like a little bit of kind of a baby deer the way he's walking out there. Doesn't look quite natural. But, man, you know what he is? He's a natural athlete.
Yes, he is.
And they're putting him there at corner in one of the biggest games, if not the biggest game of the season, something that might decide a district title. They're really counting on that young man, and he's really shown it on the offensive side, and now they're putting him on Beckham, who's, really, that's their second-best receiver outside of Pyle.
From the 26-yard line, third down and 7. as Lucero drops back. He's going to load, throws over the middle, and the pass is almost intercepted. An incomplete pass near midfield as it was Braden Bixler, the sophomore, with a big defensive play against Beckham Smith. Had been trying to go to him, can't dial it in. And again, this Prestonwood defense, listen to the fans on the near side.
They deserve it too, David. Bixler hit the nos to step up and almost get his hands on that pass, but kudos to the front four. They're not bringing anyone else but the front four, and they're getting pressure on Lucero to make him get rid of the ball quicker than he wants to. So this defense is playing lights out right now.
So Marcus Hanisch, the running back, punts it away, kind of a one-step pooch. Niffin tells everybody, move out of the way. Peters. Yep, he doesn't want any of the Lions to get accidentally touched by the football, but it goes out of bounds down around the 37-yard line, and that is where the Lions will have it 1st and 10 with 3 minutes and 32 seconds left to go here in quarter number 1. Well, happy to have you with us. Hope you enjoyed the pregame, the interviews with the players, getting to see the young men. And I really enjoyed it. Gabe Tyree, of course, was the latter. The former was the big left guard, Caleb Kozlowski. And then you got to see and hear Donnie Yantis. So a new look. Thanks to Alex Muirhead and our friends in the digital communications department at Prestonwood for making that happen. As on first down, they hand it off. Nice little delay move there, and Taylor is going to get beyond the 40, out near the 45-yard line. So a nifty gain of about 8.5 yards on first down.
I'd like to see back-to-back runs with Prestonwood. I think a game 7-7 where you've clawed back the momentum. I mean, just go lean on them. Just go lean on this defense and tire them out. Give them a nice long drive.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Across the 50 goes Taylor, burrowing all the way down to the 45 in Parish territory. And that's exactly what they did, David. They leaned on him 10 more yards.
Well, let's do it again, Chuck.
Well, let's see. They go out of the pistol here. Glass takes the snap. It's a handoff. Here goes Taylor. Has 5, has 10, has 15. Still digging down inside the 30, all the way down to the 26-yard line.
Keep it going.
19 yards on a running play by Taylor. Tripp Brown made the tackle. Lions right back to the line of scrimmage. Let's see if they go back to the well. They do as they hand it off to Taylor, but that time he's going to be stopped for maybe a gain of a yard on the play.
It was a bit of tough sledding last week for Taylor. Tough yards inside, and now you're seeing this offensive line use their size, that they are going to open up holes, and he's finding them, man. What a great start to this drive.
And number 22, Rocco Bingham, like he was getting subbed out. Couldn't quite get off the field. So with that hurry-up offense, with leaning on him, good things happen to you. And I think that O-line is, across the board, Vanguard, Kozlowski, Schleff, Smith, Hillhouse leaning on that Panther defense on that front seven. And, you got to hand it to William Taylor there, the wrestler.
And just got an illegal substitution on the defense.
Yep, that's a 5-yard mark off there, the penalty. And, again, that came the call came, of course, after the play. Now Glass is going to throw, fires toward the end zone, trying to make the catch. And hauling it in for the score is Gio Darasaw. What a catch! 21 yards and a touchdown for the Prestonwood Lions, and they lead it now 13-7.
If it's good the first time, why don't you do the same thing again? It was the same exact play as we saw on the first touchdown. The same exact throw, as the throw was a little bit short, and Darashaw just climbed the ladder once again to get it off the defender's back. What a great catch again.
Too much of a good thing is a great thing. I love that ball by Luke Glass. He's found his touch, and he's really finding something there with Darasaw. And what a perfect time to do so.
Trent Clarkson on for the PAT, trying to make it a 7-point game. Kick is up, and it is good. Well, if you want a highlight of that catch, it used to be on Monday Night Countdown. I think now it's on the NFL Network. Definitely, you got mossed, and it counts for 6. Timeout on the field. We'll take a break. With 2:21 to go in the first quarter, Prestonwood 14 and Parish 7. Mormon Lion football continues after this timeout.
From the long-lasting and reliable heating and cooling systems we send out the door, to the friendly and knowledgeable dealers who go the extra mile. With a no-hassle replacement limited warranty, you can trust Comfort Maker to deliver outstanding service and performance, keeping you a step ahead with advanced technology and exceptional comfort. To find a Comfort Maker dealer, visit comfortmaker.com.
14-7 Lions on top as Clarkson puts the foot into it, takes it down to the 5-yard line where it is taken there and returned back out to the 15 and now to the 17. And that's the end of the line for the return man for Parish as Bixler was on the tackle. And it'll be a first down and 10 yards to go for Parish at that point, as it was Grayson Bowers who returned that kickoff. And now Prestonwood defense to come back out and see if they can continue to maintain what has been kind of momentum for the Lions at this point, as now they go with Jonathan Phillips to the Panthers on first down and 10 from the 18-yard line. And he hands it off, running play. It's Hanish trying to find the right side. Instead, he gets strung out and dropped for a yard gain. It was Tyler Shaw and Ty Gilday each on the tackle. And again, this Prestonwood defense, in the 3 weeks that we've shown them, this is by far the most energized they've been.
Well, and wipe a tear out of my eye, because that people in college don't know how to play the RPO as good as they just did right there. And everyone stayed home. Everyone knew exactly who they had to get to. I love to see Tyler Shaw. Probably doesn't know any better at this point, coming from his corner spot to lay a lick up there with Ty Gilday. And now they have to go back to Logan Lucero and Marcus Hanish. Back to the passing game it goes.
Lucero takes the snap, going to fire over the middle, and it was incomplete. He was trying to find Jalen Pyle, who was yapping at the officials, saying, I need a penalty call, as Gilday
might have got it too, because I thought I saw, I mean, they were both getting handsy. I think that in that case, Ty goes to receiver as well. I suppose.
This may be offsetting though, fellas. I think there's going to be an illegal shift on the offense also.
Probably
flag dropped right at the line of scrimmage and then one in the secondary.
Okay, Jonathan Phillips maybe doing his motion out, maybe went towards the line of scrimmage a little bit. So, hey, run it back, baby.
Scoring drive went 4 plays, 63 yards, took 1 minute and 11 seconds just a moment ago on that 21-yard scoring pass from quarterback Luke Glass to Gio Darasaw, who's been really good so far in the ball game, as they went to that well twice, as we mentioned, and it has worked out for the Lions as they set the ball down after all that, right back where it started the 19-yard line, as Phillips comes back into the game now, and he'll be in that Wildcat-type quarterback formation with Hanish in the backfield. Now he sends him out to the
QB draw
right side. See what they do is they take the snap. That's exactly what it's going to be. And the quarterback draw, and he shakes a tackle and gets down the boundary and is bumped out of bounds across the way as coming over to knock him out. Looked like that was Bixler who was over there. It's a gain of 11 yards on the play.
You know, it's really one of those things that they're trying to find. Parish is trying to find their spark, and they're going with Jonathan Phillips at that quarterback, trying to get him involved in the run game. He provides it. I think that this game isn't going to be too big for Logan Lucero. He's already played in big games, but this defense, this front seven, is something he has not seen yet.
First and 10 from the 30. Give it on a handoff to Hanish. He's met right at the line of scrimmage. Got a whole bunch of Lions in there in the middle. Getting up off the bottom of the pile was Jaden Morris in the nose tackle position. Josh Bingard up from his linebacker spot. We haven't introduced Tyree, Morris, and Brownstein. The front three for the Lions: Kyler Pettijohn, Josh Bingard, Cam Pettijohn, Tyler Gilday, the linebackers, Luke Lineberger, and Gio Darasaw alternating with Tyler Shaw at the corner position, as it's Hollins and Bixler at the safeties. Here's the snap to Lucero, flips it out in the flat left side, looking for a block, getting it, and with running room, nicely up the field goes Beckham Smith as he crosses the 50-yard line into Prestonwood territory to the 45. That's a 24-yard burst before Gabe Tyree, who you heard on the pregame show, made the tackle, and there's an injured man down as well.
It's Ty Gilder that's down.
It's Ty Gilder.
You don't want to see him out for any extended period of time.
And the flag came in pretty late, so I'm thinking it's going to be a face mask on the offense.
So that might still be a first down, yet they'll back him up.
Well, I didn't see that, Dottie. Was that a face mask or hands to the face?
I believe it was a personal foul face mask, but he's going to make the call here. But I'm pretty sure that's what I saw.
Well, and
that's why because it came in late because Gilder went down, and I'm thinking that he was the one that got the face mask pulled.
You can hear a church mouse here in this stadium now with Ty Gilda being there. I know that he's moving around. I just think that it looked like he was grabbing towards his lower body, and you know, even Coach Yantis is out there to help the man up. There we go.
Well, he's got to come off under his own power to the near sideline. He's got a little bit of a limp there. Looks like ankle might be looked at. And it was a personal foul called.
Yeah, Siler Cook on the face mask.
Yeah, Siler Cook on the face mask. I didn't mean personal foul. I meant it was actually parroting what Mr. Washington was telling us. Again, it's just funky when he's reporting to the far side, and I'm staring at the back, kind of listening along.
Staring at the R.
Yeah, exactly. right, exactly. Makes us miss Prestonwood. We'll be home, and we'll be next week for the 25-yard line. Rolling to throw. Pass caught over on the right sideline, but quickly the defense on top of Beckham Smith, and they'll knock him down for a gain of about 5 on the play is Joe Palmer, who has been a demon on special teams the last couple of games, in on that tackle for Prestonwood.
Valuable reps last week against Legacy, and now he comes in for Ty Gilday. I'm not sure anyone can replace Ty Gilday, but if there is one man who can, it's Joe Palmer. He was all over the field last week.
31 seconds left in the first quarter. Clock stopped as that play went out of bounds. So good start for this one. 14-7, Prestonwood leading, and a chance now with a 3rd down and 11 to force Parish to turn the football over, but now they're changing the time. They want to readjust. There is one scoreboard here at the stadium, and we have to peer. They're making another adjustment. We have to peer around
it's the end of the first quarter.
The end. Okay, well, I guess that's the end of the quarter. Forget what I said. The clock was not correct.
Y'all don't understand. Chuck's been craning his neck all the way back around to like a 7 o'clock angle to try to get this scoreboard in his sights.
I promise you, I'm not crazy. It said 21.
No, it did. It actually did say 21.
Okay, well, I don't want to miss the start of the second, so we're going to hold it right here with Prestonwood on top, 14-7. Chuck Kelly, David Stoltzman. The tickets, Donovan Lewis down on the sidelines here on the Smurf turf. And we play on the campus of Parish Episcopal at Gloria Snyder Stadium, where a big crowd has turned out for this one, particularly the Prestonwood fans here on the near side. They've pretty much filled up the opposing bleachers. And, man, the excitement in this game. And you know, coming in, you hear so much about Parish, so much of the buildup and the 6 straight trips to the state championship.
Almost mythical.
Yeah,
you don't
really
even know. What do you tell your kids? I mean, if you're Coach Yantis, well, you just got to mute it out. You have to believe in yourself and relish the opportunity to go knock the giant out of his beanstalk.
3rd down and 11 as we come back to play to start quarter number 2. Logan Lucero, the freshman quarterback, takes the snap, makes a quick handoff. Now he's going to fire it over to the left side. It's intercepted, picked up by Lineberger. Brings it back down to the 40. Turns right inside the 30. He's to the 25 and finally brought down there. But a huge turnover as Luke Lineberger, the junior, picked up that pass from Lucero. And now the Lions with the ball deep in Panther territory.
David, Jalen Powell, his favorite receiver, was double teamed on the, I'm turning the opposite way, I'm sorry, on my left side. So he wanted to go to the other side to make sure to see if he could complete that. And what a great defensive scheme built up for from the Lions on that play. Then that ball, but didn't even have a chance to be completed.
You're so right, Donnie. And you don't even have to outthink the room sometimes. And that's what Coach Yantis said. He goes, you know, we're just going to double pile. And you know what? Why wouldn't you? No one's done it so far this year, at least effectively. And that time they did.
1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. They're going to hand it off to Taylor, who will dial right up the middle and get about 4 yards on the play before he's brought off his feet. So a great chance here for the Lions, starting again deep in Panther territory. If they could take a 2-score lead here, you talk about that game within the game, it'd be a excellent momentum early for the Lions. They're going to try another handoff to Taylor, and he will be hit right at the line of scrimmage. I'm not sure if he got anything there as that tackle was made by Ian Rigg. First quarter statistics, by the way, team numbers, PCA, 113 total yards, 55 rushing, 58 through the air. Parish held to only 68 yards of total offense, 42 on the ground, and 26 through the air. Well, a third down and a long 6 as they'll bring a man in motion. That's Niffen, and snap to the quarterback, glass handoff, big running room, inside the 15, down to the 10 goes the running back, Braden Bixler, and that is a first down, gain of 12 on the play for the fantastic sophomore.
What a smart call. What a smart call just to put it in the belly of lightning as Thunder got you in that position.
So now a first and goal to go situation. Down to the 9-yard line. They keep Bixler in at the running back position. So the Lions knocking on the door here again with a 7-point lead early, trying to extend it. They move Morial over to block on the right side, handoff to Bixler, and he will put his head down and get inside the 10, down near the 5-yard line. So give him a gain of about 4 as Trip Brown was on the tackle for the Panther defense. Again, they moved A.J. Morial over there to that tight end position, give him a little extra blocking. They come right back now to the line of scrimmage on a second down and goal. They're going to hand it again. Bixler, he's got a huge hole, and he scores a touchdown. Into the end zone goes Bixler as Brown was there trying to stop him at the goal line. It's a 6-yard run for Braden Bixler, who picks up TD number 5 on the year for him. And now Prestonwood has extended its lead. It's now 20-7.
David, that's a big boy drive from Prestonwood, from PCA right there. Let the offensive line just buckle up the chin strap and move that defensive line forward, and your running back's going to find that hole. That's very impressive.
Not only that, I love how the defense is playing with jet fuel, and they're just in such a flow state right now. I feel like they can do no wrong. I mean, but you got to steal possessions against a team like this, and now you have the opportunity to hold them down.
PAT by Trent Clarkson up and good. We will take time out with 9:53 remaining here in quarter number 2. Our new score becomes Prestonwood 21 and Parish 7. We'll have more when Lion football continues after these messages.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Kickoff comes down to the 5-yard line, brought back up the left side with the running room. Jalen Pyle will finally be brought down, but not until he gets out beyond the 30-yard line. We'll see where they put it down. It looks like the 32 as Tyler Shaw was on the tackle. That scoring drive for Prestonwood goes 5 plays, 24 yards, took 1 minute and 55 seconds, and the 6-yard touchdown run by Braden Bixler. And the PAT by Clarkson has now given the Lions a 14-point cushion. And Ty Gilday, who was injured just a moment ago, you see him back out in that number 48 familiar spot at linebacker position, is in the game. That's good news. Is on first down, they'll try to dial a handoff up the middle, and it's going to be a gain of about 5 yards on the play for Marcus Hanisch as Cam Pettijohn was on the stop for Prestonwood.
Oh, and Hanisch gets up a little gimpy, and Jackson McKinney is by far and away more prepared than anybody else to come in and play. But, man, that's a gigantic blow for this Parish team that's found themselves down 14 to this stingy Lion team. And McKinney, again, he's good, but Hanisch is one of the leading rushers in all of TAPS right now.
881 yards coming into this game, averaging 8 yards every time he touches the football. He has 6 100-yard or more games this season and 12 touchdowns, but Hanish being helped to the sideline, so it's going to be McKinney's game now. The sophomore comes into the backfield. Jonathan Phillips will now come in at quarterback. And they'll put 2 receivers either side. On second down, about 5.5 yards to go. Snap to Phillips. And it's a little zone read action. He'll keep it around the left side. Gets knocked down short of the first down as he got minimal yardage out near the 38-yard line. It was Ty Gilday. How about that? Right back in there to make the tackle on Phillips.
Very disciplined from this Lions defense so far, because like David's been saying, you know what's going to happen when Jonathan Phillips is in the game. It's going to be an RPO, and most likely he's going to keep it. And they are staying in their lanes and not allowing him to get outside any.
And now they put in their Buffalo package, their heavy package. That's why you go safeties out, 2 tackles in. You leave your corners out there to cover the 2 guys. You have no help behind you. And Jonathan Phillips is thrown a couple times on film, but all it takes is 1.
Third down and a couple of yards. They snap it. Going to be the quarterback draw straight ahead. He got hit. Might have got a face mask, but he gets tackled at the 40-yard line. That's short of what he needed for the first down. I thought I saw his head.
It is face mask. It's going to be a face mask.
There is a flag down. Okay. Pettijohn credited with the stop. But, yeah, I thought I saw as he started to run, his head got yanked back. And
well, he was looking through his ear hole trying to get a first down, so something had to have happened.
Well, it would have been 4th down and short. Instead, they're going to mark it to the 45-yard line.
And that's not something that's going to turn the tide of a game, but you're giving them a conversion at that point. And those little drops in the bucket end up filling that bucket up. So if you're the defense, you've been playing fantastic all night. You just got to play a little cleaner. That's it. Everything else couldn't be more perfect up to this point.
So instead of 4th and short, it's now 1st and 10 at the Prestonwood 45-yard line. Listen to the Lion fans. Here is the snap to Phillips, puts it in the belly of the running back. That's Hanish, who's back in the game, and he will scamper inside the 45 down to the 42. Give him about 3 on the play. Colt Hillhouse in at the nose tackle position. And on that tackle.
And you've kind of caught Parish reeling a little bit. This time, Lucero's not even in the game. I see him on the sideline next to Coach. And they're going to stay in that heavier Buffalo package. Now, mind you, they brought in two heavy guys, the Lions did. There's no help over top. There's no safety, except for maybe 1.
Second down and 7, snap it to Phillips. Going to go deep over on the left sideline, and the pass down at the 15 is incomplete, intended for Jalen Pyle, but Luke Lineberger put a big pop on him, separated him from the football. An incomplete pass will bring up 3rd down.
Donnie, tell us about the technique there.
Yeah, it was really good on Lineberger's part. He was running with him, and he could look in the receiver's eyes. He wasn't looking around at the ball, but he knew the ball was being pretty close, and at first looked like he was going to go up and grab him by his shoulder pass, but he didn't. The receiver had it in his hands, and he just jawed it loose. That was perfect technique, and I know probably the other side wanted to get a flag, but it was a good no call.
Oh, man, it was outstanding defense up against a guy who's highly touted, Luke Lineberger, answering the bell.
Parish 0 for 5 on 3rd down tries. Here is the snap, heavy pressure. He gets rid of it over on the sidelines as Lucero is caught at the 37 by Siler Cook, but immediately he's knocked out of bounds. And that is going to be a gain of about 5 yards on the play, and it'll bring up another 4th down.
Siler Cook. A fantastic tackle by Lineberger on that play to stop him short of the 1st down.
What's interesting, fellas, is they were picking on Tyler Shaw earlier. Now they're trying to pick on Luke Lineberger. I'd go back to Shaw if I had my choice, only because he's brand new, but because Shaw has been playing so great at his corner, you're forced to go after Luke Lineberger, and so far that young man doesn't even need safety help over top.
And it's just cover 1.
He's locking it down.
Only 1 safety. He's out there by himself.
Here is the snap. De Lucero going to keep it around the right side, and he will get inside the 35-yard line, get down to the 33, and he'll get the 1st down.
He just followed behind Andrew Lockey on that play and said, just give me some room. I'm going to get just enough and use his height to reach and get that 1st down.
So they spot the ball now at the 33. Clock continuing to roll. We're down to 6:25 until halftime. 21-7 Prestonwood on top. As Phillips now in the game at the quarterback position.
Heavy package.
Got the big boys in front. As Prestonwood set 6 across the defensive front. Handoff Hanish bounces outside left, trying to turn the corner. There's a marker down as he gets inside the 20, down to around the 18-yard line. Lineberger was on the tackle for Prestonwood. It's going to be a gain of 15, but now let's check the flag.
Yeah, they're going to get Powell for holding, I do believe. Jalen Powell on the outside.
And Pyle, I had a compliment locked and loaded because I was watching in the entire play because it was the only thing there. There's no safeties over top, so if you can work the outside like Hannish tried to do and you can break free, oh boy, it's Katie bar the door. But Luke Lineberger fought for his life just to get on the other side of Pyle, and Pyle thought that he might have had the block, but Luke Lineberger just scampered by him. I think Jalen Pyle's a little bit frustrated with
he was
what
incredulous
Lineberger's doing.
about that call.
He's losing his mind. Well, he got a call earlier that was a go either way, and that time it gets evened up.
Well, they'll move it back. First down at about 6. The little swing pass caught by Beckham Smith, but he's met immediately by Tyler Shaw. Has had a pretty good game from that quarterback position. And that will basically be no gain on the play.
And you know what else, David? They have Lineberger and the safety Hollins over top on Powell. So he may be a bit frustrated right now because they're not even looking his way because he's getting double teamed at the line of scrimmage.
Beckham Smith has probably got 8 targets all year. He's gotten 8 targets this game because you just can't go to him. I think Siler Cook's going to have to step up if anybody else.
Lucero takes the snap, fires deep left side. A marker is down as the incomplete pass down around the pylon at the goal line. Again, looking for Smith, Shaw in the coverage, but a big flag coming.
It's either going to be holding or pass interference on Shaw. You can see it. He had a jersey tug. I just don't know which one they're going to call.
How do you describe that release, being a defensive guy that you are, having played linebacker at TCU? You've seen your share of hurlers, but how about Lucero, the way he gets rid of that football?
It's definitely trained. He's got thousands of reps already under his belt, even at the age of 14, 15. His release is very fast. I think if I were scouting him, I would say that his deep ball kind of flutters on him a little bit. But his quick game inside of 10 yards, he can make every throw.
It was a pass interference now for the 15. He'll swing a pass in the flat, and it is caught there by Hannish, but immediately Tyler Shaw jumps on him, so that'll keep the gain negligible. He might have gotten a yard on the play, as Bronstein also in there for the Lions.
See why they're trying him out on the outside of the corner. Man, he can tackle, and they're tackling really well tonight. They are not letting anyone loose and getting those extra yards.
Well, Parish is fighting like mad to get something going. This drive has just been so, I feel, taxing to them. It's not been easy. Draw again.
Yep, got to be the quarterback drawing straight ahead inside the 15-yard line. But look at that Lion defense. There's about 3 of them, led by Cam Pettijohn, his brother Kyler Pettijohn, and a couple other friends along for the ride. Ty Gilday, one of those.
When they line up trips on the outside, I don't know why they don't have their regular quarterback in, Lucero. Now they're going to do it, but they're not going to line Powell up outside. They're going to allow him to line up by himself and get double teamed. They're essentially taking him out of the game themselves.
3rd down and 5. Here's the snap, handoff. Big running room. Here comes Hannish to the goal line, and he will walk in for the touchdown. Marcus Hannish, who Parish fans had a scare earlier when he was injured for a moment. He came right back in the game with the next snap with a nifty run around end and gets it into the end zone to pull the Panthers after a 10-yard run within 8 points with the PAT to come at 21-13.
Well, David, I will say I'm eating those words, so I'm full. So
okay, good. Full belly now.
Preston Gall on for the point after attempt. Out of the hold of Drew Burton. The kick is up and good. And we'll take timeout on the field with 3 minutes, 49 seconds remaining until halftime. Our new score, Prestonwood 21 and Parish 14. Lion football continues after this timeout.
Storm damage? Don't wait until it's too late. At Up to Date Roofing, we bring top quality craftsmanship, honest pricing, and fast service to protect what matters most, your home. From repairs to full replacements, we keep your roof and your home up to date. Call us today and stay covered, rain or shine. Up to Date Roofing, keeping you covered no matter the weather.
Are you injured or in pain and not sure what to do? Schedule a complimentary injury screening and talk to our physical therapists at Vista PT to see if physical therapy is right for you. No prescription or referral is needed.
And 11 plays, 68-yard drive, taking almost half of the second quarter, 5 minutes, 56 seconds. And the 10-yard scoring run by Marcus Hanisch has Parish back within 7 at 21-14. Junior Niffen and Luke Lineberger back to return the kick, which is going to go into and out of the end zone off the foot of Preston Gall. So it'll be first down and 10 for Prestonwood from its own 25-yard line. I want you to stick around for our halftime report brought to you by Aquaterra. You know the drill. We're going to recap the first half, and then we have a special guest interview coming up, and it's very timely. You're thinking of some other sports that might be just about to start as we get to the end of November, looking toward November. Yeah, special guest coming up, and we'll be previewing a lot of cool things happening at Prestonwood at the intermission. Well, the Lions from the 25-yard line on 1st and 10 are going to go to the ground on first down, and it will be a straight handoff that goes to Taylor, and he will get out to the 27-yard line, it looks like, before Benjamin Rich makes the tackle from his end position. Give him the 28, give him 3 on the play. Now back to the line of scrimmage. He lines up beside Glass, as you see there in the backfield, and they hand it off to him. And he'll try to come around the left side, has a big seam, gets across the 35, drags a tackler to the 40, and all the way to the 45-yard line. It was Drew Burton that went for a ride as William Taylor goes for 17 yards and a first down. Back to the line they go.
And Parish is really, they're doing a shell defense, which is what you give up the run. So what's Parish going to, or what's Prestonwood going to do? They're going to keep running.
And they do it as they hand it back off to Taylor, and he will get another 5+ as he crosses the 50 into Panther territory. Give him a gain of 7 to the 48. It's actually between the 48 and 49, but give him 7.
Sticking with man under.
And here's the snap to Glass, and he fakes the handoff, and he's going to keep it around the right side, looking for a block. Shoos a defender away and gets to the sideline and gets out of bounds. This time he doesn't get cratered into the Parish bench. He'll be a gain of 4 yards, and it's going to be good for a Lion first down.
Drew Burton had a shot at it, but he ran into a telephone pole that was sticking off of number 12's body. Man, the savvy running by Luke Glass tonight. That's the thing on film. If you watch film, you go, okay, he's never going to pull it. Tonight he's pulled it twice on RPO, and he's picked up big gains in the meantime. From the
44-yard line, this time he's going to let the running back do the work, and it's only going to be a couple of yards for Taylor, as it was Oliver Bickle who was in from his free safety position. Actually, it was Bixler who snuck into the running back position.
They're going to keep at it, I think, and now they're finally loosening up a little bit. They might start to roll to cover 3 to bring an extra safety in the box. That's a comfort zone for Parish.
A little inside pop pass as they'll get it in the hands of Niffen as he comes around to the left sideline and gets to the 40-yard line, down to the 38 before Kingston Thornton gets him out of bounds. That'll bring up a third down, and that is one guy who's been very quiet in this ball game, David.
He's just not in the game plan tonight, and that's okay, because what's been working tonight, it's the big offensive line and it's the running game. You haven't seen many passes at all except for deep balls just to keep the defense honest.
2 catches, 14 yards for Niffen so far in the game. On 3rd down and 6, a flag before the play starts, and it's going to be a false start.
You can't have that.
No, you can't.
Well, a 3rd and 6 becomes a 3rd and 11. 4 penalties for 45 yards against this Prestonwood team that had a slew last week. And they managed to avoid most of the damage this evening, but at a particular time kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit, and they'll be marched back to the 44-yard line.
Deep ball's open if they want it.
Off that left side hash, start Niffen in motion. Here's Glass with the football to kind of dump it off over the middle. It's Morial, breaks a tackle, gets inside the 40, gets down to the 38-yard line.
A little tight end screen, David, and they played it cool because Luke Glass had the defender right in his face. Hunter Caudill was right in his face, and he just calmly side-armed it right to his receiver to get that gain.
You know, Luke Glass isn't a perfect quarterback, but one thing he has in spades is patience and his calm. He can stare down a blitz all day long, take one in the chops just as long as he gets his guy the ball. It's one of the qualities in a quarterback you just can't teach.
Well, a huge play here on 4th and 4 and a timeout called as they want to get this one set with 1:50. Oh, it's the
2-minute timeout.
2-minute timeout. See if there was another scoreboard here, and we could see it down on the end. Again, I feel like a pelican at the beach.
Chuck Scott, it's either Braille or messenger pigeon he's trying to get from the scoreboard tonight because he cannot even, no one can see it.
There is. We're telling the truth, folks. I don't know if our cameras could get a shot, but it's down to our left. There's only one scoreboard here. Of course, at Prestonwood, you have the big one in the south end zone, and then at the north on the building, you have the others. So, fans, either way you're going, you can see the scoreboard, the clock, and all that. But yeah, here there's only one.
Well, I see it perfectly fine, Chuck.
I'll bet you do.
Yes, I do. Well, next time I'll do something that you're used to. I'll send a raven. You're used to those messages. I'll send a raven.
That'll work. Well, let's see what they dial up here from the 38-yard line. This is a huge play.
This is big. This is really, really big. You get the ball out of the first half. You get this first down, you can whittle that clock down, and even if you score, do the Bill Belichick turnaround and get a little separation.
Josh Bengard is in the game at a tight end. I bring an extra blocker in there, extra beef over on the left side on 4th down and 5 as Glass brings Shaw in motion. It's that little pop pitch again. Now he gets room around the 35. It's the first down, 30 inside the 25 to the 20, and first down to the 19-yard line goes Tyler Shaw on that little pitch pass. That's his 15th catch of the year, and it goes for 19 yards before Thornton made the tackle.
And I even love the hurry up here. They're sticking in this 12 personnel because they know that the Parish defense has a heavy personnel out there.
Just inside the 20-yard line, they're going to hand it off and trying to find room is Bixler, and he breaks a couple of tackles. Well, he's a gutty little runner. Not exactly scatterboo, but, he has that same kind of mentality. Tackle made by Brown.
Really nice
just
job.
probably half the body, but yes.
10 times the heart, man. I got to say, Bixler has been so much fun to watch on both sides of the ball, but the spark that he gives and the break that he gives to freshen up William Taylor, not that the wrestler needs it. He's in insane shape, but, when you get fresh legs out there behind this offensive line, man, it's just something to watch. I got to go back to that first down play. Really nice call by Coach Yantis. They crowded the box, Parish did, and man, nobody was outside. You can't beat speed, baby.
10th play of the drive for the 17. They hand it off to Taylor, and he will bang down inside the 15-yard line. He will get close to the 13, it looks like. Got to keep an eye on the clock now as we're down to 48 seconds and running.
I think they're playing it perfectly, Chuck. They know how to get up to the line of scrimmage if they need to run a play. Just make sure Parish doesn't get this ball after this drive, no matter what.
Same formation as the 4th down.
3rd down and 3. They're 1 of 3 on 3rd down tries. As the snap goes to Glass, they do a little pitch pass again. Shaw breaks the tackle inside the 10, gets down inside the 5, and he will finally be brought down a couple of yards short of the goal line. It'll stop the clock with 24 seconds remaining until halftime. In fact, they're going to stop it all the way. It was to move the chains, but now Prestonwood is going to call a timeout as Trip Brown made that tackle. But again, the ingenuity of this offense, it's looked really good.
Well, and Brooks Lloyd, the young man who's one of the Twin Towers out there on that defensive line for Parish, he's got an 82-inch wingspan and a 35-inch vertical, long, athletic. He's a specimen-type player. He read it perfectly. He saw that formation. He saw Shaw come in motion. He played it perfectly, but Shaw ran right through his chest like a man possessed. And so you got to give him points for the heart there. Shaw has been playing one of the best games I've seen in a long time by a Lion.
Lion fans, if you were out at homecoming last week, you saw the renovation at the Lion Stadium Plaza, and a lot of the thanks for that goes to Aquaterra. They'll bring you the halftime show coming up shortly. Generous renovation by Aquaterra, featuring the new plants and the lighting, and it's made the space look beautiful. Really appreciate the partnership on Lion football as we come back to play now. A first down and goal to go situation right at the 2-yard line. The quarterback, Luke Glass, is in the shotgun as they've got Pettijohn both Pettijohns, as a matter of fact, in there. The Buffalo package, right?
That's right.
Yeah, they're trying to get 27 seconds put on the clock. Right now it says 23, Chuck.
Okay, trying to short. Well, thanks for looking
I was just
at the clock.
I know you couldn't see it, so I just wanted to let you know.
It would take a pass for me to see it. I'm glued on the field right now.
And the referee is pretty adamant about 27 because he is not going to go back into the line of scrimmage until he sees a 2-7 on the scoreboard.
How's that Smurf turf working out for you, Don?
You know what? Every now and then I feel like I'm going to take a dive off of it, maybe take my shirt off like I'm in a hot tub or something. And nobody wants to see that.
No.
So,
We've heard about that legendary backstroke. I thought you were tired.
Well, they're waiting until they get the time set, so everyone's just kind of standing around.
And he has
King's
his
X.
hands behind his back also. Chuck is patiently waiting for the clock operator to get it to 27. Oh, we're at 26.
Almost there.
Almost. One more.
Take another second to get it there.
Well, they're going to negotiate this one.
We're going to go with it. First and goal to go for the 2-yard line. Glass takes the snap. Handoff, running play, and hit short of the line of scrimmage. Matter of fact, losing a yard on the play was the carrier, Kyler Pettijohn. And now it's going to have to call timeout as Benjamin Rich made the tackle. The Lions have to burn another timeout.
Great play by Rich.
And the clock kept going, so they're going to have to adjust that also. They need to get on that now to adjust it now because it did keep going.
Remainder of the half, the clock will be kept on the field. We have 19 seconds left.
Okay, 19 seconds left. He just said that after halftime, the time will be kept on the field. He's fed up with the clock operator
He
right
said
now.
that's enough.
Jeff Wasserman, I love that. Just saying, look, if we have to do this every time, we're going to do it for you.
Tell me you're a control freak without telling me you're a control freak.
Well, just the dad who's just tired of the kid messing up,
It's a Thursday.
Thursday night football has turned into a doozy, 21-14. What a huge score this would be for the Lions going into halftime. Thank you for joining us tonight. Man, it's been a beauty. 2 more regular season games coming up after this. And then playoff time for Prestonwood as the Lions huddling and come right to the line of scrimmage on a 2nd down and goal from the 3. Snap to the Glass. Handoff, trying to dig straight ahead. Pettijohn, he's dragging a tackler toward the goal line. He is stopped short of the goal line, and with 15 seconds to go, the clock is stopped, and we get a timeout called.
Coach Antis got a timeout for sure.
Using its third and final timeout.
7 seconds. That was the 3rd and final timeout for Prestonwood.
So there are 7 seconds left, Chuck.
Not 15, as it says on the clock.
Right.
Drew Burton on the tackle for Parish. Great play by that young man from his safety spot. I really like it's. I like this package. A really nice way to fight by Pettijohn. I really thought on second effort he might have got over, but ball seems to be placed, on the 1/2 yard line. And
so now here's the strategy. You have no timeouts. There are 7 seconds left. Conventional wisdom will tell you to pass it so you can have an opportunity to kick a field goal if you don't get it. Do you try to surprise them at the 1 yard line and see if you can run that thing in? This is a very important call that Coach Antis has to make right now.
I think so, and I'm curious to see the personnel he comes out in. Everyone huddled on offense now. Well, they're running the Buffalo package back out there again.
That's the big boys.
They might have one pass that they practice out of this that's a play action or a naked boot. I'd love to see
the
either of
Pettijohn's
those.
Alongside the quarterback Glass, and they're going to hand it off
Wow.
to Pettijohn. He stopped short of the goal line. And with 1 second left, I think that's going to be the end of the half right there as they handed Pettijohn, but it was Drew Burton that came knifing in, and that's the end of the first half of play. What a weird end to what has been an absolutely fabulous start to this ballgame for Prestonwood, but they left 7 points perhaps on the board right there, off the board, I should say.
That's a wild beginning and a wild end for Parish. They started with the kickoff return and ended it with the goal line stand.
We got a weird start. We got a weird middle. We even have a weird clock, gentlemen. It's one of those shift the game to Thursday, strange feelings. But if you're a Lions fan, you couldn't be more proud of your defense, number one, and you couldn't be more proud of your offense and what they've been able to dial up and keeping that powerful offensive Parish off the field.
And realizing that they get the ball back in the second half, they touch it first, so you can just say, you know what, I get it. We understand disappointed you didn't get a touchdown. Let's do this thing all over again in the second half when we get the ball and keep this thing going.
Well, the Lions heading to the locker room with the lead, which for some people that might be a little bit of a surprise, but not Prestonwood fans, because they expected big things, and so far so good as we hit the break. 21-14, Prestonwood on top. We'll take a timeout here. When we return, the Aquaterra halftime show coming up. We'll have first half recap, special guest interview, and more. You're listening to Prestonwood Lion football from Metro Sports Communications. More after this timeout.
They say few things stand the test of time. Because to stand among, and to stand with, to stand in, and to stand firm, comes down to what you stand for. So we are workers unashamed of the truth, and leaders led by our Creator. We are servants with an eternal perspective. In heart, in mind, in action. We believe that reaching higher starts by going deeper, and that longevity isn't achieved alone. We believe that reverence for God is the foundation of wisdom. That champions out there are established in here. It strengthens how we lead, how we invest, how we serve, and how we love. Because that which stands the test of time has a foundation that cannot be moved. Prestonwood Christian Academy, established for life.
Welcome to PCA Lions Halftime Report. Brought to you by Aquaterra Outdoors, Texas's premier outdoor living, landscape, and pool design experts. Now back to the stadium for the Lions Halftime Report. Welcome to PCA Lions Halftime Report. Brought to you by Aqua.
They say few things stand the test of time. Because to stand among, and to stand with, to stand in,
21-14 at the half as we welcome you back to Snyder Stadium, home of the Parish Panthers, as Prestonwood leading at the intermission. We welcome you to the Aquaterra halftime report as we talk about the first half of what has gone on so far. It's been great news for the Lions on a Thursday night. And again, if you are just kind of getting word or somebody called you and said, hey, the game's on, turn it on, what are we doing? Well, there is a threat of heavy storms coming tomorrow, and not that people are being chicken little, but I mean, you don't want to get into, especially a big game like this, have a lightning delay, because you understand if there's a strike within, 8-10 miles, then you have to stop for 30 minutes. You don't want to, warm up back and forth and all that. So they just said, let's do the smart thing. Let's play on Thursday night, and that's where we are. Chuck Kelly, David Stolzman here in the booth. Donovan Lewis will rejoin us here shortly, but I don't know, Dave. Balance what we just saw there with Prestonwood, again, leaving 7 points on the field versus what otherwise was an outstanding first half.
And we spoke on it, our crew here. We prognosticated on it with do they pass there? With time ticking down, no timeouts, and it's third down, you effectively have at least a field goal in your back pocket. You might want to see a throw there, but I think Coach Antis might have thought, hey, look, we know what we have. We're going to go get it. And, he tried to go for 7 and forego 3. So I think that it won't really come back to haunt him with the way that this team is playing tonight. The Lions are so prepared. And what's telling me that how prepared they are is everything I'm seeing Parish do, it's exactly what they've done on film. Nothing is different. Everything is the same formations, the same plays out of those formations, save the first drive that they had where they threw the occasional screen pass. They're working Pyle off the ball so that he can't be pressed. Other than that, it's 95% the exact same. And this defense, man, it brings a tear to my eye how beautiful that they are playing, giving their offense chance after chance. The massive interception by Lineberger. Outstanding job, and credit the D-line on that one for putting pressure on Lucero, the freshman. But, yeah, the freshman for the Panthers has made freshman mistakes. But I have to say what you needed to do is come out, way game, perennial powerhouse, punch them right in the face, and then you have to hold them down because this is not necessarily familiar territory if you're a Parish Panther. But for PCA, I'm liking what I'm seeing. They're extremely aggressive. They've gone for it on fourth down. They've gotten it, and just all around an A+. And I'll give them an A. A couple things that left out there that they could clean up, of course. But no, I'm really liking what I'm seeing, and right now it's all Lions.
Of course, the irony to what you said about punching him in the face is the opening kickoff returned 90 yards the other way, speaking of punches. But from that, and you kind of made fun of me because I said, it's just like a scoring drive, no big deal. And that's exactly what happened. Prestonwood took it and said, okay, we're going to take it down the field. It was 7-7, and everybody forgot about that kickoff return.
What a testament to your coaching, number one, and to your leadership, number two. Nobody panicked. And in a game like this, again, this opponent, that does say something. You're right. And what you want to do is you want to see how your team reacts to that, and they've reacted like pros. They say, hey, not a big deal. We'll go out there. We'll go drive down and score a touchdown. Defense says, we'll get the ball back for you, then y'all can go score again. So the responses have been what I would be most proud of if I was a Lions fan.
Yep, it has looked so good. And again, we heard so much about this Parish team and the fact that, as you alluded to earlier in the broadcast, have had the Lions numbered recently. And, of course, for the Aura, the 5 straight state championships, 6 straight trips to the title game overall. I mean, it is the big beast. But so far, it's been Prestonwood that, for the most part, has been imposing its will here in this ballgame. They got to feel good in the halftime locker room. Well, I promised you a special guest interview, and guess what? It's coming up. So you certainly want to stick around here on the Aquaterra Halftime Report. Aquaterra, a proud sponsor of Prestonwood football, and we appreciate everything they do to be a part of the Prestonwood family. We'll tell you who's coming next and tell you what we're going to talk about after these messages. You're listening to Lion Football from Metro Sports Communications.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time,
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
On the Aquaterra halftime show, as it is Prestonwood on top of Parish Episcopal, 21-14 the score. And a big-time Thursday night football game. Again, the Lions are going to be home the next 2 weeks to close out the regular season. Then we'll be looking into the playoffs, but all that still to go. Well, something we are all looking forward to is the start of, checking your calendar, basketball season, and it is coming up soon. And right now we're pleased to be joined by the head basketball coach of the Lion boys team. That is Jeff Clarkson, who, oh, by the way, is a dad tonight as well. His son, Trent, of course, the kicker, and also plays as well offensively. And so you get to come out tonight and do something that's not basketball related and get to be a dad. We'll get to that in a minute. But first things first, basketball season is right around the corner. You just started practice yesterday. I mean, really? It's that time already.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on. Yeah, it comes fast every year. I think, at the level of basketball in the Metroplex with being a 6A TAP school, it never really stops. I feel like we play pretty much year-round, practicing and playing shootouts in the fall, and then here we are already in October. And the weather hasn't really felt like basketball season, but hopefully that's coming.
What do you do to prepare for a season because, of course, in football, you've got the spring football, you have the workouts leading up. It used to be 2-a-days, but now I think they kind of canned that. But anyhow, to get ready, how do you build up for the actual start of practice even before games?
So during the summer, we do workout, strength and conditioning. TAPS allows us to do some summer basketball workouts, so we're able to get in the gym a little bit. We do some shootouts during the summer, a couple together with our team, and then once we get into the fall, we do strength and conditioning, and then we have our basketball class that we work out. So we get to work with our guys quite a bit during the fall, even before the season begins. But as soon as we get to this October time, it increases our hours we can work with them, and we have to really kind of accelerate into preparing them for the season, getting into more team concepts and things that we're going to be running during the season. And so there's a lot of preparation that goes into it, and fortunately we get that time with them at PCA.
Visiting with Jeff Clarkson, it was his 8th season as head coach at PCA. Now, we talked about the state championships. The football team has won. Well, the basketball program says, hey, let me tell you about ours. 8 of those, you've coached 1. So, again, it's kind of that power feeling once you head into a season. I mean, you're one of the top dogs that people look at. Is that a good thing to go in with that expectation every year that we're going to be playing for a state title?
Well, I think that's one reason I came to Prestonwood when I had the opportunity, is just the tradition of excellence and the basketball program that goes back to the Julius Randle days and all those championships. And actually I coached against them in my time at Plano East a few times. And so just proud to be a part of that. And, that tradition, it does bring some pressure, but I mean, that's what you want, right? You want to be in a program where, the expectations are high and you get to play against great players. And it's pretty awesome when you get to look on TV in the NBA and you see guys you've gotten to coach against even recently with different events we get to play in. So it is difficult. Like, there's some pressure that comes with that, but our players and as coaches, we want to be in that arena, in that environment, to be getting to play against the top teams. So
last year you made it to the state semifinals. This year you have a little bit of a younger team, so I guess you get to coach and try to get some of these young pups pointed in the right direction. So what's that like when your cupboard might be not bare at all, but just a little bit inexperienced, and you get to go in and ply your craft to make it all come together?
Yeah, we don't have a lot of points returning. We have 3 guys who got quite a bit of experience on varsity last year, but they were more role players. And so, always that making that next step as a player is a big part of that journey, and going from kind of being the guy that if you have a good game, it's great, but we don't need it for every night to win. But now they got to be the guys that are carrying the team, and then the younger guys who you're trying to develop into some role players and coming in with confidence, maybe at a younger age. There's just a lot to learn. The physicality sometimes for those younger guys. That's why we spend some time in the weight room. But it just, one of the best parts of coaching is getting to watch a team kind of come together, guys starting to develop their roles, just watching them become a good team, and just year after year watching that process is probably the most rewarding thing. And we've got great kids, couple guys returning who have a chance to have a really good year. So, I'm excited about the group. There'll just be some growing pains along the way.
With 3 straight Final Four appearances and that state title in 2023, what did that do for the program as far as, tacking on another and letting the newer Lions coming up experience what it's like to get to the top?
Yeah, it obviously coming into a program that was so storied in tradition, it definitely felt great to get that state championship and experience that. And all the years I've been coaching, I was in UIL a long time. Just those don't come easy. So you just cherish it and enjoy it, and it obviously brings a lot of great pride to the community and to the school. And it's just a great experience to get to go through that.
Now, not only are you the head boys basketball coach at Prestonwood, you're the executive director of the Prestonwood Sports Organization. That's a nice title. What does it mean? What do you do?
Well, I'm really blessed. I mean, I really do believe I have one of the best jobs. Not only do I get to coach in a great basketball program at the high school level, but I get to be a part of a sports ministry that's part of our church that is there to, glorify God through sports, to teach kids character and, share the gospel with them through the youth sports organization. And so we have all children's sports that we run leagues through, and then we have some adult sports as well. And those are all a part of the Prestonwood Baptist Church ministry of Prestonwood Sports Organization. And so it's a great job, and it is a rewarding job for sure.
For someone who's coached at UIL level to come over and coach at a private school, whereas we've talked about with the players, we've talked about with Coach Yantis, that the Lord, Jesus, is so important. It's the centerpiece of everything. How do you incorporate him into what you do and what you teach?
Yeah, that's one of the blessings. I mean, I've always felt like, coaching was a ministry for me, even when I started back in the college days. But coming to Prestonwood, it's not just something you sprinkle in. I mean, it's really something that is expected of us as coaches to mentor them, not only, in the game and character and things, but also building them up into the godly men that God's called them to be. And so partnering with the parents, the families, and being able to, really invest in them in that way, and doing it through something that they really love, which is the sport they're playing. And I know how much that impacted me. And then also being able to do that with, their spiritual journey is just a great blessing. And it's part of what makes PCA great, not only in sports, but in the classroom. Just everything that the kids participate in, they are being built up and being, poured into spiritually.
I always want to ask a coach, particularly in a high energy game like basketball where you have runs back and forth, how do you keep that emotion in check sometimes? We always laugh at Coach Yantis getting fired up on the sidelines, and I joke that he's saying there, doggone it, darn it, darn it, darn it, But, when you're coaching Prestonwood Christian, do you have to kind of dial it back just a little bit when you're dealing with the refs?
Yeah, I think we all struggle with that to some degree. I've definitely probably grown in my approach to that. Even as a player, I think there were times I struggled with, they say sports reveals character, it builds character. And so that revealing part sometimes isn't the fun part, right? In the moment of competition, you might get outside of who you want to be. And so I guess, yeah, you got to remember what we're really doing. What is the big picture? What are we representing? We don't just have a school on our name. We have Prestonwood Christian Academy. So just trying to remember that every night when I go out, and make sure that I'm trying to treat those officials and treating the opponents with the respect and just honoring God. And, Coach Yantis has it on the back of his journey, his workout clothing that the kids wear every day, honor God with our words and actions. And so I think that's just something that we try to do every day.
Jeff Clarkson, the head boys basketball coach at Prestonwood at halftime. The Lions are on top 21-14 over Parish. Okay, so 3 kids at PCA, including Trent, who we talked about, known well as the kicker on this team, and the punter as well. So shift gears from head basketball coach to football dad. What's that like?
It's a little nerve-wracking. Kicker, it's kind of an interesting thing because you just might sit back as a parent and you're kind of relaxed, and then all of a sudden they got to go out and make a kick. And so that kind of ramps up real fast when you start seeing the clock and what might transpire. But it's just great. I think the most rewarding thing is just watching him develop a passion. We let him find his journey. I was a basketball player. I loved football as well, but he found his niche of this kicking and a love for it, and just watching him pour into it and develop, into a strong kicker and being able to, help the team. And it's fun. And
so with him being a kicker and a defensive back, are you able to coach him on anything? I mean, do you ever try to get a hand in that?
I think maybe just the mental approach. As a basketball player, I think kicking is very similar to like shooting. And so a free throw, maybe, I don't know, like the process, the mental toughness that you have to have if maybe something doesn't go right, to dial it back in and just next thing, what's next, And so sometimes the mental approach, just building up confidence in them that, hey, this doesn't define you. You've worked hard. The work is going to be there when you're ready. So just the things I would tell my players, you try to instill that in your son when he's out there, give him confidence. And, we got grandparents out here, and he's got a big cheering section. So, we're going to love on him after the game regardless of what happens. But, we've seen him put in the work.
So after this one's in the books, hopefully in the win column, you got a big day coming up. A former Tarleton Texan, and I know they've been making noise on the football field for sure, but basketball, they got pretty nice digs now, probably a little different from back when you played.
Yeah, Wisdom Gym was a great place to play. It was a great home court advantage, but they just built a great arena, and so I'm going to get a chance to go out there Saturday and watch them play, and they're playing East Texas A&M, which one of my former players plays for them, Vinny Sagona. So I'm going to go out and watch Coach Gillespie and those guys go at it. And there's a lot of ties. There's a kid from Plano East where I used to coach. My assistant's the coach there now. His point guard is the point guard for Tarleton. So it'll just be a fun night of watching some great basketball.
One more question I wanted to ask. Again, 21-14, Prestonwood leading here at the half. You're just tuning in. We're talking again with the head basketball coach of Prestonwood. Of course, that is Jeff Clarkson. And, we talked earlier today, and I asked you the difference. Again, it's the UIL, the private school. The good teams, even in private schools, can play with the upper division good teams because it's not like football where you have all, 11 players on each side. You need a deep bench and all that. There's only 5 guys out there. So how do you stock your cupboard? I mean, you have to get quality individuals. You have to get young men that, have the character that can work at Prestonwood. But, how do you go about that?
Well, I think, fortunately, Prestonwood, in and of itself, it attracts kids. And so I think we have a great environment, a great culture to play sports in. Obviously, there's a financial piece that sometimes is a hurdle for families, but I think it's just people recognize that it's a great place to send my child to play and to be mentored by coaches who are really trying to instill in them even beyond the sport. And so, we have families come and that want to come, and obviously we've developed good tradition in our sport, so. It tends to happen just organically, and obviously, we want to try to build up our feeder systems. I think Coach Yantis and all our programs, we're doing a good job of that, and I think my team right now is a product of that. We'll have a couple freshmen that have come up through our, lower ranks, and so just trying to do a little bit. You're always going to have some kids who want to transfer in, but trying to have a good culture that they can walk right into, and it's going to be. They're just going to go right out there and fit in and, be a part of that. I think parents want that.
And by the way, that girls basketball team?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Coach Hollins has done a great job. He also works with me in the sports organization, and he won a state championship last year and had a great team. I mean, they really had a great year, and it was great to watch them just finally get over that hurdle. It had been a while since they'd won one, and they had a great team. They were fun to watch.
Okay, so tell folks that are ready for basketball. Said I can't wait. I'm going to come to game 1. That is going to be on
November the 6th at the Prestonwood Fieldhouse. Probably there's a chance of a volleyball playoff game, so we might have to move over to the church gym. But November the 6th, which is a Thursday night, so we're trying to avoid the football game on Friday, senior night, all that. So come out. We would love to have a big crowd to support our guys, and we're going to be playing McKinney Christian, who's got a great program. I think they lost in the state semis last year, and Coach does a great job there. So should be a great first game to come out and watch some high school basketball.
Jeff, can't thank you enough for the time. Appreciate it,
Chuck.
and have a great season. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Appreciate that.
That is Jeff Clarkson. He is the head boys basketball coach at Prestonwood and also the executive director of the Prestonwood Sports Organization. Some great things going on, as you know, at Prestonwood. Just another of the crown jewels that they have there. Well, it's 21-14. You're listening to the Aquaterra halftime report. As getting closer to the start of the second half, we'll have more to get you headed that direction, including the first half statistics. So stick around for that. The Aquaterra halftime continues in a moment when you're listening to Prestonwood football from Metro Sports Communications.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights. Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Are you injured or in pain and not sure what to do? Schedule a complimentary injury screening and talk to our physical therapists at Vista PT to see if physical therapy is right for you. No prescription or referral is needed.
With Fast Signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
First half statistics brought to you by Parish Baguette. Remember, that's a brand new partner on our broadcast, and thank Parish Baguette for being a part of the Prestonwood community. And of course, you can go by and get 10% off your next order. Go in there tomorrow and check out what they have. You know how you get it? You say Prestonwood. That's it. And you get 10% off. Parish Baguette, thank you for being a part of our play-by-play and being part of PCA. Well, again, a halftime brought to you by Aquaterra. Here are the first half numbers for the Lions. They wound up with 216 total yards in the half, and it was fairly equally distributed. 120 yards on the ground, 96 through the air. Now for Parish, only 102 yards of total offense, and that was a Lion offense, a Panther offense. I get my cats mixed up over and over, that averaged 432 yards per game, only 102 yards in the first half, 70 on the ground, only 32 yards passing in this game. As far as first downs go, 10 for PCA and 7 for Parish. The time of possession in favor of Parish, 14 minutes and 26 seconds compared to 9:34 for PCA. But again, really, the penalties held in check. 5 for 36 against the Panthers, 4 for 45 against the Lions. One turnover in the first half, and that came by Parish, as that big interception came by Luke Lineberger, and that has been the only miscue in the game. So you heard Donnie Yantis say we've got to clean up those turnovers, and indeed they have. So again, it's been a good first half defensively for both of these teams, as a matter of fact. Third down conversions sometimes tell the story. PCA 2 of 5 in the first half compared to 1 of 7 for Parish. And on fourth down tries, Parish only 1 for 3 as the Lions come back out onto the football field. Down below us, 1 of 1 for PCA. Now some of those individual numbers, Luke Glass, kind of a tidy day passing as he's 7 of 9 for 96 yards and 2 touchdowns. That is a 78% completion percentage. On the ground, William Taylor, 12 carries for 80 yards so far in the game. Braden Bixler, 5 carries for 25 yards and a touchdown. Through the air, we talked about Glass with the 2 touchdown passes. Well, they were both to Gio Darisaw, and it was basically the same play, same corner of the end zone, and 2 catches for 47 yards and those 2 scores for Darisaw. Shaw, 2 for 29, and Niffen held only 2 catches in the first half for 14 yards. But again, that may be a little bit more of the PCA game plan than it is particularly the Parish defense. Now, Logan Lucero, the freshman, 7 of 12 for only 32 yards in the first half. He did have the 1 interception. He's carried 5 times for 24 yards. On the ground, Hanish has 7 carries for 45 yards and a score. He's caught 3 passes for 15 yards. And check this out. Jalen Pyle, who came in with all kinds of numbers, the Michigan commit, 838 yards, 10 touchdowns into this one. He has 1 catch for 8 yards, and that's it. In fact, the leading receiver is Smith, Beckham Smith, who went to, it seemed like, about a dozen times, as he had 2 catches for 4 yards. But again, the defense for Prestonwood has been outstanding so far in the football game. And David, I know for a former big-time college linebacker, that's something that is near and dear to your soul.
Not only that, they should hang it in the Louvre, what just happened in that first half. I think, you know, in all seriousness, though, just prepared. You can't over-prepare for a game like this. But, man, we talked about it earlier. The front seven, we kind of knew the front seven for the Lions was going to show up. They've just been the glue. But this secondary has been challenged, and I'm not even talking about challenged on this field. It's been in personnel. Tyler Shaw is playing a brand-new position at corner, and they've been picking on him. And Jalen Pyle has 1 catch for 8 yards. I mean, like the secondary has been the ones that have grabbed the sword and take the hill for the Lions defense tonight, and for the Lions overall. They've been that heartbeat, and I've really, like, just to go back to the offense real quick, I love the timing. I love the football that Luke Glass is playing, mentally and physically. Those 2 balls he threw to Darrisaw in the end zone, perfectly placed. He even had a beautiful ball to Tyler Shaw on the offensive side of the ball, and Shaw just couldn't haul it in, but that would have been close to another touchdown, if not a 30-yard gain. But I just like how Prestonwood learns from their mistakes of the last 2 games, put everything together, and it's all culminated into this game right now. Let's see if they can repeat the same thing in the second half.
The Lions with a 21-14 lead as we get ready for the start of the third quarter. Final timeout. We hope you enjoy the Aquaterra halftime report. We'll have more from the stadium here on the campus of Parish after this timeout. You're listening to Lion Football from Metro Sports Communications.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA athletic program. Go Lions!
Well, we apologize for 2 for 2. Missed the second half kickoff as they hurried out on the field, and Prestonwood will have it 1st and 10 from its own 21-yard line, as on first down they're handed to William Taylor. Big running room up the middle, 35-40, all the way out to the 45, still protecting the football, and it takes 5 Parish Panthers to knock him down, led by Kingston Thurston and Trip Brown, but it's a gain of 29 yards on first down.
And hurry up, here they go. Watch it happen again.
From the 50-yard line, they're going to give it again to Taylor. This time he's hit right at the line of scrimmage and knocked down for no gain. It was Brett DePona, who was also on that offensive line for Parish, who was in on the tackle. Cottle also there as well. No gain on the play. Bring up second down.
DePona lost his lead. He had to go out of the game.
So now he checks out. Hunter Cottle replaces him. Jesse Richardson is in the game now at a defensive back position. He'd been injured of late.
All-state linebacker. They'd love to have him back.
Here is the snap and the handoff. And again, nothing doing. It's tough sledding for Taylor as he lost a couple of yards, maybe 3, as Connor Corwin, the Mike linebacker, was in on the tackle. Had some help from Richardson.
Yeah, Jesse Richardson, they've missed him. I hadn't seen him in a while on film. I don't know if he was hurt. Not sure the situation. Of course, we didn't get that. But now they got him out there, and you have a whole different defense.
3rd down and 12. So 3rd and long situation here, as it's going to be Glass looking to throw, and he gets it upfield. It is caught across the 40, down at the 36-yard line, hauled in by Gio Darrisaw, who's having a whale of a game, 16 yards and a first down.
I love the 10-yard in. It was perfect, and Luke Glass stared him down the entire time. I love the route by Gio Darrisaw.
First and 10 from the 35. Put it back in the belly of Taylor. He has 5, he has 10, and he is all the way down with a 13-yard pickup down around the 22-yard line as the tackle made by Burton, but another punishing run by William Taylor.
Taylor, man, he's just been a hoss tonight. Just in time, too, for Bixler to come in.
16 carries, 120 yards. Parish trying to rush a defender off the field. As now Bengard set up to block on the right side as he'll hand it to Bixler, and he's going to get twisted down for no gain on the play as it was Ian Rigg and Connor Corwin both in there on the tackle.
Nice job there by Parish slanting the line, and they have to try something because it's been chunk after chunk. And credit the offensive line, especially Brock Schleff and Kozlowski. Heard him on the pregame. Those young men are blocking big time tonight.
Fake the handoff, throwing for the end zone, and the pass is caught. Touchdown again. It is Gio Darasaw. Third time is indeed a charm. 3 touchdowns, 23 yards on that catch, and Prestonwood extends its lead. It's now 27-14.
Well, David, if you're going to play man-to-man on the outside to his favorite deep receiver tonight, then you're going to pay the price. That was a beautifully thrown ball. It was right where it needed to be. The first 2 were a little bit underthrown, and Darasaw to get it. This one was right there in the pocket as he strode into the end zone.
I'm not even sure it was horrible coverage, Donnie. It was a good job by Pettit. He's been the man they've been picking on all night, and man, but the ball by Glass, just to drop it in the trash can, and Darasaw, he had late hands on it. It was beautiful, highlight worthy.
Trent Clarkson on for the point after. It is good, and just like that 14-point lead is reestablished here early in the third quarter as the Lions make their mark. And what a great start to this second half for Prestonwood, and we'll keep it here. Hope you enjoyed that halftime visit with basketball coach Jeff Clarkson. Boy, that's one proud papa watching his son kick that PAT. And, of course, remember, basketball season beginning on November the 6th. I want to say thanks to some partners tonight, including Vista Physical Therapy, proud to be a part of the PCA family. Also Sky Ranch, Incentive Brands, Levi's Locker, of course, Milestone Electric. How about C3Auto.com? Fast Signs in Carrollton, and Cowboys Fit. Just some of the sponsors that are helping to bring you PCA athletics via our web stream. Happy to have you with us. We'll be on the air next week as PCA will be back home to take on TC Addison, and they'll close out the regular season against St. Thomas Catholic. That'll be 2 weeks from tomorrow as the Lions about to kick off from their 40-yard line, now up 28-14. As Clarkson puts the foot into it, it's going to come down to the 10-yard line. Taken there, brought back by Pyle. Runs from right to left, out across the 30 to the 40, and here he goes again. Crosses midfield down the boundary, and he gets knocked out of bounds by Braden Bixler over at the bench. Going to see where they're trying to put it down. I think the 45-yard line maybe is where they're going to mark it. But great field position. Again, a 90-yard kickoff return to start the ball game. And then Pyle, just a moment ago, took that one back 47 yards. So kick coverage, probably something you're going to have to dial up just a little bit.
I have an idea. Don't kick it to him. I mean, he's deadly. For what he's lacked in targets and production, Pyle, from the receiver, he's made up on special teams.
First down and 10 from the 45. Lucero rolls to the right, looking upfield, throws to the sideline. It's caught, and then just stepping out of bounds with Siler Cook. Wide receiver makes his 13th catch of the year. And that will be a gain on the play of about 5 yards. But there's a flag down as well. I just noticed that back at the 49-yard line. That's going to be a holding penalty.
Oh, boy.
Against Parish. And that'll wipe out that game.
You can tell, I believe, fellas, what the narrative was for Parish when they went into the locker room at halftime. We got to get Powell involved in the offense. And they rolled his way, but again, they're double teaming him at the line of scrimmage, so he couldn't get it to him, had to go short, and now the penalty puts them back.
Lucero takes the snap. Here comes pressure off the edge, flips it out, and it's dropped in the flat. It was intended for a Heinisch out of the backfield, but there was big pressure coming from Gabe Tyree, who was breathing fire toward the way of Lucero, and Kyler Pettijohn also there. They forced him to get rid of the ball in a hurry.
Well, that was a screenplay, and it was set up perfectly because you do let the defensive lineman go to get the pressure, and you set up the set up the blocks out front. And it was set up, but he dropped the ball.
If you're a big boy on the defensive line and you feel like you ran past everybody, there's a problem.
From the 48-yard line, here's Lucero going to go deep down the left side. Pass caught in stride. It'll be a walk-in touchdown, and it was Beckham Smith who hauls it in. And just like that, a 55-yard strike, and Parish answers. It's now 28-20.
All eyes on Powell, David, so that's going to leave one-on-one on the outside. And, man, Smith put a move at the line of scrimmage and got down the sideline, and he had at least 2 steps in the open, in the clear.
I got to tip my hat to Beckham Smith, too. He's been the guy they targeted all night out of necessity, a guy that doesn't have a ton of production coming into the game, but my goodness, I did not know he had a third and a fourth gear, because he certainly found it there. Big time touchdown for the Panthers.
Drew Burton to hold. Preston Gall's PAT is good. And that'll take us to timeout with 8:47 to go in the third quarter. Our new score becomes Prestonwood 28 and Parish 21. Lion football for Metro Sports Communications continues after this timeout.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Well, we owed you a scoring drive a moment ago from Prestonwood, which was 7 plays, 79 yards, took 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and that 23-yard pass, third of the night, from Glass to Darasaw. And then Parish comes right back the other direction and goes 2 plays, 45 yards, and the 18 seconds off the clock to make it a 7-point game again as the kickoff comes down just short of the goal line, and bringing it back up is Lineberger with a marker down, crosses beyond the 20 and gets out near the 27 maybe is where they're going to put it. Now we'll check the flag and see if there's some kind of illegal block, and that is exactly what it's going to be, a block in the back it looks like, and they'll mark that off against the Lions. Well, it has been a back-and-forth game, although the Lions have been in control of the scoreboard as far as leading, but this pesky Parish team, ye of the 6 straight state championship appearances, just won't quite go away.
I've been on those teams. I've been on the teams that have been successful, and one thing that you never are thinking about is we're going to lose this game. You just don't even think about it. And so if you're PCA and you think that you're just going to break Parish Episcopal by just being up on them by a score or two, you've got another thing coming. And I think that the offense can't get too comfortable, go right back to what was working. That would be the run. And if you're the defense, don't worry about it. It's just a big play. That's just one so far in this game.
1st and 10 from the 10. It's going to be that zone read, and here comes Glass. He's got plenty of room across the 20, and he sits down at the 25-yard line. Trouble was coming, but he got 15 yards and a first down, and we've seen that play work 3 times, actually 16 for Glass on that play.
Benjamin Rich is playing it terrifically. The problem is he's not expecting Luke Glass to pull it. He's slow playing it and trying to be the first guy to Taylor, which he is, but then nobody's home to take Glass.
From the 26, handed off to Taylor, and he is swung down hard by Ian Rigg.
Great tackle.
After really no gain on the plays, he'll be dropped right at the 27, maybe give him 1 yard officially. The Lions get right back to the line of scrimmage, as it looks like Glass peering to the sidelines. Maybe changing the play. Well, maybe he didn't change it. He just called it once it came in. Has the snap, going to load, go deep this time on the left side with his head back toward the ball. It's caught by Tyler Shaw, the junior, down inside the 45-yard line. We'll see where they mark it at the 40, but Shaw one-on-one with Taylor Pettit, 33 yards. Shaw won that battle.
That's been there all night. The only difference there, Shaw hauls it in. Perfect job.
from the 40. Put it back in the belly of the running back, Taylor, and he will barrel ahead for about 5 yards down to the 35-yard line. Stop made by Oliver Bickle in the free safety position. Also plays soccer and lacrosse for the Panthers.
Fellas, it's really cool down here seeing Coach Yancey trying to direct this offense, telling Luke when to back up and giving him directions at the line of scrimmage. And just, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch here up close.
Well, if you saw how much time, Donnie, they spend together, I mean, it's...
They're conjoined twins.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. From the 36-yard line, snap to Glass. He's going to go deep looking for Shaw again, but this time he got bumped off the route a little bit by Pettit, and the ball drops incomplete. It'll bring up a third down situation.
As a matter of fact, he was right behind the official right in front of him saying something into his ear. I was trying to eavesdrop to see if I could hear, but I couldn't. Kind of shooed me away a bit.
Listen here, fellas. Pettit out at corner. Jalen Pyle in.
Well, keep an eye on that as they snap it on third down. Handoff. Trying to find running room is Bixler. He bounces off a tackle as he always does. Pinballs his way down to the 33-yard line. He's going to be well short of the yardage needed for the first down. And Prestonwood with decision time here. Trip Brown was on that tackle.
No decision whatsoever. You call that play on third down knowing you're going to go for it on fourth.
Here we go.
So it is fourth down. They need about 4.5 yards from the 34-yard line.
Hard count didn't work.
Man, there is mass confusion because the play clock has 0, but there's no flags on it, so you don't know if the
didn't start it.
Right, didn't restart it or what.
And it kind of burns. They're resetting the play clock, but that also burns the opportunity that they were trying for with a hard count. Now they're going to have to actually, Prestonwood's probably going to have to actually call a play. No hard count, but we'll see. That's interesting.
So from the 34-yard line, snapping to Glass, and he's going to roll out to his right, and he throws the pass. Caught, dumps it down to the 35-yard line, 25-yard line, beg your pardon. It's Morial, and he will have the first down as he gets down near the 20.
Old trusty, A.J. Morial. He's been not worked into the game plan so much as a receiver, but as a blocker, he's been fantastic at that. That time, Hall's in a perfectly timed ball.
Gain of 14 yards. They'll hand it to Bixler on first down. They'll get a couple of yards inside the 20 down near the 18-yard line as the stop was made by Bickle. The Lions go right back to the line of scrimmage. Snap it to Glass, and he's going to hand it off again, Bixler, and he will be knocked down after another 2-yard pickup, maybe, as he was battened down right there by Benjamin Rich. Down past the midway point of the third quarter, 5:40 in the clock running, 28-21. PCA on top, and they're looking at a big 3rd down and 7 here. As Luke Glass takes the shotgun snap, and he's going to throw it to the receiver caught down at the 15-yard line. Again, we have a terrible angle. We're very low here on the near sideline. You people watching on TV, you can see it much better, the video. But where we are, kind of hard to determine where the ball is placed. It looks like the 15, and it's going to bring up a 4th down and about 4 yards to go.
This is where I maybe would think about taking points.
Yeah, well,
points are at a premium.
Yeah, it's just, you just kind of think that Parish is finding their stride a bit on offense. Just get another double-digit lead. And maybe that's the thinking here with the timeout that's being called. Yeah, well, I like them thinking about it, maybe take some time off the clock to see what they want to do.
Well, the play clock was rolling down towards 0, and they called timeout. If you're wondering about Trent Clarkson, he has 1 field goal this year. It was 24 yards, so he certainly has the leg. But depending on if you want to play a game of 7s or 3s, and the referee's upset with the clock
he's
operator
scolding
again.
The clock operator again.
I want to say thanks to the Andrews Institute of Children's Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine. They are a big-time partner with PCA. Couldn't do it without you. Thanks so much. Also to Chick-fil-A at Park Boulevard and Plano Parkway. Global Strategic will bring you our post-game show. Be sure you stick around for that. Want to say thanks as well to Comfort Maker Air Conditioning and Heating and all the partners who bring you PCA Athletics. Chuck Kelly along with David Stoltzman, Donovan Lewis on the sidelines. Thursday night football Guys, you'll wake up tomorrow. You telling me you're going to turn it on game day at 8 o'clock, aren't you?
I know. I don't think I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm thinking it's Friday.
Donovan Lewis fired from the team. No, just kidding. I'll call and make sure you're up. Out of the timeout. Here's the pass. It is deflected. It is going to be intercepted or caught. Who comes up with it? It's picked off by Jesse Richardson, who took it away from the receiver as there was a battle as the ball was tipped up. It was Bixler they're looking for. The ball popped in the air, and finally Richardson comes up with it.
Yeah, Richardson put the big paw up and got it out of the air. I think Luke Glass needed to put a little more air underneath that throw so Bixler can kind of run up under it, but it looks like he was getting a little pressure right up the middle, and he couldn't quite get the loft on it that he wanted.
Jesse Richardson, the two-time All-State linebacker, making an appearance in this game. Boy, he certainly made his presence known there.
For the 23-yard line, Lucero deals it near side, wide open, a receiver. It is Cook beyond the 40. Nice move down the boundary into Prestonwood territory, but they take the ball away from him, and back the other way goes Bixler across the 30, down to the 20, and Prestonwood has
what a play.
He just took the ball right away from Cook and flew down the sidelines. Another turnover, and Prestonwood set up in great field position.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Happened right in front of me. Happened right in front of me as Cook was about to try to see if he could brace himself because he was about to get pushed out of bounds, and the one defender stood him up, and then Bixler just came and grabbed it out of his hands and just took it the other way. It was thievery.
If there's one guy who knows how to turn into a running back, it's Braden Bixler. But the play at the time when you needed it, that's big-time football.
And that was a well-designed play from Parish.
Oh, it was outstanding. It was a switch route.
Yes, they sent Hanish out the backfield, knowing that eye candy was going to get him, and it did.
So from the 22-yard line, first down and 10 yards to go for Prestonwood. What a turn of events right there. As the Lions were trying to get a touchdown to push it back out to 2 scores, gave the ball up, and then they take it right back away. Now let's see what they can do here late in the third quarter. Going to hand it off to Taylor, trying to wiggle his way right side. Has 5, has 10, and look at those horses moving up ahead as he's going to take it all the way down inside the 15-yard line. Let's see where we're going to put it down. At the 14 is where it is. I said he had 10. Correction, give him 8 before he's brought down. So it's second down and 2. They say right at the line of scrimmage. Out of the pistol, going to hand it to him again. He will barrel inside the line of scrimmage, the 14. Let's see if he gets down what he needed. I think he might have gotten a half yard on the play, if that. Tackle made by Rich, leading the way for the Panthers.
Defensively, Parish has put Jalen Pyle, their all-state receiver, at corner. They've pressed both corners. They've got Kingston Thornton on the other side. They've pressed. They have 2 safeties over top. So what do you give up? They've packed the box for run. Something's got to break free. You need to count your offensive linemen.
Third down 2 inside the 14. They handed to Taylor. He started right, ran into trouble, and then got jammed up. And he's going to be stopped short of the yardage needed for the first down. He might have gotten a yard, and that is going to bring up a critical 4th down as we're down to 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Here in the third quarter, they're going to go right back to the line of scrimmage, try to snap this one in a hurry, and they are going to fake the handoff, instead throw for the end zone. The pass is incomplete. Well, that was...
I'm not sure I understand any of that,
yeah,
quite frankly.
No, especially if you just kind of want to... You had time on the play clock. There was no need to rush that play. That 4th down play felt a little bit rushed.
Well, and that's three times this game, twice in a row, where you've put the pressure back on your defense.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like when your defense is playing fantastic, you get confidence as an offense, but you don't want to take advantage of it. You know, I've played defense before a time or two, and that amount of stress, those extra drives and reps, I mean, Parish's drive last time went the whole length of the field. They're a little tired. Watch quarterback draw again.
Here's the snap and the run near side. Big hole getting out to the 20-yard line was the quarterback, Jonathan Phillips, who came into this game with 128 yards rushing. He had 168 passing and 240 receiving, so a true triple threat.
And that's – they don't run a whole a whole lot of plays out of that. You just know whenever number 3 is at quarterback, you're going to get a lot of run, period. Now, usually it's with him out of RPO, but anytime it goes empty, he's not just going to wheel and deal. He's going to pull the ball down and run behind that offensive line and try to get numbers in the box.
Lucero back in, 2nd down and 3, snap it to him, fake the handoff, now tucks it down, wants to run. Now he's going to throw to the sideline, and the pass is incomplete. And that was a nice defensive play on the intended receiver, Smith, as the fella that made the play for the Lions was, it was Lucas Balma, the sophomore. How about that play as he outfought the receiver and knocked it away.
And Beckham Smith's having a great game. And that time, Lucas Balma, who they've been trying to work into the lineup, rips the ball out of his hands. That's big-time play.
And Lucero couldn't quite make up his mind whether he wanted to run or throw it, or run or throw it at the last minute. Decided to throw it and gave Balma the time to get there and make the play.
He likes the short side of the field in passing situations.
1 for 7 on 3rd down tries. Here's the snap. Quick throw near side. It is caught. Smith's got it. Breaks the tackle. Now heads with the sideline. And he will be tackled with the 1st down out short of the 40-yard line, as it was Cam Pettijohn who made the stop for Prestonwood, but another Parish 1st down.
Tell you what, to be the secondary receiver, he's looking the part tonight.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. What a game Beckham Smith's having stepping up.
Empty backfield. They'll set up the screen near side. It's caught on the boundary at the 45, and it's going to be Hanish who will take it out beyond the 40 to the 45-yard line. That's where he's down. Called a gain of 8 on the play, so they're starting to eat up some chunks of yardage here are the Panthers.
And I'm seeing hands on hips of Lion defense. That's like I said, it's you don't want to break your defense by going for it on 4th down. They could have come away with at least 6 points through field goals. And of course, I'm armchair quarterback guy, armchair coach. But really, though, I think that those would have been easier decisions in hindsight, especially. But at the time, you just needed the points. I think I would have gotten them too.
2nd down and 2. Here's the snap to Phillips. Big running room up the middle, and he's looking for a seam. Needs one block to score inside the 10, inside the 5, and he is in for the touchdown. All the way to the house goes Jonathan Phillips, and now 55 yards later, Parish is within a point.
Man, Jonathan Phillips, you kind of saw it there. Oh, and there's a line down. Looks like maybe a cramp, but Phillips, the transfer from South Lake Carroll, like I said, Eric Crouch type, 4.5 40 guy. He might be 4.5 flat. Let's just call it that.
He just may be, man. He made a cut in the middle of the field and just hit the Jets on that run to get to the corner of the end zone.
But Logan Lucero comes in as the powerful freshman, kind of wins the job as a freshman, which is a little rare. You thought that Phillips was going to be your guy, but they had to figure out a way to put him on the field. And you saw the reason why right there, the power that he has. I mean, and not only that, 3.8 GPA, kind of your do-it-all guy.
Well, the injured player was Braden Bixler, and I say injured, he was actually probably cramping up, as David said, I believe. And now, with that touchdown, it brings it within a point with 1:54 to go in the 3rd quarter. On comes Preston Gall, who has been perfect on all but one PAT this year, to try to tie this one up. Ball down, kick on the way, and it is good. And that will take us to a timeout with 1:54 to go in the 3rd quarter. Hold on a moment. We have a flag down. We won't go to break just yet. Let's make sure that this is not going to be anything enforced to make us do the try over again. Officials are talking to each other, and the teams are heading off the field, so they think the kick's good, but the officials have yet to tell us. As Jeff Wasserman getting ready to say it is a dead ball. Personal foul against Parish. So that will be assessed on the kickoff. We'll take timeout. 1:54 to go in the 3rd. We're tied at 28. Prestonwood football from Metro Sports Communications continues in a moment.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA athletic program. Go Lions!
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Brand new game, 28 apiece, and after the personal foul penalty, Parish will kick off from its 25-yard line, so the Lions could get good field position here as the kickoff is going to be fielded by Niffen in a moment as he gets it at the 10-yard line, but it took him a minute to pick it up, so he'll only get back out to the 20-yard line and maybe a little bit more. So the Lions will have most of the field to go after a 5-play, 87-yard scoring drive that took just 70 seconds to tie this one up, and the 55-yard running play. PAT makes it 28 apiece. And now, David, a little gut check time for this offense as look at the big fellas up front. Abram Bingard, Caleb Kozlowski, Brock Schleff, Cannon Smith, and Colt Hillhouse. I think they're going to have a lot to do with the way the rest of this game goes.
Well, and credit to Parish, they've kind of cracked the code a little bit. Again, they're still pressing the corners. They're going a cover 2 shell, keeping everything in front, and they're just loading up the box, waiting for the Lions to respond.
First down and 10, handoff going up the middle for a quick 5+ is out to the 29-yard line. A 9-yard burst for William Taylor, who was up over 100 yards. We talked about earlier, he's now got 22 carries, 143 yards as Brooks Lloyd made that tackle. Lions right back to the line of scrimmage. Here's the snap to glass, handoff again, just following behind those big brutes up front, and he'll get the first down as he crosses the 30 out to the 31-yard line.
I like the run, maybe not as much hurry up this drive. You can flare off some clock, minute and 19-ish left in the third quarter. You can flare off some clock here, give your defense a break.
That is a great point, David, just to not slow it down to where you get out of character, but just kind of let your defense catch a blow because they've been on the field a lot in this third quarter.
From the 32-yard line, play fake, Glass to throw over the middle, pass is deflected and incomplete. Boy, that one went through the mitts of the coverage man back there with Jalen Pyle, and man, you get it in his hands, it could be back in your end zone in a hurry, but I think the Lions pretty fortunate right there, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Great coverage by Pyle. He's used to being on the other side of that, so he can think like a receiver. And he's seen that before, too. Darrisaw's had the hot hand. 3 touchdowns tonight. If you have him on your fantasy team, you're thrilled. But I think, they've figured it out. They've put Pyle in there. He's been the difference maker. They're still pressing Kingston Thornton on the opposite side. PCA's got to figure out something else to go with that run.
On 2nd down and 10, it's going to be a running play. Taylor gets twisted down right when he crossed the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be 3rd down and long as both Burton and Corwin combining on that stop. So you can tell the momentum has totally swung in this football game, and this is a big play here for the Lions to try to convert and stay on the field.
You can run a man concept route down here on the quarterback's left side, on the PCA side. Niffen's been quiet tonight, and that man, if he can just shake off Thornton, which is a tall task, he might be the guy to go to here. There's nobody behind him. Nobody providing help over top. They've walked the safety down. Now it's end of the quarter.
No, a little miscommunication. Play clock was about to go down. They had to call a timeout.
So we can't see anything.
Yeah, they couldn't get the play together.
I figured.
Luke Glass and Coach Yantis, I don't know if they were arguing from the side, but.
And if that is indeed a timeout, that's you wish you had maybe 4, especially getting towards the end of the quarter.
Yeah, that's the second timeout they used this half, so they only have 1 left in the 2-minute timeout.
Well, more football coming up next Friday as we'll be back home for TC Addison coming in to take on the Lions. We'll be on the air at 6 o'clock with countdown to kickoff, and then, of course, 7 o'clock. Going to be the kickoff. Prestonwood coaches up above us, and they're needing needing some equipment. We got to turn some things around, and so a little bit of excitement here in the press box. I'm not used to being part of the game as we're working.
Yeah, you want to be part of the game? Here you go.
Yeah, I'm standing out of the way, but I think they had some communication issue with the sidelines. Let's see what we got here on third down and just less than 10. Heavy pressure on Glass. He steps up, has room, tucks it. Now he's going to run. He's to the 40, has the first down. He's bumped out of bounds at the 43-yard line. How about Luke Glass? Cool as cucumber as he had pressure coming in, and he will get 10 in the first down.
The pocket presence alone before the run. He stepped up in the pocket, you know, and Darisaw had a step on Pyle if Luke Glass could have timed it, but I love the savvy and just knowing where the first down marker was and picking it up. New fresh set of downs. Oh, broken play.
Yep, broken play. Now Glass is going to run again, and he doesn't want to, as there's also a marker down. Ooh, that is going to hurt. I think that's the final play of the third quarter. Not sure with this clock, but we'll find out. Let the officials tell us. But again, it was going to be a loss of about a yard on a busted play. Corwin on the tackle. He's been a busy guy in this game. Came in with 47 tackles. Transfer from JP2. Let's see now what the call is going to be. And
it's definitely a holding call. They're making a decision to see if they want to take the penalty or the down, because that play did lose yardage.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to accept the penalty.
Accept the penalty and make it a 1st and 20 this time. Well, and then back to Corwin. He's just been a tackling machine. 3.7 GPA. Real fun to watch when you click on the film. He's everywhere. Sideline to sideline type of kid, but really good backer. Got more in the mix when Jesse Richardson disappeared.
After that's the end of the quarter. Yeah. So we'll take timeout. We head to the fourth and a tie game. It is Prestonwood 28 and Parish 28. Exciting 12 minutes. Let's go ahead and play 12. Coming your way. You're listening to Lion Football from Metro Sports Communications. More after this timeout.
Are you injured or in pain and not sure what to do? Schedule a complimentary injury screening and talk to our physical therapists at Vista PT to see if physical therapy is right for you. No prescription or referral is needed.
Nothing decided through three quarters, 28-28, in a very important TAPS District 1 football game between the Prestonwood Lions and the Parish Episcopal Panthers. And right now, as we come back to play the football at the 32.5-yard line, call it the 33, and the Lions with a fresh set of downs plus 10 after that penalty a moment ago. So a first down, but they need 20 as a first down stick at the 47 in Parish territory. So let's see how they try to chip away at this. They start nipping in motion to the left, and it'll be Glass to throw, has pressure, throws down the left side, puts it up for grabs, and it's incomplete down around the 40-yard line as they were looking for Niffin. But they had coverage provided back there in the back by Pyle, who was also helped by one of his teammates. That was Bickle for the safety position. Third quarter numbers, total yards, PCA with 388 in the ball game, beg your pardon. Parish with 290 as the snap to Glass, and he'll hand it off. Running straight up the middle is going to be Bixler, as he'll get across the 35 out to the 37-yard line. And there's an injured Lion down on the play. And it looks like it's Bixler, who again was shaken up earlier as Richardson was in on that last tackle. Talking about those stats a moment ago, it is 388 through three quarters for PCA, 218 of those yards on the ground, 170 through the air. For Parish, 290 yards of total offense, 131 rushing and 159 passing. So each of these offenses have Not been exactly 50-50, but it's been fairly close. That third quarter offense for Parish, 188 yards compared to PCA, 172 yards. So up and down the field, these two teams have gone.
Isn't that been the tale of the last 4 or 5 meetings of these teams, where it's just whoever has the ball last is going to end up winning the game? So far been a defensive game, really, but now you're starting to see the offenses catch their stride, especially Parish. Parish starting to wake up. They've figured out, and that's been the adjustments with their coaching staff. You tip your hat to them. I love what I'm seeing with them on defense, and then offensively, of course, they're just hanging on the big play like they have all year. So, classic Parish.
So now, third down and 16 yards to go. Not a lot of plays in the playbook for this, but we'll see what the Lions can do as Glass looks to the sideline for the play call. And now steps up, lets all of his offensive linemen know their assignments and ready to go. Waiting for the snap out of the pistol. Has it. Plenty of time on the protection. Now loads, throws over the middle, and the pass is deflected at the 45-yard line. He was looking for Shaw, and it was knocked away from him by Pyle. And it'll bring up fourth down, and Preston will be forced to punt.
And maybe, I don't know. Again, I'm not an offensive coordinator. You probably would have wanted to get a few more yards there, play the field position game, because there's just not a play in the playbook for 3rd and 20. Well, maybe Glass backs up, does quick kick. Pyle's trying to scramble back.
Offense is on the field, and now Glass to kick this one away, and he gets a good foot into it. Matter of fact, too much as it gets into the end zone. Who knew Luke Glass could punt like that? Good heavens. 63 yards with the roll, and with 11 minutes and 13 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, tied at 28. Parish will get the football at its own 20-yard line. I want to say thanks again to Andrews Institute and Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, one of the big partners of PCA football this year. I want you to stick around for the Global Strategic Postgame Show. Hear from head coach Donnie Yantis. We'll have the game highlights, and assuming a Lions victory, we'll hear from offensive and defensive players of the game. But right now, this one is still hanging squarely in the balance. It's Lucas Balma and Tyler Shaw in the game now at quarterback, so we'll see what they can do against this high-powered offense. As tucking and running straight ahead was Jonathan Phillips, the marker down. Pettijohn made the stop, but I think this is going to be coming back, David, for a hold.
Could be. It's like deja vu all over again. PCA started off the same way, and Parish is going to copycat him. But it's worth mentioning. It's worth mentioning, Lucas Ballman now has entered the game at corner. They have shifted Tyler Shaw, who came into this game, a solid number 2 receiver, speedster, that they put at corner. He's been having a heck of a game over there at field side corner. He now is playing safety. I'm not sure that was on the bingo card for him either. Now he's playing safety, and you've got the sophomore Lucas Ballman in it at corner.
8 penalties, 71 yards against Parish, as it's going to be a first down and 20 as the quarterback, Lucero, standing at his 5-yard line, has the football, fires it out to the sidelines. It's incomplete. Again, that compact delivery to get it out in space, looking for Beckham Smith. And it'll bring up a second down and long.
I was really close to making that play.
Almost there, Donnie.
Really, really close. Got to work on my game.
The 12th man. He holds the microphone. If I'm coaching up, and he's on your sideline, now they're flip-flopping. They got Lineberger over here to the weak side. They just moved Jalen Powell to the weak side of the formation, trips out to the quarterback's field side right. That motion from the running back.
Empty the backfield on 2nd and 20. Deep throw down the right side, and the pass is caught out beyond the 25, near the 30. It's Siler Cook who hauls it in. Gilday was trying to chase him down on the coverage, give him a gain of 19 yards on the play, and they got all the penalty yardage back, plus 9. So now, here comes a big third down.
Maybe a hurry-up situation. They've been trying to game him and scheme him.
Snap to Lucero, throw to the sideline, and the pass is caught. Again, it is Smith. They've gone to, it seems like a dozen times, Balma on the tackle, but a first down for Parish as they escape that 1st and 20.
Colossal effort to come back from 1st and 20. But it's just been all the big play. It was the big play to Siler Cook. That was the same play that they had earlier that he got the ball stripped away from him by Bixter. We hope Bixter's okay, by the way. But that time Siler Cook just gets wisely out of bounds, picks up a big gain.
1st down and 10. Here's Lucero going to throw deep down the right side. Pass in the air, and it is caught inside the 30-yard line. A nice catch made by Beckham Smith. The sophomore Balma was trying to play him, but it was just a one-on-one matchup that Smith won and a big 1st down.
He went to go high point that throw. That is really good coverage by Balma.
Great
That's
coverage.
just a better catch.
Great coverage. But
27 yards on that play. Now they swing it to the sidelines, and it's incomplete as they were trying that quick out. Get a quick 5 yards instead. That'll stop the clock now as we've got 9:57 to go in the 4th quarter. Get a tie score at 28.
This is me playing coach, which I'm prone to do. Lineberger is your better corner right now. Lucas Balma is fantastically athletic. Like I said, they've been trying to work him into the lineup. He goes to the boundary side. That is where Lucero throws his comfort zone. So you need to play a field corner and a boundary corner, or at least you need to press, just like Lucas Balma is doing right now. He's pressing Beckham Smith. I like that.
From the 25-yard line, swing pass in the flat, caught Phillips. He is now gang tackled by 3 Lions. Leading tackler, or the lead on that tackle, was A.J. Morial, who came in, knocked him down, but Phillips, the junior, the reception. The short gain of about a yard should bring up 3rd down and 9 here, just inside the Prestonwood 24.
Just within striking distance for a Jalen Pyle deep ball. They've still been doing a good job bracket covering him with Lineberger and with Hollins. But man, the mountainous effort that has to happen from Balma tonight, being thrust in there from his backup spot. I mean, Beckham Smith is a man possessed right now for Parish, and Lucero's really feeling it with him.
Lucero's going to hand it off, and it's going to be Hanish, who we haven't seen carry the ball in a while, will get down inside the 20-yard line, and he gets to the 19. That's not going to be enough for the 1st down. It's going to bring up a 4th down.
It's a big play right here and a big decision to see if you want to take the lead or try and extend that with a touchdown. It looks like Parish is going to keep the offense on the field on this 4th down.
Darasaw in at corner, Balma out.
We'll call it a 4th down and about 4 yards to go.
Play clock ticking, 9-8.
They're going to call a timeout. They're going to talk about it and see if they want to kick this field goal or not.
Well, the Prestonwood fans making a whole lot of racket, and we'll hold it here with 8 minutes and 29 seconds to go in the 4th quarter in a tie game, 28-28. Prestonwood has led twice by 2 scores. Parish, to its credit, has chiseled back in both times and evened this one up. But aside from the opening kickoff, which was returned 90 yards for a score, Parish has been chasing this entire game.
They have. But again, it's a mentality that's now baked into the DNA of the Panthers. You go to 6 straight state championships, you win 5 of them. There's no quit in you, and your will can't be broken. And so PCA can't count on that. They just have to keep playing their game. They have a great game plan. They're executing. There's been a couple injuries here and there, some guys out, some guys back in. But Parish is not going to go away. They are used to these games. They've played in these games this season alone. They've had a couple close ones. They dropped one first game of the season to All Saints. So this is a team that's galvanized. It's maybe not the most talented Parish team ever, but still, it's Parish. And it's a mentality, like I said, that's just baked into the DNA.
But for Prestonwood, they've got an opportunity to make their mark right here.
Defense has been stout all game. Can they come through one more time?
4th down and 4, and they're going to go for it.
Oh, PCA has to use their last timeout of the half. They had too many defensive players on the field.
Out of a timeout.
Oh, man. That may come back to hurt you in a tight game like this with no timeouts left.
Lions fans restless. I would be too. Can't have that.
Man, it is. We are in a day and age, Chuck, and I know you probably have some hot sports opinions about this, about going forward on 4th down and not taking the points. I would much rather like to take the lead here. And my defense has been playing well if I'm trying to get inside of the mind of the Parish coaches to say, hey, defense has been playing okay this half, keeping them off the scoreboard. Let's just get a lead and get a little momentum on the scoreboard. But we're in a day and age now where it's Madden rules all the time.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in agreement with you, Donnie. I mean, I'm talking about the pro level, and you see it all the time. And I'm like, guys, those 3 points, you have 2 of those add up to 6. It's almost a touchdown, right?
Right, and you see PCA with 3 opportunities. 1 at the end of the first half and 2 in the second half to either go and try and get 3 points on the board, but decided to go for it and didn't get it each time. So it's just those margins of errors, man. The line is really thin now as far as winning ball games now, and those things matter.
Well, 4th down and 4. It is Phillips going to take the shotgun snap. As Hanish in the backfield, and he's going to hand him the football, and he is going to get down inside the 20 to the 15-yard line. And Prestonwood has stopped him short of the line. It was A.J. Morial who gets credited with a tackle. Again, I had to wait and see because of our angle to make sure, but he did indeed stop him short of the line to gain. What a huge play by the Lion defense.
I like how he was lined up to begin with. He puts his heels on the first down line. That tells you as a linebacker where you can't go backwards from. And then from there, he lets the ball and lets the play come to him, fires his gun, gets the ball carrier on the ground. It's teaching tape, gentlemen, and A.J. Morial is a star.
So 8:19 to go here in the 4th quarter, and they'll start a drive here as the handoff goes to Taylor, and he will have big running room up the middle as he crosses the 20, out to the 25 and to the 29. There was a marker down, and I think what's going to happen is going to be Morial, who was coming in motion. I don't think he got set.
It was holding by Morial. He had Richardson. And I don't think it was – Richardson kind of fell awkwardly. It wasn't even like Morial ripped him down. He just – Richardson lost his footing, and so it looked like a hold. Therefore, the ref called a hold. So didn't like it.
It's the 3rd drive in a row, gentlemen. We've had a hold on 1st down to make the team go 1st and 20. PCA twice and Parish on that last drive.
Well, and now you just got to play keep away, I think, if you're PCA. The run's been working fine. Just keep after it.
Well, 1st and 20, and they're going to hand it off. Taylor looking for room. Nice burst. He'll get beyond the 10, out to the 15-yard line. Maybe a little extra beyond that, but a nice gain on 1st down as he get most of that penalty yardage back. Brooks Lloyd on the tackle.
Good chunky pick up there. I like that. Getting right back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe a little bit more.
So it's 2nd down, about 9.5. As they snap it to the glass. Loads throws over on the left sidelines, and it's picked off. Intercepted at the 30-yard line by Connor Corwin. They were looking for Morial, but Corwin stepped right in front of it, and PCA turns it over at a critical time, and it's now Parish football deep in Lion territory.
The conversation right now that's going on with Coach Yantis and with Luke Glasses, he's saying you can't zero in on a guy because Morial was not open. I would love throwing to him too, but you got to credit Connor Corwin for sticking with his guy. It was a switch route where Morial was running down the sidelines, but if you just peeked at your second read, you had Shaw who had a step down one of the hashes that all you had to do is put it in his vicinity, and it could have been a whole different story, gentlemen.
Oh, we have 1-on-1 on the outside.
From the 35-yard line, that's what they're going to do. They're going to load and try to go downfield for Powell. It's caught. It's a touchdown. But there is also a marker down on the field, so let's see what this is.
I think I know what this might be.
This may be OPI. Yes, it is. And, boy, he didn't even need to do that. He did not need to push off on the defender to go get that ball. That ball was placed perfectly.
Well, wipe the touchdown off the board for a millisecond there. It was 34-28, but instead Tyler Shaw will get a reprieve as he was in the coverage there. And they'll bring it all the way back and put it down at the 46-yard line.
Well, I can tell you that 1-on-1 on the outside on Powell is not going to happen again.
No. No.
As you see the safety lined up right there in the middle, yes.
Try to set up the little middle screen. It is deflected and then dropped incomplete at the 47-yard line as both the Pettijohn boys came in and got on top of the intended receiver. That'll bring up a 2nd down and long.
Look, I think we saw Pettijohn's speed on that one to get to the outside. They had tried to set up the screen, and they just didn't fall for it. And the Pettijohns, both of them, got over there to make the tackle.
We all know that the Pettijohn boys are built out of concrete, but sometimes they can grab a gear and go downhill and hawk someone down. I love it.
So now from the 46-yard line, fake the handoff, and rolling to his right, throwing downfield, incomplete was Lucero as he was looking for Smith down inside the 20-yard line. So that's going to bring up third down and long, and there's an injured man on the field for the Lions. And, ooh, that looks like that's Kyler Pettijohn.
And it was a cut block by Marcus Hanisch. It might be fine. I think legally speaking, they're trying to get rid of those cut blocks like that. Kyler Pettijohn did not see it coming. Just a classic running back cut block. So he came in real fast, and it was it's a linebacker's worst nightmare when that helmet goes below your knees.
Oh, and Gabe Tyree put a pop on Logan Lucero he is going to remember.
Well, this is the opposite of when you're on the offensive side. You're trying to figure out how to make it manageable on the next snap. Now, looking at it from the Prestonwood side defensively, you've got 25 yards of cushion. You don't want to give up 15 or more here. You want to keep it to a 4th and long.
You've seen him on film throw deep for a pass interference. Keep everything in front of you, maybe even back your guys up even further.
3rd and 25. Snap to Lucero. Steps up, throws over on the right side. It's caught, so they got a chunk of it back inside the 35, down to the 33-yard line as it was caught by Jalen Pyle, and he's bumped out of bounds, a gain of 13.
But now it's 4th and 12, and they're going to go for it. I don't even know why I'm even thinking about.
I mean, they're going to. I don't know why they need to. It's 7 minutes left. I'd play the field position game and just cough and corner this sucker. But I'm also a broadcaster, not a coach, so we'll see what happens.
I'm old, too.
Come on. You look great.
Long from the 33-yard line. Lucero looks to the sideline, see if they're going to change the play call.
Watch quick routes.
They're going to stick with what they have. Here's the snap. He's loading. He's throwing deep downfield, and the pass is knocked away and incomplete down inside the 5-yard line. And the Prestonwood defense has done it again. Tyler Shaw was back in the coverage.
That's great coverage also. I know they're going to probably want and scream for pass interference, but he was in perfect position. He has the right for the ball and got his head around just at the last second to have the appearance of going for the ball, and they're never going to call that if you do that.
I want to hug Tyler Shaw around the neck. I think that drive by him was a grown man drive. No help over top to start the drive with Jalen Pyle in front of you. He forces the OPI. Then right there he makes a critical play on 4th down. When you know that the refs have the hanky in their hand ready to throw it, he plays perfect defense. Then he turns right back around and goes out to outside receiver here to start this next drive. I think that kid is having a monster game.
7:13 to go in the 4th quarter. They put Niffen in motion, tossing the football. Tries to turn up at the 35, gets to the 36, so a safe first down play. Again, the wisdom on that is if it's fumbled, then it's an incomplete pass. A little pitch forward, so if the man coming in jet sweep motion can't control it, it's no harm, no foul.
But one-on-one on the outside, run that same play, don't pop it, and throw it deep to Darashaw.
See what they do here. 2nd down at about 6. Here is Glass going to throw to Darashaw. A little look-in pattern caught at the 42-yard line, and it's going to be very close for the first down as they're going to put it just outside the 42, and that's going to bring up 3rd down at about 2 feet, I believe, as Thornton was on that tackle.
Classic 11 personnel formation into the boundary. They're probably going to motion Moriel here. Yes, they are.
Here's the snap to Glass. Flag down as they're going to hand it off to the running back Taylor, and he would have had the first down, but now let's see.
You do hate the flag, right? Oh, it's offsides on defense.
Yeah,
yes,
they lined up wrong.
Do you love him now?
Yes.
Nice to see a conversion.
Yeah, I was always saying you hate to see the flag right at the beginning of the play because you mostly think it's on the offense. But offsides is it's a good deal for the Lions.
So now Prestonwood with a chance to put a march together and perhaps win this game as we're down on the midway point of the fourth quarter. 28-28 the score. Morial sets up to the left side. Hand off to Taylor, and he will be met right at the line. Nothing doing there. Tackle spearheaded by Bickle. Rigg also in. Boy, what a name for a linebacker. Ian Rigg. And a man who is smart as he can be, a 4.0 GPA.
That's impressive.
They'll give him one officially. Out across the 47-yard line. Call it the 48. Again, Morial in motion. Looks like the same set. This time they fake the handoff. Going to be a keeper for Glass. He gets to the 50, gets to the 45. Still playing hands. A little handsy action there with Kingston Thornton, and he's bumped out of bounds at the Parish 40-yard line. It's a gain of 11.
Man, it doesn't look like he's picking them up and putting them down, but he's moving like a gazelle out there.
Glass runs on lily pads, man. He's just gliding out there.
5 carries, 51 yards rushing in the game for Glass. Here's a handoff. Taylor up the middle, has 5, has 10 and more, and he's going to take it inside the 10. 5 touchdown, Prestonwood. William Taylor goes 41 yards on the burst up the middle as he shed a couple of tacklers at least along the way. And with 5:16 remaining in the fourth quarter, the Lions have taken the lead 34-28.
Not just the patience on the play, but the patience on the day for William Taylor. Heavens, he's been taking it 5, 6, 8, 10 yards a chunk at a time, just waiting to break one, and that time he's able to make it into the third level of that defense and frustrated Panthers everywhere after that one. William Taylor may have done something special tonight that could do it based on how this defense is playing. Let's see.
Trent Clarkson, PAT. Oh, he slipped as he kicked that one, but he still got it through. Wind up right on his derriere, but still got it through the uprights. Oh boy, the defense sets up the offense, and down they go for points. 5:16 remaining, our new score. Prestonwood 35 and Parish 28. Lion football continues in a moment.
Storm damage? Don't wait until it's too late. At Up to Date Roofing, we bring top quality craftsmanship, honest pricing, and fast service to protect what matters most, your home. From repairs to full replacements, we keep your roof and your home up to date. Call us today and stay covered, rain or shine. Up to Date Roofing, keeping you covered no matter the weather.
Are you injured or in pain and not sure what to do? Schedule a complimentary injury screening and talk to our physical therapists at Vista PT to see if physical therapy is right for you. No prescription or referral is needed.
Well, great defense leads to effective offense for the Prestonwood Lions as they go a long way on that scoring drive. 5 plays, 67 yards, taking just under 2 minutes, $157 to be exact, and that 41-yard touchdown run by William Taylor, who now has 197 yards on 27 carries and that score. And more importantly, it's now 35-28 Lions.
Heart of a Lion, William Taylor tonight. He's been the difference maker overall, and I think if I'm just going to be candid, Tyler Shaw has been playing outside of his mind tonight on both sides of the ball. Don't forget Darasaw with the 3 touchdowns. This PCA Lion offense came to play.
Well, the defense is going to be tested one more time as the kickoff comes down to the 11-yard line, and it is going to be brought out beyond the 25, and that is going to be Siler Cook, who get knocked down beyond that point, and they will start somewhere between 25 and the 30. Wait until they put it down. With the clock right now showing 5 minutes and 12 seconds left. So now those Prestonwood fans down below us are making all kinds of racket as they want the defense to make one more stand. And that mighty Parish offense going to come in to see what it can do to try to move down the field as the first down handoff They'll get outside the 30, out to the 40-yard line, and to the 41 goes Marcus Hanisch. And it was Landon Hollins from his safety position who made the tackle. So a hefty gain of 17 on a straight handoff.
And they've been looking for that all night.
Yes, indeed, they have.
From Hanisch, yeah. The credit to the Lions defense for playing really, really well tonight. But it's really one of the few times he's gotten loose.
You know, and if I must say so myself, I feel like the Lions have just been made to play left-handed. You know, Gabe Elisaro had a fantastic game plan coming in. He's executed it almost flawlessly, considering that Parish is the bully in the district.
Hanisch, 10 carries, 70 yards. This time it's a straight snap back to Phillips, and he will charge ahead. And it'll be another pretty good gain on first down, as he's going to get about 6.5 yards before he's knocked down there by Ty Gilday. Clock continuing to run. So we're down to 4 minutes and 18 seconds. He's still moving. No particular hurry for Parish, as they've got a second down and 4 yards to go from their own 48-yard line. Remember, the Global Strategic postgame show coming up when we're done. Here is the quarterback, Lucero, rolling to throw, goes downfield, and it's incomplete. He was looking for his receiver down around the 30-yard line. It was Cook, but that pass went wide out of bounds.
Good coverage by Gilda that time, battling through injury today and keeping himself on that field. Tyler Cook is no easy man to cover, especially considering the different body types there. But Cook is the Episcopal School Dallas transfer, who he can get up and go, and he can also, although he's a little smaller slider on that side, he can jump out of the gym himself. Really athletic receiver. He's been that number 3 guy next to Pyle and Beckham Smith, who, don't forget, gentlemen, is still out there on that field and having a heck of a game.
They are 3 of 11 on third down tries. They need 4 yards. They're going to hand it off, and immediately Eddie Brownstein jumps right on top of Hanisch and won't let him get what he needs for the first down as he stops him for a gain of 1. So now here is a huge play with 3:43 in the clock running. A 4th down and 3 from the Parish 49.
You know who you want to go to. You know who you want to go to. He wears number 2. You're going to go look back at the sideline. It's a comfort zone thing. They're going to double him. They're actually going sky coverage now. Number 3, Luke Lineberger. Oh, there we go. Make him force a timeout. Luke Lineberger, Landon Hollins had the number.
Well, we'll hold it here in this energized Prestonwood crowd, which has been just going bonkers all night long. It's easy when your team's ahead, but
when playing like this,
it got a little bit tight there when it was a tie game. They piped down for a minute, but now they are back on fire.
Yeah, it feels like the defense, they got their second win, because in the third quarter, man, it was a little bit of a lull, and David pointed it out. They had the hands on the hips, and now the second win, to where they had a big 4th down stop earlier in this quarter, and now they have another huge one. If they can get this one, man, this would be huge for the outcome of this game.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that the defense, you just don't want to be going to the well one too many times. But you're right, getting the offense off the field last time. Long sustaining drive by the Lions offense. The previous drive that ended up in a William Taylor touchdown. Man's almost up to 200 yards on the night. Outstanding. All comes down to this. If you can just keep the Panthers from getting 3 yards, you can almost write your ticket.
Well, the line of scrimmage is the 49-yard line. And the snap.
Oh, Pyle's wide open.
And the roll out. Phillips throwing upfield, and the pass is caught. And down the boundary, there goes Pyle. Inside the 20, inside the 10. Touchdown. All the way to the house. 51 yards for Jalen Pyle.
Well, you want to talk about helping your quarterback out on a play to where it looked like it was going to be a busted play. He came all the way across the field to get open to go get that ball and score that touchdown.
It was the gamesmanship that started with the timeout. They changed their personnel, which forced the Lions to rush somebody in off the sidelines because of the personnel packages. No one was there to cover Pyle. He went across the field from the opposite side All Lucero had to do was put it in the neighborhood, and then with that big wingspan, Pyle could pull it down, get to the sideline, and go score a touchdown.
Preston Gall's PAT is good, and we'll take timeout with 3:10 to go in the fourth quarter, tied at 35. Lion football continues after this timeout.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 or visit our website aquaterraoutdoors.com and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
A 5-play, 73-yard jaunt in 2 minutes and 2 seconds, capped by a 49-yard pass from Jonathan Phillips to Jalen Pyle, and the Michigan signee man took it straight to the house, and we've got a tie ball game. And here comes the return out beyond the 25 and out to the 27-yard line, I believe, is where that is going to be put down. And the return by Luke Lineberger and the tackle made by Trip Brown. And now it is Prestonwood's turn. And I guess, Dave, in a tie game with 3:05 left, that's the way you want it. You want to be on offense. They've got a chance.
2-minute timeout also factored in. You almost don't want to score too quickly. Yet again, as if history repeats itself, whoever has the ball last seems like they're going to win this football game, Chuck.
Donovan can correct me, but I think that they're kind of driving a little bit into the breeze. Looks like about 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Correct.
It's about to get a lot cooler in the next couple of days. A chance of big rain tomorrow. So here is a handoff on first down, and it will dial it out to the 30-yard line and maybe the 31. Be a pickup of about 3 on the play as William Taylor, tackled by Benjamin Rich. Exactly 200 yards now in the ball game for William Taylor. What a night. They are going to hand him the football again. This time he gets met behind the line of scrimmage and lost a yard. Back to the 30-yard line as Brooks Lloyd and Jesse Richardson jumped on top of him. And now there's an injured Prestonwood Lion, as it looks like Colt Hillhouse, the big senior tackle, is the foundation of this line for the Lions.
Injury timeout on the
being
field.
looked at on the field as the clock is stopped with 2:26. Now remember, there's a 2-minute timeout coming.
Yeah, Parish has only 1 timeout remaining. I heard Coach Yantis come ask the referees, we don't have any. How many do they have? They had 2, and they used 1 on that last possession.
So taking a look at Hillhouse now, we'll see who comes in for him, or they have to play a little moving and shaking with the line. Actually, Caleb Kozlowski is listed as the backup. Of course, he's the starting left guard. So you wonder if he might play a little switcheroo there in that line. We'll check and see once they come out. Obviously, they'll have to come out for 1 play. We don't know the extent of the injury, and it looks like he's going to be helped to his feet right here. Remember, stick around for the Global Strategic post-game show. Beg your pardon, I'm excited here in this game. Global Strategic, proud partner of PCA football, as they do indeed help Hillhouse off the field, and we'll see who they put in. Looks like Eddie Brown will come in at that tackle position. Brown, a 6'4", 245-pound senior. So it's thrust into action here on a 3rd down and 8 as the snap to Glass has pressure from behind as he throws upfield. It is deflected and incomplete. He's looking for Morial, but the coverage there from Drew Burton. And it's 4th down, and Preston will be forced to punt the ball away.
You can tell Morial is his favorite receiver to throw to. He kind of locks in on him. They had to cover 2, but the safety's back, so just weren't a lot of lanes to throw the football, and he wanted to go to his man that he trusts the most. Well, they are adamantly calling for the clock to stop. Oh, okay, you know what? Because it was an incomplete pass. So now they're going to have to figure out how much time is left. I think it's going to be about 2:08, 2:09.
Well, they've got 2:04 on the board, but as we have learned all night tonight, the clock operator has not been in sync with what our referee wants.
2:16.
Jeff Wasserman says put that time back on the clock. So I guess now if you're a Prestonwood fan, you want to look at, I would think, probably overtime, because you want to get a defensive stop here. You don't have any timeouts left.
True.
So we've got Glass in. We saw him do the pooch punt a moment ago, and he pooched for 63 yards. And he's punting left-footed. And he kicks this one all the way down the field.
Goodness gracious.
Inside the 15, inside the 10. Holy cow, what a punt! All the way down to the 9-yard line.
That was superb.
62 yards, so 2 punts tonight for Luke Glass's average 62.5 yards.
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
My! You couldn't have asked for anything more right there from the senior Luke Glass.
Harkens back to the days of slinging Sammy Baugh, who would also punt.
I was thinking more Danny White, but you do you there, David.
Well, I gotta shout out a frog when I can.
Or maybe Randall Cunningham with one of the longest punts in the history of the NFL. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Randall Cunningham. Man, what a name.
The greatest. Just the greatest to ever put on a pair of pads.
Certainly hard to argue.
First down and 10. Come back to play. And you can't give up that big play that the Lions have given up a couple of times here in the second half. As the quarterback, Phillips, slaps his hands together. Little misdirection. They hand off up the middle and tackled outside the 10-yard line out near the 13 was the tailback, Hanish, as he's brought down there by Braden Bixler.
2-minute timeout,
That
Chuck.
is the 2-minute timeout. Let's break with them here. 2 minutes to go, tied at 35. More after this from Metro Sports Communications.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights. Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Out of the timeout, Phillips, the quarterback, takes the snap and hands off. Big running room up the middle, breaking into the open. There goes McKinney as he gets beyond the 25-yard line, and it's going to be brought down around the 28. That'll be good for a first down. Bixler on the tackle after a gain of 13.
20 personnel there with Jonathan Phillips at the quarterback. They motion Hanish, who usually is the setback. Hand it off to McKinney. No bigger run for the season for that young man. Does a great job picking up that first down.
From the 27-yard line. Here's the snap. Going to be a quarterback draw straight ahead. Goes Phillips, and he will have a gain of about 2 yards maybe on the play before Cam Pettijohn made the stop. Clock continuing to run. Down to a minute 18. Now under.
They are substituting, Chuck, kind of taking their merry sweet time being this far in their own territory.
They have a timeout still. They must be very confident in what they've got called up here.
From the 30-yard line, Phillips takes the snap, Zone read keeps it up the middle, and he has room, gets out to the 40-yard line and slides down near the 42, but they'll move it back to the 40. That's where his slide began. A gain of 10. Bixler on the tackle. Clock stopped momentarily to set the change, and put it back in motion.
I would sub if I'm PCA right now because you had the ability to, because they did.
Yep, that would have eaten up some of the time from the 40-yard line. Back in the game, Lucero throws over to the boundary, and it's incomplete as Powell, double coverage across the way. Shaw was the one there on him.
Trying to go for a back shoulder. I just don't think that Powell got the email on that one. He just kept running, and the ball was thrown 2 yards behind him. Now, if he would have broke off and caught that, it would have been a huge gain because Shaw had a step on him, playing really good coverage tonight.
42 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, tied at 35. Overtime looming unless Parish can hit a big play here as they throw down the boundary, and there's Phillips on the pass from Lucero, and that's kind of what they were looking for as they get it down to the 41-yard line.
Just a simple wheel route out of the backfield, putting some pressure on Kyler Pettijohn, who saw it and covered it. I just think that he got beat to the spot by Phillips, who's a burner himself.
And that was a really good throw by Lucero also.
Outstanding throw by the freshman.
Yep, gain of 19, 37 seconds left. They've got the ball at the 41-yard line in Lion territory. Now, again, with that wind at the back of Preston Gall, who has hit one field goal this year. It was from 27 yards. You're not sure what his range is. As here's the snap to Lucero. Here comes pressure from behind. He's being chased. He throws the ball incomplete to the boundaries. He was looking for Cook, but had a heavy pressure coming from behind. That was Gabe Tyree.
Really good job by Tyree getting loose. He's been close. Tyree's been the guy who's been close all night. I just think that Lucero's got some savvy for a freshman. The game might still be a little fast for him, although it's been slowing down. But Tyree has been living in that backfield. It's not going to be long before he gets home.
32 seconds in the fourth quarter from the 41. Second down. They empty the backfield. Lucero steps up, looking to throw, goes to the sideline. That pass was caught. Hauled in inside the 25, down at the 22 by Siler Cook. And this gets them close to field goal range as the clock is running down to 25 and now under, and they're going to spike it. Oh boy. Catch your breath, fans. This one's going to be coming down to the end. And a big conversion there. This Prestonwood defense, which was so good in the first half,
has
bent a little bit here in the second half, and particularly in the fourth quarter. They've allowed some conversions, some big plays.
They've been valiant. Every single one of them. A lot of those guys playing both ways tonight. Critical game. Away game. Thursday night game.
From the 23-yard line. Snap Lucero under pressure. Wants to get rid of it. Throws to the sideline, and it's incomplete. It was deflected away by one of the Lions. It was Morial who's playing back in the coverage as they were looking for Cook again. And the clock stopped with 14 seconds remaining.
Now the run is still at play here because you know that the Panthers have a timeout in their back pocket. So you still have to play your regular defense as if it's the middle of the third quarter. Third down and long. They keep Lucero in the game. Offset backs Marcus Hanish.
And they're going to hand it to Hanish as he tries to come outside left, and he got the quarter and got chopped down inside the 20-yard line. The clock is down to 6 and 5 and 4. And I guess they're going to burn this final timeout, and they will have their field goal attempt coming up.
Morale saved it from going any further.
So they're going to put the football down at the 17-yard line, I believe. So this, or the 18. So this should be right about a 35-yard field goal, I would think. And he does have the wind at his back, so that would help. And
it's not blowing as much as it was earlier in the quarter, Chuck. So it's a little more still, a little more calm.
Now remember, the hash marks a little bit wider in the college and high school game than they are in the pros, so you're going to have that angle if they do elect to go that route here with Preston Gull, who again has one field goal. He's missed one. And it's going to come down with 3 seconds remaining to a field goal attempt to win the game.
Wind is a touch swirly, but yet still at his back mostly.
Burton to hold. Gall to try to win this game. High snap, ball down, kick on the way. Might have been tipped. It's good! It got through the uprights, and a walk-off victory for the Parish Episcopal Panthers, and a gut-wrenching loss for the Lions. The final score, 38-35.
That's heartbreaking for the Lions. They did get an enormous amount of pressure on that field goal. A high snap, put it down, and I do think it was touched, but it barely crept over the crossbar. Seriously, by about 6 inches, that was good. It looked like it was going to sail underneath, but it just got over the crossbar.
And Chuck, I didn't want to walk all over your call, but that ball made me almost hit my head on the ceiling because it started turning over hamburger style. I didn't even think it was going to make it, yet somehow found a way. It's like it had eyes.
Handshakes in the middle of the field, and again, a gut-wrenching loss for Prestonwood, which sees its record on the year fall to 3-4, and in district play, they drop to 3-2 as Parish pulls out a 38-35 victory on a 35-yard field goal by Preston Gull to win the ball game. We'll stick around. The Global Strategic Postgame Show is coming up next. We'll have an interview with head coach Donna Yanis. We will also have the highlights, stats, and more. Take you to the finish line. You're listening to Prestonwood Christian Academy football from Metro Sports Communications. More after this timeout.
They say few things stand the test of time. Because to stand among, and to stand with, to stand in, and to stand firm, comes down to what you stand for. So we are workers unashamed of the truth, and leaders led by our Creator. We are servants with an eternal perspective. In heart, in mind, in action. We believe that reaching higher starts by going deeper, and that longevity isn't achieved alone. We believe that reverence for God is the foundation of wisdom, that champions out there are established in here. It strengthens how we lead, how we invest, how we serve, and how we love. Because that which stands the test of time has a foundation that cannot be moved. Prestonwood Christian Academy, established for life.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing. Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
This is a PCA Lions postgame show with interviews from the field, highlights, and a complete recap of the game. The Lions postgame show is brought to you by Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. Visit online at globalstrategic.com. Now, back to the stadium for the Global Strategic Lions post.
Welcome to the Global Strategic Postgame Show. Final score tonight, a heartbreaking decision, 38-35. Parish Episcopal defeats Prestonwood Christian Academy as we welcome you back to the stadium, and we'll get post-game comments here shortly from head coach Donnie Yantis. And again, David, just the heartbreak I can imagine of this team and coming oh so close to knocking off the nemesis and then letting it get away at the end as the Panthers get that field goal for the victory.
Well, your guts are ripped out and hit by a bus. There's just no other way to describe it. You lead the whole game. You love how your defense played. Your offense cleaned up all their mistakes, save maybe a pick, but that's just being aggressive. A lot of good to take away from this game. A score aside.
Okay, I'll see you at home.
Well, our post-game visit with head coach Donnie Yantis is brought to you by Paris Baguette. Remember that they will take 10% off your order. All you got to do is mention Preston when you go in there. We welcome Paris Baguette as a sponsor to the broadcast. We're joined by Coach Yantis down on the field. Coach, absolute gut-wrencher, but want to get your comments on this game as a whole, and then, of course, the final play of the game-winning field goal.
First off, I'm just proud of our kids, how hard they played. I mean, they played hard. Paris played hard. That was a great rivalry football game. Extremely disappointed we lost, right? I mean, we had chance after chance. I made a couple errors. The kids made some errors. Defense, we made some errors as a staff, as a team. It was a whole team effort making some plays. But like any football game, it's going to come down to 4 to 5 football plays in every game. You just don't know which one it is. And so I'm certainly proud. And like they said to us and we said to them, we're going to see them in December. That's the goal. Our kids know that they're stepping up. We've gotten better. And we took this team to the limit, and we had a chance to win it. So I'm proud of our guys and where we're at. We're going to continue to grow and get back at it. That last field goal, we almost blocked it. And it was low, and I didn't think it went through, but it obviously squeezed through. The referees are right there. So hats off to Coach Novikov and their staff, but I'm proud of our dudes, and we'll be back. I mean, it's not the end. I told dudes it's not the end. We're good.
Coach, and elaborate on that. Message to your team after a game, especially a game that ends like that.
Just keep your heads up, man. Be proud. You battled, and it's a rivalry game, and that's what happens. Last year, it was us winning that series, 52-49. This year was them, and we'll see them again. And just like they saw us in the playoffs, I look forward to repaying them back what they did to us in the playoffs. And they know we're coming, and we're coming. And so one at a time. I'm not trying to be cocky or confident, but I believe in our dudes. I believe in our coaches, and we'll get this thing right. And we got some guys coming back too, so that's going to help us.
That will help you. And speaking of guys, you had a guy I just have to highlight, and Tyler Shaw. A couple of guys go down. He has to switch positions. He comes into this game to play corner, which might be a little foreign to him. All of a sudden, there's some shiftiness going around. He has to play safety. Yeah. Elaborate on what you saw from that young man.
The good thing is we've been our coaching staff has been repping him there. And we're repping a lot of guys at safety, at corner, because you just never know what's going to happen. Just being prepared, having the next guy up mentality. So we got a number of guys who are playing multiple positions that are learning, and I'm proud of those guys. Certainly proud of Tyler, and I'm proud of 17, Gio Derishaw. I'm proud of him, man. Like, he made some big time plays in the first half, and that was his coming out party. And he's a very talented young man that we've been working with. And we gave him a chance. He made some plays. Our running game, that offensive line really paved the way and did some good things. And that was a great high school rivalry football game, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
So with this one in the books, and you have as you mentioned, the big rivalry game, the big one everybody's had circled on the calendar. Now you've got a couple more games in front of you. You'll be likely a prohibitive favorite to win those next two as you get ready to head to the playoffs. How do you approach those final 2 games on the schedule?
Well, we got TCA, another district game next week, and we got to just continue to grow and get better. We're not worrying about who we're playing. It's about us, about Prestonwood. It's about us fixing mistakes, getting better with our fundamentals. Taking care of the ball, blocking and tackling. Making, because we had a couple of holding penalties that hurt our offense. So doing the little things right. And then we got St. Thomas, who's the #1 team down in the South. They're a talented football team. So that's likely one of the teams that'll be in our bracket, down at the bottom bracket. They should be the 1 seed. So we'll likely see those guys again as well.
Coach, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it.
All right, take care and God bless. Go Lions.
That is head coach Donnie Yantis. And, man, you never see his dauber down, even after a most heartbreaking loss tonight, as he always paints the positive picture. And, it's good to see that, David. I'm sure that what he just told his team, man, yeah, you lost the game, but, a lot of good things to take from it.
I think and Coach summed it up, but I think this is America, this is football, we keep score. But you set the scoreboard aside just for a second, and you just watch those two teams play. I'll ask you a question. Who do you think's the better team?
Yeah, well, right now it's kind of a coin flip.
It is. But I think that the team that executed the most was PCA. The team that executed the most when it counted was Parish. And that's really what it came down to. When they needed to have it, they got it. And defensively, I just think that, it was the cumulative effect. The offense, got really aggressive. Okay, I get it. Love aggressive as opposed to conservative. But sometimes you can go a little too far, and I think that, that there's going to be a couple drives that Coach Antis wants back. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn there. He'd probably agree with me. But it's the stacking effect that happens to your defense where all of a sudden you're at the end of the game with no timeouts, and the team just cracks. They can only do so much. And I think that tonight it was, again, it's why we keep score. It's why we keep the time. And they were a longer finger away from maybe blocking that, and we'd be in overtime right now.
Remember, no Tobias Jensen, no Cam Avery in the back end. They'll be back soon. So you just got to factor all of that in. And once all is said and done, and of course, there's guys that have been out throughout the year. Vance Hernandez, the sophomore over the offensive side. Zach Lippard apparently getting a little bit closer, getting back in. So you get some of the guys healthy, then could be in better shape. And we didn't mean to forget, of course, the one that's been out all year, the big safety Ridge Casanova, who, speaking of missing guys on the back end. So, all of those fellas, once they return, if indeed they do get back in, that's going to really help this team.
Best part, too, is you also know, given the outcome of this game, you know where you stand. And now you can game plan for your playoff route. You're going to still have 2 games in front of you. You're not going to, bypass those, but especially if Coach Antis is your coach. However, I love the attitude that he brings, type of guy you want your young man playing for. And, he gets me jacked up. After a game like that, to have the attitude of, thinking about his players and shouting out guys. I think it's still a good day to be a Lion. You have a lot to be proud of. You're going to click the film on and see some stuff to clean up. But if Parish is your bar, you're right there.
More on the Global Strategic Postgame Show when we return after this short timeout. David will take you through the highlights of the ballgame, and man, were there some. A couple of 14-point leads that the Lions had, and they had a good offensive show. Man, that defense came up with a big stop. We'll hear more about that coming up as we continue on the postgame. And again, we'll have the final stats and everything to head toward the finish line. Final score, Parish Episcopal 38 and PCA 35. A timeout here. The Global Strategic Postgame Show continues in a moment.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA athletic program. Go Lions!
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Well, PCA wins the toss, defers to the second half. It took about just 6 ticks off the clock for Jalen Pyle to show why the Maize and Blue are glad they got him. He would take that opening kickoff to the house, putting Parish up 7-0. Ball goes over to the PCA Lions. The RPO would be working really well for Luke Glass. Late hit out of bounds extends the drive even further downfield. Glass would give a wink and a nod to Darasaw, and next thing you know, we got a tie ball game.
10 yards on the run, and then tack 15 more on top of it as Glass fakes the handoff. Now going to go downfield toward the end zone, and the pass is caught. That's a touchdown by Gio Darasaw. The junior transfer from Plano holds that one in, 26 yards, and now the Lions are a point away from tying this one up.
And the extra point would make it 7-7. Parish drives. They're stopped on 4th down. Both teams would exchange possessions, and am I seeing double? Luke Glass to Darasaw one more time.
Now Glass is going to throw, fires toward the end zone, trying to make the catch, and hauling it in for the score is Gio Darasaw. What a catch! 21 yards and a touchdown for the Prestonwood Lions, and they lead it now 13-7.
14-7 would be the score, and then an interception by Luke Lineberger returned almost into the red zone for the PCA Lions. It was 3 straight handoffs to Bixler, who finds his new best friend, Mr. Endzone.
On a 2nd down and goal, they're going to hand it again. Bixler, he's got a huge hole, and he scores a touchdown. Into the end zone goes Bixler, as Brown was there trying to stop him at the goal line. It's a 6-yard run for Braden Bixler, who picks up TD number 5 on the year for him. And now Prestonwood has extended its lead. It's now 20-7.
A 2-score lead is what Prestonwood would be hanging on to, but not for long. A long, sustaining drive littered with penalties on both sides. Marcus Hanisch finds the end zone for the Panthers.
Fake the handoff, throwing for the end.
Well, it was one of the most beautiful sustaining drives with 2 minutes left in the first half. Prestonwood drives all the way down to the 3-yard line, and it's 3 straight plays with that Buffalo package, all for naught. The Parish defense stones the Lions at the goal line as time expires. Move ahead to the second half. Prestonwood would get the ball to start the second half. Lions giddy up behind that powerful offensive line. It was William Taylor with a sprinkle of Bixler. How about one more time with a hearty serving of Gio Darasaw?
Fake the handoff, throwing for the end zone, and the pass is caught. Touchdown again. It is Gio Darasaw. 3rd time is indeed a charm. 3 touchdowns, 23 yards on that catch, and Prestonwood extends its lead. It's now 27-14.
Maintaining that 2-score lead, it would be Logan Lucero, the freshman phenom quarterback for Parish, would get into his groove, and boy, he would find it quickly with a gigantic stride to his rangy, sure-handed receiver, Beckham Smith. That brings the score with the extra point, 28-21, PCA leading. PCA had another drive, stall out on 4th down twice, and then Braden Bixler would literally rip the ball away from a Parish wide receiver down the sideline. And it wouldn't be too long before Parish would call on number 3, Jonathan Phillips, who rips off a fantastic run, and the extra point would make it 28 apiece. All of a sudden, that lead for the Lions is vanished. We would stay deadlocked, both teams exchanging blows with no more points to show for it until William Taylor, who has the heart of a Lion all day in that backfield, would put his exclamation on this 4th quarter.
Here's a handoff. Taylor up the middle, has 5, has 10 and more, and he's going to take it inside the 10. 5, touchdown, Prestonwood. William Taylor goes 41 yards on the burst up the middle as he shed a couple of tacklers at least along the way. And with 5:16 remaining in the 4th quarter, the Lions have taken the lead 34-28.
35-28 is right where it would stay, but Parish wouldn't go away. However, these Panthers, the play of the game in the most critical time would come from their star, who wears number 2, Jalen Pyle. He would come from the other side of the field, haul in a catch, and head down the sideline, making the game 35-all. 2:04 left in the game. PCA is forced to punt it away. We go to the 2-minute warning. Parish would have a chance to steal this game away from the Lions. Score tied 35-all. Parish would fight down to the 17-yard line and call timeout with just 3 seconds left. Preston Gall, the kicker, would line up with one swift and strange kick. The Parish Episcopal Panthers would walk it off.
And it's going to come down with 3 seconds remaining to a field goal attempt to win the game. Burton to hold. Gall to try to win this game. High snap, ball down, kick on the way. Might have been tipped. It's good! It got through the uprights, and a walk-off victory for the Parish Episcopal Panthers, and a gut-wrenching loss for the Lions. The final score, 38-35.
Heart-wrenching for Lions everywhere tonight with 38-35 victory for the Parish Episcopal Panthers. These are your highlights brought to you by Global Strategic Partners. We will be right back.
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 or visit our website aquaterraoutdoors.com and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
Continue on the postgame show brought to you by Global Strategic Partners. 38-35 the final score as PCA drops this one to Parish. We got a score to pass along. Some good news on the volleyball court. Prestonwood Lady Lions have nailed down a district championship, defeating Ursuline tonight 3-0. So great job there. Pass along congratulations to that winning team. All right, so let's get to some final statistics in the ballgame. For PCA, 478 yards of total offense compared to 511 for Parish. 478 total for PCA, 285 rushing, 193 through the air for Parish. The 511, we told you, total 185 of those rushing, 326 through the air. And the second half explosion for Parish, they got 409 yards of offense in the second half alone, 294 of those through the air. As far as first downs go, 20 for PCA, 15 for Parish, and the time of possession split almost equally down the middle. PCA 24-10 compared to 23-50 for Parish. In the penalty category, PCA didn't have its worst night of the year. 7 penalties for 73 yards, 10 penalties, 91 for Parish. The third down conversions, very similar as PCA, 4 of 12 on the night, 3 of 13 for that's Parish, 3 of 13. PCA was 4 out of 12. Man, there were 10 fourth down conversion attempts in the game, really? 2 for 6 for Parish, 2 for 6 for 2 for 4 rather for PCA. And again, as far as the turnovers go, 2 apiece, 2 interceptions thrown by Luke Glass, a fumble and an interception for Parish. So that total evens up on both sides. Now, as far as the individual numbers, speaking of Luke Glass, he goes 14 of 24 this evening for 193 yards, 3 touchdowns, did have the 2 interceptions. His favorite receiver was Gio Darasaw, who had 5 catches for 91 yards and 3 touchdowns. Tyler Shaw, what a game he had. 3 catches for 62 yards. Yeah, that's just the offensive side. He was tremendous on defense as well. Junior Niffen wound up only 3 catches for 18 yards in the game. 2 catches for A.J. Morial for 20 and 1 for Luke Lineberger for a couple of yards. On the ground, man, what can you say about William Taylor? He was our star of the game last week, and he would have made a big play for it this week if we were talking to anybody after the game. 29 carries, 199 yards and a touchdown for Taylor, and Braden Bixler winds up with 10 carries for 34 yards and a touchdown. Individual numbers for Parish, Logan Lucero goes 19 of 36 for 326 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. And on the ground, Hanish wound up with 13 carries for 81 yards and a touchdown. He had 4 catches for 23 yards as well. And some of the other guys, including Jonathan Phillips, really kicking in. He carried 7 times for 83 yards, a couple of receptions for 20 and a touchdown. And in the receiving corps, how about Beckham Smith? They went in time and time again, 6 catches for 123 yards and a touchdown. Jalen Pyle, 3 catches, 72 yards and a score. And Siler Cook, who kind of came on late in the game, 4 catches for 88 yards in the ball game. So PCA with only the 7 points in the ball game in the 15 plays that they ran in the red zone. That's going to be something that you would circle. Again, you'd think at least a couple of field goals in there or something to help you out. But again, they were in the red zone for 15 plays, managed only 7 points in the game. Parish, 10 of 18 for 177 to the short right side of the field. Now, that one of these notes here on Ryan Metcalf's board. And as far as the big plays go tonight, PCA had 6 plays of at least 20 yards. So did Parish, but Parish had 5 plays over 30 yards compared to 2 for PCA, and 4 plays over 40 yards for Parish compared to 1 for just PCA. That's almost backwards flip-flop from last week against Legacy when it was PCA hitting all the big plays there. So anyway, that's that kind of is the full check of the statistics, team and individual, and takes us down near the end of our Global Strategic Post-Game Show. Thanks to Ryan Metcalf for doing a great job there. Bringing David Stoltzman and Donovan Lewis back in. Well, again, David, we could sit here and dissect this one for a long time, but there's still plenty of time to get back in it. And you've heard Coach Yantis say, 2 more games, 1 district game, and then 1 tune-up before you head into the postseason. But this club certainly with plenty to springboard off of as they head toward the end of the season.
There's mountains to be proud of in this game if you're PCA. And Parish, I think you feel like you might have, robbed a bank because that entire game you were playing from behind and having to do unorthodox things. And now, one thing Parish had that I thought was tremendous was the halftime adjustments and just the adjustments in the coaching period. The way that they came out, they started pressing the corners. They put Pyle in there at corner, and that he ended up having 2 PBUs, maybe even 3. So just the coaching and the adjustments that Parish had ended up paying off huge, and for a team that lives on the big play like Parish, that's what showed up. You heard Ryan Metcalf's stats, the 4 plays over 40 yards. If you have 4 plays over 20 yards, that's defense is just thrown up on the sidelines. So I want to know when all those showed up. It had to have been in the fourth quarter, most of them, and but all of that's going to show up on film. And we always say, there's a football cliche, it's never as good as you think on film. It's never as bad. And I think that there's going to be both in this one. A few drives and plays they want to have back, but they will see each other in the playoffs. And boy, I think it might go a little bit differently. But anyway, I think, like I said, there's a lot to be proud of, and Coach Yantis is going to get everything corrected, no doubt.
Donnie, it was everything that it was built up to be, and I know at field level it had to be exciting, it had to be intense, and again, you got to see the raw emotion down on the field. What was that like once that ball went through the uprights?
Yeah, the excitement from Parish and just the sheer disappointment from PCA when that ball went in. But throughout the game, man, as you guys are wrapping this up, we're going to talk about those missed opportunities. One at the end of the first half where PCA had an opportunity to kick a field goal or go for the touchdown on that last play of the first half, and they elected to go for it and didn't get it. And a couple of times down there where they, we talked about maybe you kick a field goal there and maybe that makes the difference. You just never know. But they are going to go into that locker room. Like David said, when they turn on the film, we can play with anyone. If these guys are the standard and they've been to 6 straight championship games, then they had them on the ropes. So what does that say about us? We cleaned some things up. We are right there in the mix. So you could just learn a lot from a loss like this. I know it stings and it hurts now, but you pop on the tape, you you get back on the horse and play like you can and you're supposed to, and capitalize on some of those missed opportunities, then you're right there. So I love being down there close on the field just to see how the sausage is made. Sometimes people just like to put it on the plate and you just grab a knife and a fork. I like to see how it's made and how this thing is going about, and them trying to play chess while you play checkers one move and see how you're going to think 2 plays down the road. And you can see that all on the field tonight, because a rivalry game like this is always going to be that intense. And if this is another matchup in the playoffs, man, sign me up, because I think it's going to be another game just like this, and PCA will know that they can go out there and play with those guys.
Well, Donnie, I hate to talk shop here on the live air, but you're on assignment next week. Is that correct?
Yes, I am on assignment, and my assignment will take me to New Orleans. So I will miss next week, and I'll miss you guys, but I'll be back.
All right. Promise made. We'll see you in the final regular season
yes,
week.
Sir.
Travel safe, sir.
Thank you very much.
Put New Orleans on its ear.
Yeah, and by the way, tomorrow is Friday,
Thank
not
you.
Saturday.
Please send me another reminder in the morning as I'm lounging at about 8:30, realizing that the show starts at 9. So please send me another reminder.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, great job by Donnie. Thank you very much. It is. We're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to look for game day. When's game day not on?
It's felt like Friday all day.
It has.
Too.
It really, truly
crazy.
has.
Yeah.
I watch it every Saturday. I want to say thanks to everyone who has been a part here. We had a tough go. I'll just put it that way. Tough go to get everything lined up and set up, but when you work with pros, everything falls into place. And again, our guy that does it all, Barry Walters, on the production front, had some assistance with audio production with Sam Hale here, and between those two fellas, they got everything put together and everything perfect for a place that isn't really set up for a broadcast of this magnitude, but you've got all the technology in the world and all the bells and whistles, and you got guys that can do it. It happens. So thank you so much to Barry. Did a tremendous job today in getting us on the air. I want to say thanks also to our statistician, Ryan Metcalf, the part-time meteorologist who's always keeping an eye on the sky. Did you know it almost sprinkled in the game? We thought we were going to have that, but no, we'll have the big storms coming in tomorrow. We can watch everybody else worrying about that. We don't have to worry about it. So thanks to Ryan. Also to Brooke and to Seth, our video production guys up top, running the cameras, for all of those folks, and for Donovan Lewis and David Stoltzman. Chuck Kelly, wishing you a very pleasant good night. Again, the final score was Parish 38 and Prestonwood 35. Until next Friday night, when we talk to you at 6 o'clock, home sweet home back at Prestonwood. So long from Farmers Branch.
PCA Lions football has been brought to you by Andrews Institute at Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, Aquaterra Outdoors, Chick-fil-A at Park Boulevard and Plano Parkway, Global Strategic, Cowboys Fit, Fast Signs Carrollton, C3Auto.com, Comfort Maker Air Conditioning and Heating, Incentive Brands, Levi's Locker, Milestone Electric, Sky Ranch, and Vista Physical Therapy. This has been an exclusive sports presentation of Metro Sports Communications.